Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Son of the Sun in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 116. Embers. Or some rest at last. Undisclosed location, a few days before the present time. There he is. Don't let him escape. Be careful, that guy can kill you in one hit if you let him. Yugo was a man that, above all things, appreciated the quiet and calm. Calm that he was denied due to being born with a bloodline limit that brought his most primal, animalistic, and downright violent impulses to the forefront, transforming him into a sadistic monster, both on the inside and the outside. His only hope was to seclude himself on a cave and pray that nobody would get close to him, since he didn't want to have more blood on his hands. That's it, until a certain white-haired man arrived, an Otogakure ninja by the name of Kimimaro Kagaya. Not only did Kimimaro manage to subdue Yugo when he succumbed to the rage and the violence of his curse, but introduced him to Orochimaru, a man who promised to help Yugo if he allowed the man to research his genes. Naturally, Yugo accepted. Yugo spent most of his time under Orochimaru locked inside a cell, not that he would have wanted anything else. From time to time, Kimimaro would visit him and tell him about the missions the last member of the Kagaya clan completed. Then, one time Kimimaro requested Yugo to accompany him to a mission, to capture some old ninja from IWA. Kimimaro almost lost his life to the dreaded Itachi Uchiha, but in the end, the mission was a success, and Orochimaru only lost one man to the enemy. Then, Kimimaro visited for what he felt would be the last time in a long time, to tell him about the war that was going to happen. The days following that, silence reigned. The base was almost entirely empty, devoid of any activity. The only visits he received were the Oto ninjas who brought him food and water twice per day. Until one day, the silence was no more. He could hear screams, shouts, metal clashing against metal. He was then released by an Otogakure ninja, and his words made no sense. There has been a revolt. They outnumber us. You have to help us. The Oto ninja cried. Those were his last words, as the man was then slain, much to Yugo's surprise, by another ninja also wearing Otogakure's uniform. So, these people would dare betray Orochimaru-sama? He would make them regret it. At first, Yugo had no trouble beating the ninjas who tried to fight him, only needing a smidge of his curse to even the odds and stay at a comfortable advantage. Then, she showed up. And with a few jutsu, she showed that he wasn't a rival to her. The orange-haired man decided that the best thing he could do was to escape and find either Kimimaro or Orochimaru-sama, and warn them about the betrayal among their own ranks. So that's how he found himself running away from men that by all accounts should have been his comrades, but were now his enemies. Earth release, mud trap. Suddenly, the ground beneath Yugo's feet turned into a pit of mud, breaking his escape, as he started to slowly sink. This trap would stop most ninjas, but most ninjas weren't Yugo. Activating his curse, Yugo grew several tube-like appendages on his back. Said appendages fired jets of chakra, propelling the orange-haired man upwards, allowing him to escape. Escape which was also short-lived as the ball end of a Kusarigama wrapped its chain around his ankles, making him drop to the ground. Growling, Yugo pulled the chain, and the hapless ninja with it, towards him, before slamming his fist on the man's face, sending him flying backwards. He didn't know if the man was dead or not, and frankly he didn't care. More traitors landed around him, weapons drawn. They were cutting his escape, but not for long. All he need was wood release, wood binding jutsu. Too late. Multiple wooden roots broke from the ground beneath him, and quickly wrapped themselves around his body and limbs, immobilizing him completely. Well done, the jutsu caster, a young white-haired woman in an Otogakure uniform, said as he landed near them. She walked towards Yugo, and smiled. Now he won't escape. Yugo growled at her. We always knew that there were traitors among our ranks. But you, Orochimaru-sama's own daughter, to be one of them, is beyond shameful. Hebiko's face morphed into a mask of fury, stomped towards Yugo, and slapped him across the face. Traitor? You think I'm a traitor? She screeched. It was our beloved father who abandoned his son and my brother to Konoha. Then he promised me that he wouldn't rest until he was back with us, but he lied. He lied to me, and lied to him. You were the one who killed Kabuto, right? Yugo asked, as he now realized who was behind the silver-haired medic Nin's mysterious death. You now lash at Orochimaru-sama by killing people he considers valuable. Hibiko turned around, and seethed. I'm done with Orochimaru. I want him to pay for his betrayal, to lose everything he has and cherish. Though my reasons behind killing him were more pragmatic rather than emotional. Then what do you want to do with me? Yugo asked. Hibiko turned around, and gave him an unnerving smile. You're a bargaining chip. Wood release, blooming garden. That moment, flowers started to grow on the roots that were immobilizing Yugo. They reached maturity in a few seconds, and upon blooming, showered the orange-haired man with glittering yellow pollen. The moment he inhaled that pollen, Yugo fell deeply asleep. Tentatively, Hibiko released Yugo from the restraining roots, and he fell to the floor like a puppet whose strings had been cut. Yes, he wouldn't move in quite some time. It is done. Bind him, and cover him in chakra-suppressing seals. I saw him in action, and while he lacks finesse, his raw power is impressive, Hibiko ordered. Two of her men were already picking the unconscious Yugo up, and dragged him away. Then burn this place down. We're already done here. Yes ma'am. The rest of the ninjas say. Once we finish this task, what are we going to do next? One of her ninjas asked. Where are we going? To the Ninja Alliance HQ, Hibiko said. It's about time to get my brother back. Land of Fire, nighttime, present time. After the battle was over, Division Commanders A, Kuratsuki and Tsunade ordered their troops to find a suitable place for a base camp. The first order of business was to attend the wounded and gather the dead. The second order of business, naturally, was to report HQ of the result of their battle. The three of them were now inside the communications tent, with Ino Yamanaka being the one linking their minds to those in HQ. Congratulations for your victory, Jiraiya's voice said, sounding satisfied. This will bring us one step closer to put an end to this war. A grumbled, clenching his fist. This wasn't much of a victory if we needed no less than 3 divisions to break their advance. I'm afraid I'll have to give it to the big guy, Kuratsuki agreed with a nod. We've been winning most of the battles, but I have this feeling that Akatsuki is just playing with us. The quality of the reanimations have been increasing with each passing battle. I'm afraid of what are they going to throw at us next. Tsunade and her Rinnegan were of much help this battle, but she can't be in every battle at once, the Raikage concluded. I see your point. We're suffering many casualties, Jiraiya's voice said, as Shikaku's image flashed in their minds for a second. A tear dropped from Ino's eyes hidden by the psychic-enhancing helmet. But so is Akatsuki. We destroyed many of their Zetsu clones, as well as their reanimations. But Orochimaru can replace the reanimations we kill, can't he? Kuratsuki asked. Technically yes, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy, Jiraiya replied. Impure World Resurrection needs a living sacrifice to reanimate somebody, and I presume Orochimaru isn't in position to kidnap people to kill. Also, according to our research of the jutsu, the piece of DNA used to revive the intended target is consumed by the jutsu, and I'd bet the royalties of my Ika series that Orochimaru used most of his available DNA of the deceased ninjas to create this batch of zombies. The fact that we haven't seen any of the zombies we previously destroyed support this claim. Still, to let such line of thinking drop our guard when we don't have hard evidence to sustain it would be beyond foolish, Cho's voice chimed in. Relax, nobody said anything about dropping our guard, Tsunade replied, rolling her eyes. If anything, I'd say that things will get even harder from this point onwards. There are many ninjas that Orochimaru could have resurrected but we haven't seen yet. Like former cages. Did Orochimaru resort to do that in the past? Ao's voice asked. Indeed. When he attacked Konoha a few years ago, he had brought the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Hokages with him, Jiraiya explained. The fact that he was able to resurrect my former apprentice is especially troublesome, given that his soul should be sealed inside the stomach of the god of the dead. And now that he has a much greater mastery of the jutsu, he will resurrect them, as well as more cages to bolster Akatsuki's forces, said. The Raikage clenched his fist even harder when he realized that his late father, the previous Raikage, would be among those resurrected. The third Raikage was one of the strongest ninjas Kumo ever produced, being more than a match for the Eight Tails, and needing an army of 10,000 Konoha and Suna ninjas fighting him for 3 days straight until he finally died of exhaustion. He wondered if he'd be able to fight his father if his worst fears went to pass. He heard how Fugaku Uchiha, who was among the reanimations that contributed to his previous defeat, had been fought and destroyed by his 2 sons. He didn't want to imagine what those 2 kids had to feel while they were fighting that mockery of their deceased father. Then there was also the copy ninja Kakashi, who also had to put down his own father, the White Fang, as well as the father from Takigaku's young leader. And of course, the father of the Yamanaka girl that was now linking their minds with HQ, the one who had scanned his mind looking for the Jinchuriki's hideout. By the way, I have bad news, I interceded. During my division's battle with Akatsuki, a reanimation of what I've been told was the former Yamanaka clan head. Ino flinched upon hearing that. The fact that her father was still out there tormented her. Managed to ambush me and scan my mind. Despite my best efforts, he was able to pry from my mind the location of the 3 Jinchuriki. What? Tsunade said, almost screaming, turning at him. These are grave news indeed, Onaki's voice said. Raikage, you know that island. What are Akatsuki's chances of finding it? Jiraiya asked. His tone was firm, but the Raikage could tell that there was worry in his voice. I'd say null, since I gave explicit orders to move the island daily to minimize the chances of being found, I replied. But if they have those flying Zetsu looking for it from the sky, I'd say they do have a chance to find it. That would explain why we saw so few flying Zetsu lately, Kuratsuka said, placing a hand under her chin. They must be using them to scour the skies. I think we should send reinforcements to the island. No. If we do that, Akatsuki might follow them and find it even faster, I countered. I agree with the Raikage, Jiraiya said, I'll send a messenger toad to tell them to keep their eyes open, and to expect a potential attack. Anything else you might want to tell me? Oh yes, there's something more, Kuratsuka said, before looking at Tsunade. And given that Tsunade is with us, she may offer some insight on the subject. Upon hearing this, Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What is it, granddaughter? Onaki's voice asked. Today Akatsuki sent a new weapon against us. Not a new kind of Zetsu or reanimation but, a colossal creature made of wood, Kuratsuka said. I heard some Konoha ninjas called it a wood golem, and is related to the first Hokage. A wood golem. Onaki's shocked voice said. Good grief. I take you're familiar with the creature. And that it's not good news, Kuratsuka said. Yes. The wood golem was my grandfather's most powerful jutsu that didn't involve senjutsu, Tsunade said. It's powerful enough to match any tailed beast in combat. And you say that you fought against one. Well, not me alone. I had hundreds of other ninjas backing me up. Some of them sages, from what I've been told, Kuratsuka said. But if it wasn't for dust release, I don't think we would have been able to put that thing down for good. This begets a question, Jiraiya interceded. How did Akatsuki manage to summon a wood golem? It isn't obvious. Somebody among Akatsuki's ranks with wood release created it, I replied. After all, both Obito and those Zetsu monsters have the cells of the first Hokage. Is not that simple, Tsunade said, shaking her head. Like I said before, the wood golem was one of my grandfather's most powerful jutsu. No other wood release user in Konoha, either born with it like my youngest daughter or gained it through artificial means like Tenzo or Rin Nohara were able to replicate a jutsu of such scale. Indeed. That's like saying that any water release user should be able to flood a coast city with a tsunami, Jiraiya agreed. It is as we feared, Cho's voice was heard. Akatsuki hasn't even deployed their most powerful assets yet. I'm sure that wasn't the only giant golem they have in reserve. Did any of our scouts find the location of Akatsuki's base? I asked. Unfortunately, we didn't, Jiraiya replied. We do know that at the very least, Orochimaru has to be relatively close to his reanimations if he wants to directly control them. Some of our best sensors are working on it, but given the jutsu's range, it leaves us with quite a vast area to search, Ao's voice interceded. Let's hope Naruto and Fu can finish their training soon, Tsunade said, letting out a sigh, her arms crossed. Not only are they in danger, but I'm afraid we're going to need them in the front lines. Yes. I'd say that Akatsuki has yet to do their worst, Kuratsuka said, shaking her head. Fortunately, our casualties are lower than Akatsuki's, plus we still have the 4th Division completely fresh, Jiraiya replied, trying to sound positive. So, anything else you need to report? The 2 Kages and the 1 Sannin looked at each other, but none of them said anything. No, we believe that's all, I said. Very well then. In that case, let's wrap this meeting up. Go and have some rest, Jiraiya said. Ino undid the mental link, and everybody left the communications tent. As with every other aftermath of a victorious battle, the mood around the Allied forces was that of celebration. Many ninjas were sitting around bonfires, sharing meals, chatting with each other, and having a good time, as they enjoyed the feeling of surviving another battle, and that the fact that with each victory, the war's end was a little closer. Not everybody was in the mood for celebrations, though. As with every battle, many ninjas lost their lives. And those who died in the line of duty had friends and loved ones, some of them who were also part of the same division. And while many learned of their loved ones' deaths after the battle, others were unfortunate enough to see their friends and family dying before their very eyes. Such was the case of Shikamaru Nara. After he saw his father being gutted by the zombie of Fugaku Uchiha, the now Nara clan head remained strong for the sake of his friends and comrades, and pushed his feelings of sadness and sorrow away, and continued to do so until reinforcements arrived. Though, now that the immediate threat was finally over, Shikamaru didn't have to repress his feelings anymore. That's why he looked for a place away from the large crowds, sat down, and cried his eyes out, until his eyes could shed no more tears. It made him realize something. When Inoichi died so many years ago, he thought he could understand how Ino felt, given that both he and Koji were pretty close to her dad. However, now that it was his own father who died, he realized it was much worse. Hey! Shikamaru looked up, a bit startled, since he wasn't expecting anyone to find him there. Then again, if there was someone who could that was his Jonin-sensei Asuma. Oh, hey, Shikamaru greeted back. Do you mind some company? Asuma asked, noticing Shikamaru's reddened eyes. It looks like you need it. Shikamaru didn't say anything. He did want to be alone, but the rational part of his brain told him that talking to a friendly face would do him good. The young Nara nodded, and the Sarutobi Jonin sat beside him. First of all, let me tell you I'm very sorry, Asuma said, placing a hand on Shikamaru's shoulder. Even before taking you under my wing, I was close with your dad. He was a great man. He didn't deserve to die like that. He didn't deserve to die in this war, either. Just like how Ino's dad didn't deserve to die in the Uchiha insurrection, along with many others, Shikamaru said, letting out a mirthless chuckle. You know, I should have expected this. I mean, we're ninjas, death is part of our job description. You hear missions going wrong and ninjas dying all the time, but those are people you don't know, and you think it's never going to happen to you, until it does. We might be ninjas, but we're also human, Asuma told him. Feeling sad for those who left us behind is only natural. I know. Shikamaru said. You know, I'm happy that Chozo was assigned to that Kumo secret island, away from the battles. At least one of us will still have a father when all of this ends. Also, why are you here, all on your own? Asuma asked. Given what you're going through, you should share how you feel with your friends. I'm sure they'll make going through this much easier. I didn't want to bother them, and I didn't want them to see me like this, Shikamaru replied, his voice almost a whisper. Plus, I wanted to be alone. Yes, I can understand that feeling, Asuma said, nodding. But in my own experience, that's never good. You have wonderful friends, Shikamaru. Friends who are in this very same division. Don't push them away when you need them the most. Your own experience. Shikamaru repeated, as the gears in his brain started to turn, and quickly realized whom he was talking about. Oh, right, Biwako Sarutobi. My mother, yes. She died the night the Nine Tails attacked, though ironically, She wasn't killed by the beast, but by that damn Uchiha traitor, Asuma said almost in a growl, his hand clenching into a fist at the memory. And I wasn't the only one who lost family or friends that day. My wife also lost her father. Kakashi lost his sensei. Iruka sensei also lost his parents that night, Shikamaru remembered. Yes. This life is far from easy, Asuma said. That's why relying on others when we're at our lowest moments is so important. The pain didn't go away in an instant, and in a manner of speaking, it never went away. But my friends and remaining family made that pain a little less unbearable. There you are. A new voice said. Shikamaru raised his eyes, and saw Ino and Koji approaching him. While maybe not bad as him, the two of them looked like they also did their own share of crying. Shikamaru, what are you doing here? Koji asked. Asuma-sensei. Ino asked. Asuma didn't say anything, and merely nudged Shikamaru. The young Nara got up, and took a step towards his teammates. Sorry guys. He felt like crying some more, but his reddened eyes were completely dry. I just wanted to be alone. No, it's okay. Ino said. I felt the same way when my dad died. Then, without any warning, Koji pulled Shikamaru into a hug that Ino joined in as well. Hey man, just so you know, we're here for you, okay? Koji asked, tears streaming from his eyes. You were there for me when my dad died, and I'll be here for you as well, Ino added, crying as well. Yeah. We're the Ino Shikacho. As long as we have each other, nothing can stop us. Koji said, trying and failing to reel in his tears. Thank you guys. Shikamaru replied, his voice quivering. Meanwhile, at other side of the camp, while a member of the Konoha 15 was mourning the death of his father, another reunited with his father, Niji said. Niji? Hisashi said in surprise, rushing to greet the young man. Hikari was slowly walking behind him, leaving the man enough space as not to intrude with the reunion. My son. I'm so glad to see you're okay. How have you been? I've been good, father. Despite the constant danger, I never felt myself in danger. Niji reassured him. He then looked at Hikari, and bowed. Hikari-sama. Come on Niji, you can drop the honorific already. I'm not the clan head anymore. And Hikari would be fine, the woman said. I'm sorry Hikari-sama, I mean, aunt, Niji replied, bowing again. Even if I treasure being free from the yokel of the caged bird seal, there are some habits that are a bit hard to break. Anyway, I can see that the two of you have been doing good. You don't appear to have any kind of visible wound. Physical, maybe. Our wounds are more internal, boy, Hisashi said. Your father and I were forced to fight the undead reanimation of my late husband, Hikari said, as she averted her gaze. A frown developed on Niji's face, as he clenched his fist. Of course. Hayashi-sama was a formidable ninja. It's only logical that Orochimaru would decide to recruit him for his army of abominations. I trust you dealt with him. Yes. My brother returned where he belonged, Hisashi said. Still, fighting him was a harrowing experience. There were many of our clansmen that traitor raised as his undead slaves, Hikari said, her face contorting into an angry grimace. Not only Akatsuki was responsible for the greatest blow our clan ever suffered, but now they have to reopen old wounds and rub salt into them. This war is unlike any other ever fought, indeed, Hisashi said. Akatsuki is not only using brute force, but they expect to demoralize us by forcing us to fight our late loved ones. We must not fall to such cheap tactics. Hikari let out a weary sigh. I know. But it's easier said than done. You weren't the only ones fighting a loved one. I heard that Sasuke and Itachi Uchiha had to fight their father, Niji told them. I managed to catch some of the fight through my Byakugan, and I can confirm that they were the only ones capable of fighting him on even terms. Poor kids. They didn't deserve that, Hisashi said, shaking his head. Let's hope they don't have to go through such horrible experience again. Niji couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I must say, I wasn't expecting you to show so much sympathy to the Uchihas. Did Natsu getting close to Itaka changed all your perception of them? Itaka Uchiha helped evacuate our weakest clan members during the Akatsuki's invasion of Konoha. We owe him a lot, Hisashi explained. Plus, we know that neither him, nor Suzuki or Shisui are like the rest of his clansmen who betrayed the village for power, Hikari added. Too bad there's still one Uchiha left that's a rotten apple, Niji replied, reminding his father and aunt of Obito. Indeed. But thankfully, his days of undermining Konoha will soon come to an end, Hisashi said. Not only is he losing more and more troops with each battle, but he also lost the puppets from that Tonari man. Really? Niji asked. There were reports from a couple battlefields of the puppets suddenly stopping working all of a sudden, Hisashi explained. And we haven't seen any more since those news arrived. Then that means that Hinata's mission was a success, Hikari said, placing her hands over her heart. Hopefully she will come back to us soon enough. And with her help, the war will end even sooner. There you are. Koji was a bit startled by the girl shouting behind him, but when he turned around and saw Karui walking towards him, he smiled. Hey, Karui. He said, waving at her, as he walked towards her as well, meeting the Kumo Kunoichi in the middle. So. The red-headed Kunoichi began, rubbing her arm, looking a bit uneasy. How is your friend? You mean Shikamaru? Koji asked. Karui nodded. The Akimichi heir's expression understandably saddened a little. Not too good. But that's as expected. He saw his dad being killed in front of him. That's not something he's going to recover from soon. Though he said he's going to make an effort in order to keep his head in the war. Poor guy. It has to be tough, to repress his feelings like that, Karui replied, as she and Koji started to walk together towards nowhere in particular. But maybe that's how he chose to honor his father's memory. I still remember when the news of B-sensei's capture of Akatsuki reached us. Both my teammates and I were so devastated, and I decided that the best we could do is to continue with our jobs to the best of our ability for that same reason, albeit in our case we were lucky he turned out to be alive. Shikaka was Konoha's Jonin commander, and he took his job pretty seriously, so yeah, I can believe that that's what he'd want Shikamaru to do. At least, as long as the war continues, Koji said, sounding downtrodden. So, where is he? I don't know him much, but I want to give him my condolences, Karui sympathetically said. He said he felt tired and went to his tent right now in order to sleep, Koji told Karui, who deflated a little. Well, he isn't going to get much sleep with all the noise going around us, Karui said, looking around to all the celebrating ninjas around them, as well as the multitude of bonfires. Besides his intellect and strategical skills, one of Shikamaru's biggest talents is being able to sleep pretty much anywhere and anytime, Koji replied, making the redhead chuckle a little. He then sobered up a little. We better let him rest. He might feel a little better tomorrow. If I don't see him, please give him condolences on my behalf, Karui requested. Will do, the Akimichi replied. There was a moment of silence. Then, Karui began to think about something Koji had said earlier, and asked, were you and your friend's dad close? Yes. Our clans have been pretty close to each other, as well as Ino's clan, Koji began. And thus, Shikaka was not just like an uncle, but like a second dad to me and Ino. I've never heard of three clans being that close to each other, Karui noted. Or at least, being so close yet still remain relatively independent. Yeah. I know our clans are something of an aberration. Before the time of the villages, some clans would make alliances here and there, but never permanent or even long-term. Our clans, though, became so close upon realizing how our unique jutsu worked so well with each other, the Akimichi clan heir explained. Karui looked pensive, as if analyzing Koji's words. Well, I kind of understand that. After all, clan unity was the foundation of the ninja villages. Yours started earlier than the rest. Though, speaking of clans, and now that I think about it, I don't think you ever told me your last name, Koji told him. Oh. Well, I do have a last name, but in Kumo, we don't give them much importance, so we don't use them that often. Mostly for legal matters and stuff like that, Karui told him. That's pretty odd, Koji said. That's how Kumo rolls. The first Raikage wanted to make sure that his ninjas were Kumo ninjas first, everything else second, as a way to create unity and avoid clashes between the clans that formed the fledgling village, so he wanted to downplay clan identity in favor of village identity, Kurui explained. Heh, I don't think if such thing would have flown in Konoha. The clans that formed it, mine included, were very proud of their name, history, and identity, Koji mentioned. Well, people didn't nod and happily accepted such thing at first. The original clans that formed the nascent Kumo were like that as well, if history books were anything to go by, the redhead continued. That's why the first Raikage, in order to set example, not only did he give up his clan name, but his own name as well, and merely adopted the name I, as a symbol of being a servant of Kumo first and foremost. The following Raikages did the same as well. Wait, so your Raikage isn't really named A? Koji asked. Well, it makes sense, having a single letter for a name is kind of dumb. Kurui couldn't help but giggle. I see. I'll tell my teammate T. What do you think of her name? Wait. I said that without thinking. Koji sputtered, as he shook his arms wildly. I mean, one-letter names can be kind of cool. Relax, silly, Kurui said, chuckling a little. I don't plan to tell her anything. But yeah, thanks to our first Raikage, one-letter names became kind of common in our village. Still, I better watch my tongue from now onwards. I'd hate to accidentally insult one of your friends, Koji sheepishly said. Despite the recent victory, both for the Ninja Alliance and on a personal level, Sasuke wasn't in the mood for parties. That's why, instead of joining the others in their celebration of their recent victory, the youngest Uchiha decided to stay on a place away from the main camp, albeit not too far away, for cautionary reasons. Finding a not too tall tree, Sasuke climbed it and sat on one of its highest branches, and looked at the starry sky. After so long, he finally did it. He had mastered the Manjikyo Shari-nan. No matter how many times he used it, he wasn't forced to relieve that horrible moment from his past. The complete powers of the Uchiha were now at his disposal. And all he had to do was to follow the advice from his pink-haired smart-ass of a girlfriend. She's never going to shut up when I tell her about it, Sasuke chuckled good-naturedly. However, even then, dark thoughts managed to push their way into his mind. Had he realized the key to mastering his power sooner, maybe he should have been able to complete some missions that ended in failure. The fight against Akatsuki to stop them from capturing Ujito being chief among them. Had that battle gone differently, maybe Akatsuki wouldn't have been emboldened to start a war with only 5-tailed beasts. Not to mention that we would have one more perfect Jinchuriki among our ranks, Sasuke said in realization. However, Sasuke then did something his past self would have never done, pushing those negative thoughts away. No. There's no use in lamenting about the past. All that I can do is make sure the future is better. I can't obsess over a single issue, that's why I was unable to master the Manjikyo Shari-nan. You should latch onto that train of thought. It would do you a lot of good, a new voice said. In fact, I'd say is doing you a lot of good. Sasuke turned around, and saw his Jonin-sensei perched on the same branch. She then sat beside him. Do you mind some company? Sasuke merely shrugged. Knock yourself out. I heard about your battle against the reanimation of your father. Itachi-kun, and you did a pretty good job, Shizun said. And you managed to master your Manjikyo Shari-nan just in time. I'm proud of you. Thank you, sensei, Sasuke replied, averting his gaze so his teacher wouldn't see the faint blush across his face. So, what are you doing here all by yourself? Shizun asked. I'd figured out you'd be with Sakura. Or with Itachi. Sakura is helping Tsunade watching over some injured in grave condition. I think her shift will end in a couple hours, Sasuke said, before a scowl developed in his face. And Itachi is with Natsu. Shizun flinched upon hearing how Sasuke practically spat the name of Itachi's almost girlfriend. Wow. You're not that fond of that girl, are you? I'm glad that you were okay with me dating and later marrying your cousin. Not you too. Sasuke groaned. Yeah, Itachi already told me you aren't that fond of the girl, Shizun said, giggling a little. If you're going to tell me that I'm being irrational and petty, save it, the Uchiha scoffed. While you are being irrational and petty, I'm going to tell you that, Shizun said. I know it's just a phase, and that you'll eventually learn to accept that your brother has the right to love someone like you and Shisui have. Whatever. Shizun's smile didn't falter. Anyway, let's talk about something more positive. Like your victory today. Did it make you feel good? It felt like a door of my past that had been opened for years has finally been closed, Sasuke replied. Seeing father after so many years wasn't a pleasant experience, much less being forced to fight against him. But now that I did, I feel liberated. The Uchiha insurrection left many wounds that took very long to close, Shizun agreed with a nod. What most people don't realize is that the remaining Uchiha were just as hurt as the rest of Konoha. Hearing father saying that he regretted what he did helped. As well as the fact that at least we got to say goodbye to each other, unlike that time, Sasuke said, letting out a sigh he didn't know was holding. It would have been nice if I had the same chance with mom, but, on the other side, I would have hated seeing her as a other undead slave of Orochimaru. Many people are being forced to fight deceased loved ones, Shizun said. What about you, sensei? Are you afraid that Orochimaru might raise from the grave a deceased loved one? Sasuke asked. Then again, he couldn't think in anybody that Shizun could consider precious that wasn't still alive. Now that I think about it, I don't think you ever told us about your family other than Tsunade. Because, for a good part of my life, Tsunade-sama was all my family, Shizun replied. My parents died on a mission when I could barely speak, and before Tsunade-sama took me under her wing, it was my uncle Dan who raised me. In case you don't know, Dan was Tsunade-sama's former lover. He tragically died during the Second Ninja War. It was his death who prompted Tsunade-sama to abandon the village and become a vagrant. Was he strong? Sasuke asked. Very, Shizun said with a nod. There were talks that, once the Second War was over, he'd succeed the Third as the new Hokage. But alas, it couldn't be, and it wasn't until Minato took the hat that Sarutobi-sama retired. Not that his retirement lasted that long. A powerful ninja with potential to cause emotional damage to our two best medics. Then surely Orochimaru brought him back from the dead, Sasuke stated. Despite the possibility, Shizun remained unperturbed. I think I may jinx it, but I don't think there's anything Orochimaru has to throw at us that can take us down for good. You seem awfully confident in us, Sasuke noted. How can I not be, after seeing the amazing work you did today? Shizun smiled at Sasuke. Especially now that you're stronger than ever. Strong. Yes. That word resonated in Sasuke's mind. After awakening the main Jikyo-shari-nan, Sasuke felt powerful. But his control of said power was very little. Not anymore. Now he felt truly strong. Because the burdens of the past weren't slowing him down anymore. Yes, he felt he could take down any enemy. Fate, however, would take Sasuke on that statement soon. Ninja Alliance HQ, Land of Fire, next day. Iruka Umino had never been in a war before. The closest thing to an Akuttle battle he had been in was the night the Nine Tails attacked Konoha, and the night the Uchiha clan rebelled. 2 nights that would never forget, no matter how much he tried. So of course, the idea of being deployed to a war didn't appeal to him in the slightest, even if he was ready to lay his life down for the sake of his village. So, when he was assigned to the Ninja Alliance HQ defense platoon because of his skill with defensive and barrier ninjutsu, to say he was happy was an understatement. Of course, he didn't voice those thoughts out loud. He didn't want to appear like a craven to both his fellow Konoha ninjas and the ninjas from other villages he was working alongside at the moment. Then again, it has been almost a decade since Iruka had been an active ninja the strict sense of the word. Shortly after being 18, Iruka was asked to fill a temporal position as a teacher at the academy. While reluctant at first, he grew to love the job, to the point that he applied to become a full-time teacher. Even if Iruka continued training and honing his skills on his own, he saw very little combat during that period. So, needless to say, Iruka was glad that he was assigned to a position that, even if the possibility of being attacked was there, it was quite small. The explosions that rocked the entire area made the teacher realize that a small probability doesn't mean zero. We're under attack. An IWA ninja cried. This managed to alert all the ninjas inside the building, who poured outside of it, kunai, shuriken and other weapons ready. From the forest around the place, ninjas wearing Otogakuer uniforms leaped into the ground, weapons ready as well. The thick of Akatsuki's army have been the White Zetsu clones. But Orochimaru still has his own army of ninjas, Iruka thought, pulling out a kunai, joining the fray. I guess his plan is to attack the brains of the alliance so the rest of the divisions lack any tactical support and intelligence. How the hell didn't our sensors notice enemy ninjas getting so close to our base? A named ninja protested. Who knows? Now shut up and keep fighting. Akiri Kunoichi replied. We need to push them back. Suddenly, the ground started to shake, and a giant snake burst from the floor, sending the poor ninjas that were standing on that spot flying in multiple directions. The snake then opened its huge jaws, and more Oto ninjas poured from its mouth. Gus, that explains how they were able to evade our sensors, Iruka bitterly said. Damn. A giant snake means that Orochimaru is here. A Konoha ninja cried. Hokage-sama. We need your help. Don't call for the Hokage, you idiot. Iruka chastised his fellow Konoha ninja. Don't you realize that maybe that's what the enemy wants? Orochimaru isn't the only one who's able to summon snakes, a feminine voice said. Wood release, deep forest emergence. The earth started to shake again, and this time, multiple wooden roots grew around them, forming a small forest almost instantly. The allied ninjas leaped away as soon as they could, but others weren't fast enough to do so, and found themselves trapped when multiple vines and branches wrapped around them. Wood release, deep forest bloom. Flowers started to grow all over the wooden trees and vines, and upon blooming, sprayed a yellow powder into the air. Try to hold your breath. Iruka warned, as he covered his mouth and nose with his forearm. Unfortunately, the warning came too late, as most of his companions inhaled it, and soon fell to the ground. Weirdly enough, the Otogakuer ninjas were able to stand inside the clouds of pollen, yet they didn't look any worse for the wear. The balaclavas. He thought in realization. They must have air filters inside dash. Unfortunately for the teacher, he didn't realize of the Oto ninja sneaking behind him, until he slammed his elbow onto his neck, knocking him out cold. The battle was over. All the allied ninjas had been neutralized. The commander behind the attack, Hebiko, walked across the small battlefield, examining and nodding in approval of the work her and her men had done. She stopped a few meters in front of the gates of the allied ninja HQ. Nobody else had exited the building after the initial wave of defenders poured from it. Probably because they thought she was trying to lure them to a trap or something. Not that she was going to give them any choice, of course. Jiraiya. Come outside and show your face. Hebiko yelled. These ninjas are still alive. If you don't show up, I'm going to start killing them one by one. Fortunately, the artificial human didn't have to wait long for the white-haired Sannin to exit through the building's front gate, hands in the air, trying to ease her into not doing anything rash. Here I am. There's no need for blood to be spilled today, Jiraiya said in a conciliatory tone. His eyes then fixed upon the young woman's face. What do you want, girl? Or better said, what does Orochimaru want? Hebiko bristled upon hearing the name of her creator. However, she was able to rein her more wild impulses in before she could lose her composure. She couldn't afford to make any mistakes here. I'm not working for that man anymore, Hebiko seethed. I'm here of my own volition. I want to dash. Earth release, rock prison. What the dash? After a quick tremor, large rocks burst from underground, slamming into Hebiko and the Otogakuer ninjas, trapping them inside stone cocoons, leaving only their heads visible. They struggled to break free, but the rocks were too solid. You think you can waltz in here, harm our ninjas, and make demands to the Supreme Commander? A gruff voice was heard coming from above. Hebiko looked up, and saw an old man floating above her. Despite his small size and somewhat comical appearance, she could feel the power that irradiated from his small form. Nice timing, Oniki, Jiraiya thanked the former Tsuchikage, who nodded in return. Make sure the unconscious ninjas are brought inside and tended over. From this point onwards, I can continue by myself. Don't get too cocky. Or lower your guard, Onaki said in an almost chastising tone. I'm aware this girl has some connection to you, but don't let that blind you. Ignoring the Tsuchikage, Jiraiya walked towards the clone of his daughter. Release me at once. Hebiko protested, as she continued to struggle to break free. I think not. It isn't much better to talk like this. I'm usually not that keen on hostage situations. Unless I'm the one keeping the hostages, Jiraiya said. Now, you said that you were no longer working for Orochimaru. Care to elaborate about that? After struggling some more, Hebiko decided to finally give up. Sighing, she looked at Jiraiya in the eye, glaring daggers at him. Orochimaru abandoned my brother to Konoha. He promised that he would rescue him, but he has made no attempts to do so. I want him back, Hebiko told him. Jiraiya let out a mocking laugh. And you thought that if you came here and kidnapped a bunch of our ninjas, I'd trade him for them. I might be young, but I'm not a fool. I only made this to make you come out, Hebiko replied. I brought actual bargaining chips for you. One that can help you end this war. This, naturally, drew Jiraiya's attention. Okay kid, spill the beans. What is it? If I deem your information worthy, I may release your brother. Sorry, but no. First of all, release me. I won't negotiate with you if I'm unable to move or defend myself, Hebiko demanded. You take me for an idiot? I do that, and you either try to kill me on the spot, or run away, Jiraiya said, crossing his arms. If there's something Orochimaru excels at, that's being a master of escape. And I'm sure you surely picked up a couple things from him. Your brats already defeated me. Am I that threatening to you? Hebiko mocked. I already made many mistakes because I underestimated my enemies. I'm simply being cautious. But I think we can reach a compromise, Jiraiya said, before biting his thumb and making several hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Jiraiya jumped back, and slammed his palm onto the ground, producing a burst of smoke. From the smoke, a giant toad wielding a shield and a Sajumata appeared. Jiraiya then channeled chakra into his fist, and slammed it against Hebiko's stone prison, shattering it. Try anything funny, and Gamaken here will make you into his snack, Jiraiya threatened, pointing his thumb at the toad. Now start talking. For your sake, don't make me regret my decision. Hebiko started rolling her shoulders. I have to admit, you're far harsher than I expected. Were you expecting a different treatment? Jiraiya asked. You might look like my daughter, but you aren't Kaida. And as much as it pains me, you are still loyal to Orochimaru. I'm not. She protested, without realizing that she had yelled. She took a deep breath in order to calm herself down. What about those ninjas? Jiraiya asked, nodding at the Otagakuer ninjas around them. How are they following you if don't work for Orochimaru anymore? They no longer work for him either. I convinced them to follow me instead, Hebiko said. Orochimaru has his way with words and know how to pick people that would see him as their savior. But once you show them proof of how Orochimaru really is, their loyalty isn't as unshakable as the bastard expected. Now, a token of good faith. These are gifts with no strings attached. Hebiko snapped her fingers, and more Otagakuer ninjas hidden among the trees jumped into the open. One carried a giant scroll, while others were holding what appeared to be an unconscious orange-haired large man. Jiraiya paid no attention to the latter, but had an idea of what the large scroll was. Is that the forbidden scroll that a Konoha deserter stole during the Uchiha insurrection and gave it to Orochimaru? Hebiko finished, as if reading the Sannin's mind. The one and only. Well, that might not be accurate anymore, given that Orochimaru probably made copies of it. But I thought you'd appreciate having it back. That's an attentive gesture. Thank you, Jiraiya said. His voice, however, made no effort to hide the fact that that wasn't going to be enough. Still, that wasn't the only thing the cloned woman brought. He finally looked at the unconscious man. Who is that guy? His name is Yugo. We believe him to be the last member of his clan. He possesses a bloodline limit that allows him to draw nature energy and use it to undergo a body transformation. Doing so, however, renders him insanely violent as long as the transformation lasts, Hebiko explained. And before you ask what does he has to with anything, Yugo's DNA is the basis behind Orochimaru's cursed seal. That, naturally, drew Jiraiya's attention. Even if they had means to destroy the cursed seal now thanks to Hinata and Hanabi, the chance of learning how it worked was too good to pass. Not to mention that it would deprive Orochimaru from branding more innocent people with that seal. Plus, having a way to remove it that didn't involve Hinata or Hanabi would be a nice plus. A very valuable asset indeed, Jiraiya said with a nod. And like I said, these two gifts come with no price tag attached. A symbol of my good faith, she insisted. I see. If these aren't your bargaining chips, then what you plan to give me in exchange of your brother has a much greater worth, am I right? Jiraiya asked. Okay, let's hear it. Hebiko smirked, almost expecting that question. I know where Orochimaru is hiding. Silence. Jiraiya fixed his eyes on hers, as if trying to peek into her very soul. Hebiko, meanwhile, continued smirking, as if knowing that she was the one holding all the cards. After a few moments thinking, the Sannin decided to make his counter-move. If what you're saying is true, Jiraiya began. Then I can simply have you captured and your mind scanned by a Yamanaka, right? First, yes, what I said is true. Second, you're really bad at bluffing, Hebiko mockingly replied. You have my brother under your custody. You should already know that Orochimaru carved into our skulls protective seals that prevents our minds from being scryed. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't have abandoned my brother so easily. You bring a valid point, Jiraiya replied. Then again, how do we know that the information you have is genuine? You don't know. You'll have to trust me. Then again, it's not that I didn't try to prove I can be trusted, right? Hebiko replied. Your gifts were very nice, but you introduced yourself by attacking my ninjas. That doesn't spell trust to me, Jiraiya rebutted. That might be true, but none of them are seriously injured, much less dead. I knew I wasn't going to make a good impression with bloodshed. Hebiko answered back. However, you shouldn't think about it that much. You win nothing by keeping my brother prisoner, Orochimaru has no use of him. And you could end this war much sooner if you take Orochimaru out of the picture. I'd do it myself, but I'm not strong enough, not by a long shot, to pose a credible threat. So far, only a cage-level ninja can be a match for him. Hell, not even one, you might need a few. Anyway, what's going to be? Jiraiya looked at the young woman, trying to discern if she was being truthful or not. He could tell, though, that he desperately wanted her brother back. And her anger at Orochimaru seemed genuine. The Snake Sannin wasn't somebody that thought people working under him were human beings worthy of consideration. This was a man who indirectly killed almost 50 babies in his attempt to reproduce wood release. Wordlessly, Jiraiya pulled out a small, empty scroll, and started writing something. After a couple minutes, he summoned another toad. This one, however, was a palm-sized red toad wearing goggles. Kasuke, go to Konoha and give this to Ibiki Marino, from torture and interrogation, Jiraiya said, as he handed the scroll to the toad. Tell him it's an urgent matter. You got it. The toad said, before disappearing in a poof of smoke. Jiraiya then turned at the silver-haired woman. It's done. I sent orders for your brother to be released and be returned here. Hebiko narrowed her eyes. I won't reveal Orochimaru's location until I see him. I wasn't expecting you to, Jiraiya said, as he turned around, and walked towards the HQ building. Now excuse me while I do some preparations. What are you going to do now? Ask Tsunadeheim to come back, Jiraiya said. I'm going to need her in order to make sure that Snake doesn't escape. Chapter 117. Sandstorms. Or Battles of Gold and Silver. Ninja Alliance HQ. A couple hours after the attack led by Hebiko, calmness reigned once again in the Ninja Alliance HQ. The allied ninjas had already been healed from any injury by the medics, and the summoned animals were no longer there. Thankfully, it didn't take long for Tsunade to arrive at the HQ building, given that the campsite of the 1st and 2nd Divisions hadn't been stationed that far away. Naturally, the slug Sannin tensed up upon seeing several Otogakuer ninjas standing around, but given that Jiraiya, as well as many other allied ninjas were also there, and they weren't fighting, she decided not do anything rash. "Here I am, Jiraiya." The message said that it couldn't wait. She then eyed at the balaclava-wearing ninjas. "Do you mind explaining what the hell's going on?" "Yes, I imagined you'd have a lot of questions, seeing what's going on," Jiraiya said, before motioning to a white-haired young woman clad in Otogakuer uniform, minus the balaclava. Meet Hebiko. Hebamaru's sister. She claims she no longer supports Orochimaru, and wants to help us." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, and glanced at the clone of her daughter. Hebiko just stared back, her expression unreadable. "I assume she isn't helping us out of the goodness of her heart," Tsunade said. "She asked her brother to be released into her custody," Jiraiya explained. "She returned the stolen forbidden scroll, and handed us a man with a bloodline limit that's the source of Orochimaru's cursed seal. And given that she claims to know where that bastard is hiding, I decided it's a small price to pay." "I see. And are you sure that this brat isn't taking us to a trap?" Tsunade asked, eyeing the white-haired clone suspiciously. "While those gifts you said she brought were nice, maybe Orochimaru is done with them and doesn't need them anymore." "I know, but this is too good an opportunity to pass," Jiraiya said. "Besides, I already know what to do in case it happens to be a trap." "Supreme Commander, somebody's coming," a ninja warned. From the south. Everybody turned in the direction the watchman had said, and saw a burly man in a black trench coat jumping from one tree branch to another. Jiraiya smiled. "Ah, Ibiki Marino is here." "He came earlier than I expected," Jiraiya said, watching the head of torture and interrogation dashing towards them. Behind him were several masked Umbu, two of them carrying a restrained white-haired man. In no time, Ibiki's party landed in front of the group. "Greeting, Hokage-sama. Here's your special delivery," Ibiki said. "Thank you. You arrived here pretty quickly." "Good, because with the matter at hand we can't afford to waste any time," Jiraiya said with a nod. Hebiko's eyes widened upon seeing her brother, though she was smart enough not to rush him. She merely walked towards him slowly. "Hebiko?" Hebamaru asked, noticing his sister for the first time. He smiled widely. "Oh Hebiko, I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Hebiko smiled back. "Orochimaru may abandon you, but I never will as long as I'm alive," she said, before turning at Jiraiya. "He doesn't appear to be injured, and he definitely isn't a fake. All right, release my brother, and Orochimaru's location will be yours." "Not so fast, girlie," Jiraiya said. "I'm not going to release this guy until you give us the location first." A scowl developed on Hebiko's face. She clenched her fists as she prepared to give the Hokage a piece of her mind, but upon seeing her brother again, she forced herself to calm down. She was so close to get him back, she wasn't going to let anybody, not even herself, to ruin her chance. Grumbling, she pulled a scroll under her flak jacket, and tossed it at Jiraiya. The Hokage caught it with one hand, and unfurled it. It was a map of the elemental nations. There was a mark on the top part of the cape between the lands of Sound and Waterfall. Jiraiya deduced that's where Orochimaru was hiding. "I never thought he would be that far away from the battlefields. If he's really there, then we would have never found him," Jiraiya thought, worry growing with each second. "What is the range of that jutsu to allow him to stay that far away?" "You already have what you wanted. Now release my brother," Hebiko demanded. Jiraiya closed the scroll, and nodded at Ibiki. The Umbu quickly undid all the restrainings and removed the chakra-suppressing seals that stopped him from using jutsu. Hebamaru quickly rushed towards her sister, the two of them greeting the other with a hug. I'm so glad to be with you again. And to be out of that horrible cell," Hebamaru whispered. "It's okay, brother, it's over," Hebiko said, patting his back. The clone twins broke their hug, and Hebiko turned at Jiraiya. "You kept your word. For that, you have my thanks. I wish you luck brining down Orochimaru. Unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't help you anymore. Come on brother, let's leave this place." Hebiko and Hebamaru leaped away, followed by the rest of the Otogakuer ninjas, leaving the allied ninjas alone. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, Tsunade and the rest of the allied ninjas went back to the HQ building. Jiraiya immediately broke the hopefully good news of how he had traded one of his prisoners for Orochimaru's potential location to the rest of his advisors. "Those are good news, indeed," Cho said with a nod. "If we can take that man out of the war, Akatsuki will lose their strongest assets." "Indeed," Onaki said with a nod. "First, we'll need to form a strike team out of our best ninjas. May I suggest dash?" "Sorry, Onaki-san, but no such team will be formed," Jiraiya interrupted him. "Only 2 people will go and confront him, Tsunade and myself." "What? You can't be serious. Just 2 people?" I know," Jiraiya said, raising his hands in self-defense, hoping to calm the others down. "I know it sounds harebrained dash." "Beyond harebrained," Cho remarked. "But it's the best possible plan, for a multitude of reasons." Jiraiya began. "First, Tsunade and I have been his teammates for years. We know him and how his mind works better than anybody. And we're both sages. We're the best suited to fight him. Second, Orochimaru is a master of escape. If he learns that we located him, he will move to somewhere else. That's why the team going after him has to be as small as possible, in order to minimize the chances of him fleeing. Plus we need our best ninjas on the battleground." "We also need you here, Supreme Commander," Ao interjected. "The reason you were given such position was so you would coordinate the war effort. What are we going to do in your absence?" Jiraiya looked around, as he was trying to think of a potential substitute. His eyes then landed on the former Tsuchikage. "Onaki, given that among all of us, you're already a veteran with 3 wars on his belt, so you're the most fit for it, I hereby name you acting Supreme Commander as long as I'm busy hunting Orochimaru down." Onaki smirked a little. Things must be serious if you, a Konoha ninja, is relinquishing your position to an IWA ninja." "Temporarily relinquishing my position," Jiraiya insisted, as he narrowed his eyes. "Sure. I'm past the age of having lust for power." "Don't worry, you can count on me," Onaki said with a nod. "Going back to your previous point," Cho intervened. "Even if it's just the 2 of you, Akatsuki has many spies and watchers. The chances of you being spotted are still there." "Yes, but if it's the 2 of us, he won't run away." "Because Tsunade has something Orochimaru desires more than anything else," Jiraiya said, turning towards his wife. Even if nobody said anything, the answer was obvious: the Rinnegan. Tsunade, however, didn't appear that convinced. She walked towards her husband, and began to whisper him. "Jiraiya, you already used the Rinnegan as a bait to lure an enemy out once, and look what happened," Tsunade told him, sounding a little upset. "Do you want to take that risk again? The situation is different this time. I may be using the Rinnegan as bait again, but as a bait that can punch back. Come on princess, we could beat Orochimaru ourselves even if you didn't have that Rinnegan," Jiraiya insisted, the volume of his voice matching hers. "This is an opportunity too good to pass." Tsunade sighed. She wanted to exercise more caution, but she knew that caution wouldn't win the war or save potential lives, only decisive actions would do that. "All right. We'll do as you say," Tsunade agreed. "Excellent. We better head out immediately." "We'll take a few days to reach Orochimaru's hideout," Jiraiya said. "And the sooner we take him down, the sooner this war will come to an end." A couple days later, Land of Lightning. It seemed that, after numerous attempts at breaking into the Land of Fire, Akatsuki had directed their latest attack into the Land of Lightning. Rather than crossing underground through the Land of Frost like they did in previous battles, this time they decided to use a coastal invasion. Given that neither the Zetsu clones nor the reanimations needed to breathe, they walked through the seafloor until they arrived at the coast. Fortunately, Raza's 4th Division was in the area to put a stop to their advance. They managed to arrive just in time to stop them from tainting the Land of Lightning with their presence. The 4th Kazekage and the division's foremost ninjas were at the front, looking at the incoming mass of enemies. So far, mostly white Zetsu, and a few reanimations here and there, Raza observed. It seems Akatsuki lost those moon puppets for good. Darui, who was besides him, clicked his tongue. Damn it, I'm seeing a familiar face there. Raza turned at the Raikage's right-hand man, and raised an eyebrow. A friend or family of yours? Not exactly, Darui said, pointing to a pair of undead Kumo ninjas waddling through the water. They were tall and imposing, and completely identical, if it wasn't for the different colors of their headdress like hairs. Those are Kinkaku and Ginkaku, two of Kumo's most infamous ninjas. They're as powerful as they're sadistic. Just lovely, Raza said, rolling his eyes. Orochimaru has a vast knowledge of every village's best ninjas. That man's far from a dullard, Darui noted. Any idea on how are we going to beat them? Raza asked, sounding a little exasperated. Like I said, they're strong, skilled, and are used to being overwhelmed by numbers, Darui explained. Fortunately, I'm very familiar with them and their fighting style. I feel I can take one of them down, but I can't match the two of them together, so I'll need strong backup, Commander. How about if we separate them? Raza suggested. Many people already tried that in the past, it rarely worked. In fact, they will expect it, Darui replied, making the Raikage to curse something under his breath. Fortunately, we have no shortage of powerful ninjas here. Darui replied. My 3 children are also sages as well. But I'd wish I didn't have to waste them on a couple of enemies when there are so many to beat, Raza complained. They're getting closer. Sorry, but we have to fight them now before they get close to the coast, Darui said, as he took a step forward. With your permission, I'll deliver the first strike. I have the perfect jutsu for it. All right, I'll prepare and dash, Raza said, before something in the sky caught his eye. Hey, what's that? Yahoo! A scream was heard from the sky above, as an erratic-looking white bird swooped down. Riding it was a man with long blonde hair wearing an Akatsuki cloak. Missed me, you bitches. And Deidara didn't came alone. An horde of flying Zetsus trailed behind him. Soon the air was filled with a cacophony of flapping wings and hollering. Darui-san, change of plans. Raza said, as golden started to pour from the canisters attached to his belt. Whatever you were planning to do, aim to that guy in the sky. Got it. Darui replied, as his hands weaved hand seals as fast as he could. So dull. I was planning to start with the Black Panther, but that won't work on an aerial opponent. Anyway, try this on for size. Storm release, laser circus. Darui brought his hands together, their index and middle fingers aiming upwards. A sphere of white energy formed around his fingers, before it exploded outwards into a multitude of beams towards Deidara and the flying Zetsu. Alongside Darui, many ninjas in the first line of defense also fired elemental jutsu into the fire, however, most of them missed their marks, since the winged Zetsu proved to be too nimble. Darui's jutsu fared a little better. The energy beams hit Deidara's giant clay bird, as well as many of the Zetsu surrounding him. However, the blonde Akatsuki member managed to jump before his aerial mount went down, and summoned an even larger dragon made of clay. Heh, not bad, HN, Deidara said, as he fed the mouths in his hands some explosive clay. They quickly chew it, before being spat in the shape of small birds. You're not bad with explosions and destruction. But you're nothing but an amateur compared to me. Now taste my art. Deidara waved his arms outwards, releasing a flock of small clay birds. Then, all of a sudden, there was a chain of multiple bursts of smoke, and the clay birds had multiplied tenfold. They spread out, and dived at the ninjas below them, detonating when they touched the ground, producing a chain of explosions that killed any ninja that was caught directly in them, and sent flying those lucky enough to survive the initial blast. Everybody, move forward. I can make a path with my art. Deidara commanded, as he prepared another salvo of explosive clay birds. Commander, those explosions created breaches in our formation. Darui told Raza. What are your orders? Shit. Raza cursed, as he formed a shield of golden sand. Everybody, fall back. We need to regroup and rebuild our ranks. Ninja Alliance HQ. As the 4th Division fought Akatsuki, AO, and other censors were monitorizing the battle. The eye-patch-wearing Kirigakure ninja frowned upon seeing how badly the battle had begun. Flying Zetsu. It's been a while since we had to deal with those pests, Ao thought. Onaki-sama, the Kazekige's division is having troubles with the Akatsuki. Apparently, they've been surprised by a battalion of winged Zetsu, and they've been forced to abandon the coast and fall back into the mainland. Should we deploy our air force? The old IWA ninja frowned deeply. It didn't take long for a difficult battle to present itself as soon as he was given temporary command. Fortunately, Onaki wasn't a newcomer to this kind of situations, as his more than half a century of experience could attest. How big this Zetsu battalion is? Onaki asked. It is as big as the other times. No. I appears to be at half the numbers this time, Onaki-sama, Ao told him. Onaki grumbled something, looking pensive. After a few moments that felt longer than they were, the former Tsuchikage opened his mouth. This smells like a trap. That clone brat already proved that our location is more vulnerable than it looks. Maybe they want us to send our air force to face them, and then send the other half to another target. Still, we can't afford to lose ground to these criminals, Cho intervened. We should send at least some of our flying forces to reinforce our positions in the coast. It sounds reasonable, but we can't just dash. Onaki-sama, the Akatsuki Deidara is leading their air force. Ao announced, interrupting the former Tsuchikage. Onaki's face contorted into a mask of unbridled anger. What? He roared. Send our air force. All of them. I want that bastard dead before the end of the day, you hear me? Silence followed the Tsuchikage's out-of-nowhere outburst, as those present wondered if there was more to Deidara besides being a mere IWA missing nin. Ao was among them, but he simply nodded and carried his orders. Send a note to the ninja allied air forces. Move towards the designated coordinates. Back in the land of Lightning Coast, as the defenders were pushed back into the mainland, while Akatsuki's forces rushed in, and engaged the allied ninjas in hand-to-hand combat. Meanwhile, Deidara led the flying Zetsu into attacking the allied ninja from above. While the Zetsu merely swooped down and tried to slash a ninja with their sharp talons, Deidara dropped a cluster of explosives towards the densely packed zones, not caring that some Zetsu were caught in the blast, leaving both friend and foe as charred corpses, or sending them flying into the air. Many times the allied ninjas tried to bring him down with ranged jutsu, but the blonde was fast enough to avoid them. Sorry, you're earthbound losers. Deidara laughed as his dragon dirbled between a stream of fire and a barrage of rocks. But you won't stop me from sharing my art. A battle is the perfect blank canvas for me to use. Deidara dropped another salvo of explosives, resulting in another chain of blasts. When the smoke vanished, there were more allied ninjas and white Zetsu either dead or injured. Among them, however, there was also a large dome of ice, with several cracks on it. The dome then quickly fell apart into multiple ice shards that quickly middled, revealing Haku, Kurane, Yakumo and Hotaru. Nice work, Haku, Kurane praised her student, as her eyes fixed on the flying Deidara. Should we go after him? Haku asked her sensei. I believe that, until the Air Force arrives, we're the only ones able to deal with him. I will deal with that psychopath myself, Kurane said. I need you to stay here and watch over Yakumo. As you say. Still, I can't help but feel worried that this opponent might be too formidable, Haku insisted. After all, we did fight him together the last time, and proved to be a match to our combined power. I'm aware of that. Don't worry, I'll ask for help if I feel overwhelmed, Kurane said with a nod, as her hands weaved hand seals. Still, given that I have fought him quite a few times, I think I can defeat him this time around. Wind release, riding the hurricane. A tornado developed under Kurane's legs, pushing her into the air as it grew, allowing the Genjutsu mistress to fly into the air, and went to meet Deidara. Both Hotaru and Yakumo were watching the jutsu in awe. Whoa! I didn't know Kurane-sensei knew how to fly. Yakumo said. Yeah, that's sure some jutsu. Hotaru agreed. Naruto was the one to invent that jutsu, Haku corrected them. He taught it to both Kurane-sensei and myself, since Hinata-san can fly on her own. Unfortunately, I can't use it since it consumes chakra to keep it active, and my reserves aren't that big. Anyway, we can talk about that later. There's a battle we need to win, Haku urged the girls. In another part of the battlefield, the Gold and Silver brothers, Kinkaku and Ginkaku, were laying waste to the allied ninjas with a combination of brutal taijutsu and ninjutsu. None of the attackers were even able to land a hit on them. Lightning release, Golden Spear. Yellow lightning appeared around Kinkaku's hand, which condensed into the shape of a spear. Swinging his elemental weapon in wide arcs, Kinkaku parried the blows and ranged jutsu allied ninjas sent his way, while at the same time stabbing and slashing those who were close to him. Wind release, Silver Swords. Two swords made of wind appeared on Ginkaku's hand, and when the silver-haired brother swung them, they released blades of wind of powerful cutting power, slicing through rocks and human meat alike. This rubbish is hardly worth the effort, Kinkaku, the younger brother said. Indeed, Jinake-ku, the older brother agreed. He then stabbed his lightning spear into the ground, releasing a barrage of lightning bolts through the earth in every direction, shattering the earth, and electrocuting the unlucky allied ninjas caught in the area of effect. But keep fighting. Maybe we may find somebody worthy of us among all these rabble. Water release, Great Water Wall. Suddenly, the two brothers found themselves about to be crushed by a gigantic wave of water rushing towards them. However, they were fast enough to jump away the moment the wave came crashing down, and skidded on the rushing water skillfully. However, that water attack was merely a distraction for the true ambush. What the? Kinkaku asked, noticing golden glittering in the air. Gold. Brother. Magnet release, Golden Sand Coffin. Suddenly, a mass of golden sand formed around them, and started to swirl. Kinkaku was fast enough to jump away, but his silver-haired brother wasn't, and was quickly trapped inside a cocoon of golden sand. Ginkaku. The golden-haired man yelled. Darui, go. A voice said. He didn't have time to mourn his brother's fate, as a dark-skinned Kumigakuer ninja wielding a wide cleaver crackling with electricity leaped at him. Kinkaku parried the attack with his lightning spear. They traded blows with one another, until Kinkaku's lightning spear succumbed to Darui's fast and powerful, shattering into 1,000 golden sparks. Kinkaku disengaged his foe, and jumped backwards. Not bad, the Kaze Cage said, as he landed beside Darui. We got one of them, at the very least. It would have better if we dealt with the two of them in one swift strike, but this will have to do, Darui replied, as he eyed at the golden-haired man. Just one of them is quite the dull opponent for the two of us. Who are you calling dull, you disrespectful brat? Kinkaku yelled, as he pointed an angry finger at him. Do you have any idea of I am? I don't think there are any Kumo ninjas who don't know you too, Kinkaku-sama, Darui said in a tone that was somehow a mix between mocking and respectful. But right now, who you are doesn't matter. All what matters is that you're a threat to the Ninja Alliance, so sorry, but you're going down. I might not be from Kumo, but I got good intel on you, Raza added. And with your brother gone, you have no chance to defeat us. Oh? You think so? Kinkaku asked, grinning widely as if he knew something Raza and Darui ignored. He then opened his mouth wide, and regurgitated what appeared to be a large red and white fan. Darui's visible eye widened upon seeing the fan. Is that? Raza also tensed up, guessing that such thing wasn't a mere fan. Coil of wind. Kinkaku swung his fan, releasing an unbelievably powerful gust of wind that blew not only Raza and Darui back, but many of the ninjas and white Zetsu clones close to them. And more importantly, it destroyed the sand prison Ginkaku was trapped in, leaving him free to move again. Wasting no time, he quickly jumped back towards his brother, while Darui and Raza got back on their feet. Shit. Raza cursed. That thing was strong enough to undo my golden sand coffin from that distance. The Kaze Cage growled. That's the banana palm fan, a legendary tool that it's said to be created by the Sage of the Six Paths himself, Darui began to explain. By merely swinging it, it can create an extremely powerful and wide elemental attack, of any of the 5 basic elements. That sounds like a lot of trouble, Raza said. And if Kinkaku has the fan, then... Darui trailed off. Indeed, the now-released Ginkaku produced a strange white broadsword whose corners were shaped like flames, a large gourd, and a rope that glowed with a golden light, tied to that gourd. Then, as if it had life of its own, the rope wrapped itself around Kinkaku's free arm. Of course they have the other three tools, Darui said, his eye narrowing at them. Let me guess, something I should worry about. Short answer, yes. Sorry if I don't give you any details, but it would take far too much time we don't have, Commander, Darui replied. For the time being, all you need to know is this, don't let that rope touch you. Understood, Raza replied. Kinkaku and Ginkaku both grinned, and prepared to attack. They tried to separate us, Ginkaku, the older brother said. Indeed, Kinkaku. I didn't like that, the younger brother replied, baring his teeth. Not in the slightest. Neither did I. I say, let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Kinkaku slammed the banana palm fan into the ground. Coil of earth. The jutsu manifested into a row of rocks as large as one-story houses bursting from underground towards Raza and Darui, forcing the two living ninja to jump into different directions to avoid the attack. And before he could even land, Ginkaku was already on top of him, sword raised. Darui was able to block the blow, but not the brutal roundhouse kick following it, which sent him crashing against the ground. And while Darui struggled against Ginkaku, Raza had to deal with the golden-haired brother. Magnet release, golden sand shuriken. Grains of golden sand gathered in front of Raza, taking the shape of shuriken, which flew towards the undead ninja. Kinkaku's mouth twisted into a grimace. I don't like you. No one has the right to use gold against me, much less some Sunagaku or desert cockroach. Kinkaku roared, as he swung the fan again. Coil of fire. The fan produced a massive cone of flames that quickly melted Raza's golden shuriken, forcing the Kaze cage to jump backwards in order to avoid the fiery attack. He felt a chill travel down his spine as Kinkaku grinned at him. And unfortunately, he was so focused on his enemy that they didn't notice Darui flying towards him, until the Kumo ninja crashed into the Kaze cage. They're yours, brother. Ginkaku shouted. Good job, Ginkaku. Kinkaku said, as he rushed towards the fallen duo, who got back on their feet as fast as they could. The golden rope around his arm uncoiled, and he swung it against them as if it was a whip. Raza and Darui were hit before they could jump away. Bind and draw out, golden canopy rope. Raza and Darui felt like something was traveling their throats and forced itself out of their mouths, and much to their horrors, they looked what appeared to be their very souls. My turn. Curse them, 7-star sword. Record the crimson gourd. Ginkaku said, as he cut a piece of their souls with his large cleaver, and finally, said pieces were absorbed into his gourd. 2 words appeared on the flat side of the 7-star sword. Dull. Sand. Well, shit, Darui cursed. Meanwhile, not far away from there, the Sand siblings were fighting against an horde of advancing white Zetsu clones, some of them who were rushing towards Tamari. The blonde Kunoichi smirked, and wounded her fan back. Sickle Weasel Jutsu. Swinging her fan in a wide arc, Tamari produced a powerful gust of wind that blew them away, aside from making several deep cuts into their flesh. She turned around to face another potential group of attackers, when something in the sky caught her eye. It wasn't those flying Zetsu or Deodara, but several greenish-yellow projectiles, leaving a trail of dust of the same color, flying in an arc towards them. Tamari, watch out. The Suna Kunoichi heard Kankuro calling. Tamatsu, Kankuro's puppet that carried a large shield, landed beside Tamari, and covered her with its shield, its seals glowing with a blue light as chakra activated them. Mechanical Great Light Shield Block. The glowing seals projected a blue cone of chakra that protected Tamari just in time for the acid spore missiles landed upon her. The projectiles harmlessly crashed against the shield and disintegrated. Nice save, Tamari thanked her brother, as she looked at the direction the projectiles had came from. Even if they were hard to notice among the large crowd of enemies, the blonde Kunoichi could see several Zetsu clones whose right arms were several vines braided around each other, ending in a large flower. Those bastards brought some snipers as well to pick us off from the distance. Then we better get rid of them. Kankuro replied, while he was directing the Sasori puppet with his other hand, making it burn some of the Zetsu clones with its palm-mounted flamethrowers. Gara, you come with us. The reed head was also fighting the artificial cloned creatures, burying them in sand, or slicing them with blades of sand. However, Only part of his attention was in this battle, as most of it looked at how Kurane was engaging Deidara in an aerial fight. Even if Gaara's face was as stoic as ever, anger was growing within him as he remembered the last time he faced the IWA missing Nin. That battle costed him his village's tailed beast, and almost his life. No. I saw another enemy more worthy of my attention, Gaara said, as a sandstorm started to form around him, and he started to float as a cloud of sand started to form under his feet. I'm sure you will manage without me. Just when Gaara was about to leave, both he and his siblings were caught by a powerful wind that threatened to pull them away. The sand siblings directed Chakra to their feet in order to attach themselves to the ground. What the hell's going on? Kankuro asked. Following the directing of the wind, Temari found the answer. Over there. There was a giant animal, probably a Sannin, vaguely looking like an elephant with orange fur, huge tusks, and the legs of a feline predator. Its mouth was open wide, creating a suction force in the form of a strong, continuous wind that pushed the Suna ninjas towards its mouth. And rising on the head of the animal was an black-haired old man with a scarred chin and a sherry non on his left eye. What the hell's that thing? A summon? Temari asked, as she stabbed her folded war fan into the ground for anchoring herself better. And who the hell is that guy? Kankuro asked, as he forced his mind to recall if he ever saw him in the past. Wait, is that a sherry non? The man on top of the vacuuming summoned animal started to make hand seals. Wood release, deep forest emergence. Just as the orange animal closed its mouth, stopping the suction force, multiple wooden roots emerged around the sand siblings, threatening to trap them. The fuck? Kankuro loudly yelled. Who the hell is that guy? Gaara. Temari called, ignoring the puppeteer's question. The reed-headed nodded, and waved his hand. Sandstorm shield. A tornado of sand formed around the trio of Suna ninjas, protecting them from the incoming wooden vines. They grinded against the sandstorm, grinding against it in an attempt to bypass it, but found themselves unable to. That didn't stop the Jutsu's caster, who made a hand seal and pumped more chakra into the attack, summoning even more wooden vines from the seemingly barren desert land. That moment, the man flinched, and noticed that the air around him was starting to become colder at a rapid pace. Stopping the jutsu, he jumped away. Ice release, certain kill ice spears. Multiple giant spears made of ice formed above the summoned animal and its rider, before they fell down, hitting the animal and undoing the summon, but failing to impale the man. You were right, Yakumo-san. That's Danzo right there, Haku said, as he and Yakumo landed beside the sandstorm. Danzo turned around, and fixed his eyes on Yakumo, making the girl flinch a little. His expression, however, was as stoic and emotionless as ever. Akuma. So you're alive, Danzo commented. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Yakumo. My name is Yakumo. The girl angrily protested. Don't even dare to call me by that horrible codename ever again. Just as I feared. So, you turned your back on me en route. After everything we did for you, Danzo replied. He looked around, as if he was trying to assess the situation. Then again, given what's going on, I doubt that either Konoha or any of the ninja villages is going to survive this conflict. Do you underestimate Konoha that much, Danzo? Haku asked, sounding visibly angered. Do you really think it's going to go down that easily? Konoha used to be great when the Senju brothers ruled it. But they made the mistake of letting Hiruzen take the reins of leadership, Danzo said, as he started to make hand seals. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo spat several bullets made of compressed air from his mouth at Haku and Yakumo, who were forced to jump in different directions in order to avoid the attack. The ice release user started to make hand seals. First of all, let's neutralize that sherry non. Water release, hiding in the mist jutsu. Haku took a deep breath, and released a huge cloud of mist from his mouth. The mist engulfed the entire area, engulfing the three combatants, leaving them blinded. If you hope to defeat me, you'll need more than such a basic trick, Danzo replied, as he started to make hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Danzo exhaled a powerful gust of wind from his mouth, quickly pushing the mist away, leaving the battlefield the same was a moment ago. While Danzo could see Haku, Yakumo was nowhere to be seen. This didn't seem to faze the leader of Root in the slightest, who continued to make hand seals. Wood release, wood binding jutsu. Wooden vines and roots emerged from underground, wiggling and lashing angrily as if they were alive. However, rather than lunging at Haku, they all wrapped around the undead Root ninja, immobilizing him completely. How dash! Well done, Yakumo, Haku said, as he started to form more hand seals of his own. Ice release, breath of winter. Haku took a deep breath, and releasing a huge cloud of frigid fog, covering the ground in a thin layer of ice as it spread and moved towards Danzo. However, the former leader of Root was far from defenseless. Even if he was restricted, he was able to pull a kunao, and throw it in front of him. His Sharingan caught his reflection on the blade for a fraction of a second, but that was enough to cast a genjutsu that was reflected at him. Said genjutsu overrode the one Yakumo put him into, breaking the illusionary restraints, and jumping away before Haku's jutsu could freeze him completely. What? Haku asked in shock. Yakumo reappeared beside him, just as surprised. How did he manage to break? Don't forget who trained you to use your power, girl, Danzo said to the brown-haired Kunoichi, his voice cold as Haku's ice. You wouldn't think I'd pick a thing or two about how to counter it just in case. Even if I had the mistaken belief that all my agents were completely loyal to me, I always made sure to have a way to counter their abilities in case they turned against me. While only appearing once every couple generations, the Kurama clan's brand of genjutsu was one of the most feared bloodline limits who ever existed, given not only was it a genjutsu that could cause bodily harm to the victim, but it was impossible to break using conventional genjutsu dispelling techniques. Not even the Sharingan or the Byakugan were enough to counter it. But alas, while normal means didn't work, it wasn't impossible to break. Given that genjutsu affected the chakra of the mind, Danzo came up with an idea to counter it: use Yamanaka mind jutsu to alter his own mind in order to shield himself from said genjutsu, or at least lower its effects on him. And luckily for Danzo, one of his elite and most trusted agents, Fu, was a member of the Yamanaka clan. In no time, the two of them came up with a series of ways to use the Yamanaka's jutsu to undo Yakumo's genjutsu. Of course, Danzo was smart enough not to share such information with anybody. He was tempted to kill Fu in order to leave no loose ends, but in the end he decided against it. Fu was one of his most effective minions, and replacing him wouldn't be easy. Yakumo's face twisted into a grimace of anger. She clapped her hands together. You think so? Let's see how well you do against this then. Demonic illusion, hellscape. From Danzo's perspective, the entire battleground burst into flames, with the sky turning red with black clouds, as Earth had turned into hell itself. Danzo could feel how the air's temperature raised instantly as the fires spread around. Still, his expression was unfazed. An impressive jutsu, Akuma. I always wondered what our enemies felt when they were caught inside one of your illusionary traps, and now I can experience it myself, Danzo said, before nodding. I made a truly outstanding job with you. Is that pride I'm sensing? I thought you believed that ninjas shouldn't have emotions, Haku retorted. Misplaced pride, may I add. Am I being prideful? Perhaps. It's not that my current predicament can get any worse, Danzo said, his voice remaining stoic. Then again, I'm going to make the most of a bad situation, and use this fortuitous encounter to punish a traitor to Root. You're welcome to try, you decrepit monster. Yakumo defiantly replied. This has to be a punishment for my extreme foolishness in life, Harusame bitterly thought. That was the only explanation the bespectacled Kirigakure Jonin could come up with for his current predicament. One moment, he was trying to extract the 6 tails from his precious student, then there was darkness, and then he was among the living again, only he was unable to control his body, and was forced to fight against what appeared to be a coalition of all 5 great villages and some minor ones, alongside more deceased ninjas raised as zombies. Harusame recognized a few. He knew they were dead in an army of weird plant-like, chalk-skinned humanoid creatures with green hair, called white zetsu. Clones. And as much as he tried not to fight, he was unable to. His will wasn't strong enough to reclaim control of his body. Sealing art, mark of thunder. Haru-sama slammed his hand into the ground, and a lot of circular ceiling patterns started to spread around him, glowing with a white and intermittent patterns. "Watch out, don't step inside the circle of seals," Haru-sama warned. If he couldn't control his body, at least he'd try to minimize the damage he was forced to commit. "If you do dash." The screams of many ninjas who didn't hear him filled the air, as they stepped on the seals accidentally or didn't see them form, causing the seals to produce an electric discharge, shocking their bodies into paralysis. Their screams didn't end there, as many nearby White Zetsu clones took advantage of the situation, and moved for the kill. Haru-sama sighed, lamenting the more deaths he was being complicit. "I'm sorry, I just dash." He was interrupted when he saw multiple bubbles headed into their general direction. The White Zetsu merely stared at them dumbly, while Haru-sama's eyes opened wide in shock, and felt his legs forcing him to jump backwards. This jutsu. The bubbles glowed with a blue light, before they detonated, obliterating the Zetsu. There's no doubt. It was his jutsu. He must be here, Haru-sama said. Fortunately, whoever was controlling him agreed with him and decided to take him towards the caster of that jutsu. A few moments earlier. While this wasn't the first fight Hotaru had been in, it was her first big battle for sure. Still, she decided that she shouldn't bite more than she could chew, and stick to fighting enemies that weren't too strong, like those White Zetsu clones. "Time to use these jutsu I developed." "This is for you, sensei," Hotaru whispered, as she took Yotakata's old bubble, and blew several bubbles while infusing them with chakra. Water release, explosive bubbles. The bubbles flew towards a group of White Zetsu who just had fallen several allied ninjas, and detonated. The explosion obliterated them. "Yes." Hotaru cheered. But her cheers turned into an eep. When several kunai flew from the resulting cloud of smoke, forcing her to jump back in order to avoid them. A man emerged from the cloud of smoke, a Kirigaku or middle-aged ninja wearing glasses. "You, girl." "Me?" Hotaru asked. "That jutsu. Where did you learn it?" the man asked. "It's a jutsu my sensei used to use. I copied it by watching him," Hotaru replied, taking a defensive stance. "Why do you want to know?" "I used to have a student who had a similar jutsu. Using bubbles to fight isn't something many ninjas use," the old man replied. "Was your sensei a tall, slim man, with brown hair, a bang covering one of his eyes?" "Named Yotakata." "Yes, that was him," Hotaru replied. "You know about him?" "Yes, I did." "Far better than most," the man replied, now sounding sorrowful. "My name is Haru-sama, and I used to be Yotakata's sensei." Haru-sama, Hotaru repeated, as her eyes grew wide. She remembered that name. Once Yotakata started to opening up to her, Yotakata revealed that the reason behind his defection was how his sensei betrayed him, and tried to remove the tailed beast inside him for some unknown purpose. "Then why dash?" "Watch out, girl, I'm going to attack." Haru-sama interrupted her, as his hands started to fly through hand seals. Water release, water wall. Hotaru didn't just stay there and waited for the attack to hit her. She blew more bubbles as she spun around her heels. Water release, bubble barrier. The bubbles merged around her into a single, giant bubble that held Hotaru inside, just when Haru-sama expelled a torrent of water from his mouth. The torrent hit the protective bubble, but despite its apparent frailty, it managed to hold the attack back, before it burst. "Well done, girl. Yotakata trained you well," Haru-sama said, as he pulled a kunai and dashed towards Hotaru. The blonde-hurried woman parried the attack with the bubble pipe, which, like the bubbles it blew, proved to be far sturdier than it looked. "Thanks. Yotakata was a great sensei," Hotaru said, as she pushed Haru-sama back, and delivered a powerful kick to his stomach, making him tumble backwards. "The best sensei I could ever have." "Where is he now?" Haru-sama replied, as he regained his balance. He didn't miss how Hotaru was talking in past tense, and he was fearing the worse. "Unfortunately, he is no longer with us," Hotaru replied, as her hands flashed through hand seals, before blowing more bubbles. "Killed by the very same people who plunged the world into another war." Water release, dancing bubble flight. More chakra-charged bubbles flew towards Harusame. The undead Kiri ninja pulled out several shuriken with one hand while making one-handed seals with the other hand. Lightning release, lightning shuriken. Harusame threw the electricity-imbued steel stars towards the incoming bubbles. However, when they were about to hit them, they moved as if they had life on their own, dodging the attack. The bubbles homed into the undead ninja, forcing him to retreat. He threw more kunao and shuriken towards the bubbles, but they kept moving around, dodging and evading his attacks. What's with this jutsu? Yotakata never had anything like this. Harusame thought, as his body moved on his own. Maybe this girl is strong enough to beat me. One bubble managed to land on his leg, blowing it up, stopping him on his tracks, and allowing the rest of the bubbles to reach their target, resulting in a chain of explosions. Did I get him? Yes. Hotaru cheered, pumping her fist into the air. However, when the smoke from the explosions dispelled, all was there was a charred log. Hotaru's face dropped. Of course, there's no way a newbie like myself is going to take down Yotakata-sensei's Jonin-sensei. Unfortunately, you're right, Harasame's voice said from behind her. Hotaru quickly turned around, and adopted a defensive stance. I know it must not be the best moment to ask, but understand I have no other opportunity to ask this. Did your sensei told you about me? About what happened between us? Harusame pulled several kunao and threw them at Hotaru. Hotaru grabbed her bubble pipe and used it to deflect them as well as she could. Yes. He told me you wanted to extract the tailed beast inside him. Hotaru replied. He never understood why did you betray him. Harusame sighed, looking between sad and ashamed. No wonder he reacted the way he did. It might not look like it, but I was trying to help my student. The Six Tails. I knew how much of a burden it was for him. I was afraid that he wouldn't be able to carry it. That's why I wanted to relieve him from that burden. Help him? How? Hotaru yelled. Extracting the tailed beast would have killing him. I know. That's why I spent years researching a way to extract a tailed beast without killing the host. Harusame replied. His excitement, however, was brief. But looking back, I think I was blinded by my enthusiasm. I couldn't even tell if the extraction method would have worked as intended. Guess it was a good thing I was the one who died and not him. Then, all of a sudden, Harusame burst into a puddle of water. A clone. No. Hotaru looked around, trying to find the real one. Water release, water dragon bullet jutsu. Hotaru was alerted by a roar, and out of nowhere a serpentine dragon made of water attempted to ram into her from one of the flanks. Hotaru jumped backwards, dodging the initial onslaught. However, the dragon twisted its body and charged its head at her again, forcing the blonde kunoichi to be the one onto the defensive. Water release, bubble dome. Hotaru blew more bubbles around herself, which merged into one large bubble, just in time as the dragon slammed into her. Even if the bubble didn't break, the dragon carried enough force to move it, slamming it against a tree. The force of the impact caused the tree to topple, and Hotaru's protective bubble burst. Fortunately, the Kiri kunoichi was barely hurt. You're strong, girl. Yotakata had trained you well, Harusame said, as he landed in front of her. But I'm afraid his training won't be enough to defeat me. Fall back if you wish to live. Or return with reinforcements. My student is dead, and I can't help but feel it was my fault. I don't want his student's death on my conscience. Hotaru's first reaction was to protest, to tell that man not to underestimate her. But then she remembered Yotakata's last words to her. Live. Enjoy life to its fullest, don't be chained by the past, and make sure that when your time comes, you can look back and smile knowing you have no regrets. Hotaru gritted her teeth as she fought tears. As much as she didn't want to, she couldn't risk her life against this man. If she died, then Yotakata-sensei's sacrifice would have been in vain. She reached into her ninja tool pouch, pulled out a smoke bomb, and used the ensuing cloud of smoke as a cover to fall back from the enemy. Meanwhile, high into the air, Deidara and the flying Zetsu continued their assault on the allied ground forces. You can run, you cry, but there's no escape from my art. Deidara hollered as he prepared yet another salvo of clay bombs. Wind release, great breakthrough. Suddenly, Deodara's clay dragon was hit by a powerful gust of wind, causing him to lose balance and drop all his clay explosives to the ground. Everybody down there, vacate the area. Those are bombs. A female voice said. Deodara turned around, his one visible eye angrily narrowing at the one who dared to get in the way of his art, and much to his growing rage, it was the same raven-haired Konoha ninja that had been a thorn to his side lately. She was no longer wearing that red shirt with the white bandage-like dress, but a standard Konoha uniform. You again. The goddamned genjutsu bitch. Deodara yelled, glaring at the floating Kurane. How rude, she said, rolling her eyes, but smiling at the thought of making the missing nin so mad. Though, I can assure you that that wasn't a genjutsu. Oh really? Well hey, wait a second, Deodara said, finally noticing something. How the hell are you flying on your own? Is that another genjutsu? Kurane smirked in a taunting manner. Perhaps. Why don't you come and find if I'm real or not? If you can trust your senses, that's it. Release. Deodara made a hand seal while sending a burst of chakra through his body in order to cleanse any illusion placed on him. Kurane was still floating in front of him. So you're real after all. Well, even if you know how to fly without the help of the ice girl, you aren't a match for me if you're alone. Deodara thrust both hands forward, releasing several clay insects that flew towards the genjutsu mistress. Kurane was forced to fly away. She grabbed a handful of shuriken from her ninja tool pouch, and tossed them at the incoming clay creatures, nailing them with complete accuracy, causing them to prematurely explode. A shadow alerted Kurane of a threat coming from above. Looking up, the genjutsu mistress saw Deodara's dragon above her, just in the moment it spat a ball of clay at her. Die already! Kurane was able to move away just in time to avoid the explosion. The clay dragon, however, continued its assault, firing more explosives at the escaping genjutsu mistress, her ears ringing from enduring the loud noise of the explosions going off so nearby. While he was able to dodge all of them, she was hit by the shockwave of one that blasted dangerously close to her, sending her tumbling towards the ground. Haha, yes. Direct hit, bitch. Deodara cheered, before laughing maniacally. Now do me a favor and splat against the ground below. Kurane tried not to panic at the thought of her impending death. She knew she only had a few seconds to restabilize the riding the hurricane jutsu before she could hit the ground, and she had to do it as she was tumbling downwards. Come on, you can do it. Kurane thought, as she tried to regain her stance as she pushed more chakra downwards. This can't be my end. Yeah, die what the hell? Deodara screamed. That moment, Kurane's fall was stopped when her back hit something with a round surface. Something that was floating in the air, and slowly moved upwards. It was soft to the touch, but surprisingly solid. And strangely enough, it was wet to the touch. Hey, bubble. Kurane asked. It was then when she noticed that she was lying on top of a large bubble. Thank goodness I was able to catch you in time, a NW voice said. Kurane turned around, and saw that Kiri ninja friend of Haku. Hotaru, she believed was her name. She was also flying, sitting on top of another large bubble. Kurane-san, right? Yes, I'm Kurane, the genjutsu mistress said. Thanks for the save. I owe you one. You're welcome, Hotaru replied, smiling at the Konoha Jonin. She then directed her eyes towards Deodara, riding on his clay dragon, and said smile turned into a frown. Akatsuki. The same people who captured my sensei and those like him. Even if that man didn't do it personally, I feel like I'll be avenging Yotakata sensei if I help you take him down. Your help is appreciated. I thought I would be able to defeat him on my own, but guess I was over my head, Kurane admitted. She then jumped off the flying bubble, and reactivated her flying jutsu. Wind release, riding the hurricane. Hotaru once again blew several bubbles from her pipe after making several seals. Water release, water bubble drift. The bubbles started to float around, quickly growing in size until they reached the same size as the bubble the blonde Kunoichi was standing on. You think you can beat me with mere bubbles? Deodara yelled, feeling insulted. Don't you dare to mock me or my art. Deidara tossed a couple of explosive insects at Hotaru. The Kiri Kunoichi quickly jumped from the bubble just a second before the clay insects detonated, destroying it. Fortunately, the bubbles she had created served as perfect platforms for her. I might not be able to fly like you or Kurane-san, but I can keep up with you two in the air. Hotaru boldly claimed. Ready, Kurane-san. Kurane nodded and smiled confidently. Ready as I'd ever be, she said, before shooting Deidara a look of determination. It's about time we end the career of this so-called artist. Magnet release, golden tsunami. Coil of water. Raza summoned a torrent of golden sand to bury the gold and silver brothers under it. However, with a wave of the banana fan, Kinkaku summoned a torrent of water. Both attacks clashed, neither of them overpowering the other, but did its job in stopping Raza's attack. Damn. No matter what I try, that damned fan counters it with an elemental jutsu. Raza mentally cursed. I should ask for help, but if the men see their commander struggling with a single enemy. Darui and Ginkaku were trading blows as they moved across the battlefield, landing on the surface of the impromptu miniature sea Kinkaku had summoned with the banana fan. The silver-haired man was now using the 7-star sword as if it was a normal sword, engaging Darui in a duel of blades. While Darui so far managed to keep up with the undead ninja, he knew it was a matter of time until he grew exhausted and made a mistake. You're not bad, brat. Ginkaku said, his sword locked against Darui's. But if you're the best Kumo can currently offer. I must say that the village must have gone to shit after we died. Darui narrowed his one visible eye, the anger of Ginkaku's insult giving him a brief but vital energy boost to push the undead ninja back, and switch to some genjutsu. You'll be sorry for saying that. Lightning release, Black Thunder Blade. Darui's broadsword started to crackle with black electricity, before tossing it at Ginkaku. The silver-haired man merely smirked, and when the blade was close to him, he parried it with the 7-star sword, tossing it away. Nice try kid, but dash. Storm release, White Tiger Thunder Fang. Darui brought his hands together, releasing a mass of lightning bolts that flowed like water, all flying towards Ginkaku, before they merged, taking the shape of a tiger. The tiger lunged forward, letting out a roar, as it pounced towards the undead ninja. Ginkaku, however, wasn't fazed, as he simply jumped away in time to dodge the attack. No matter what you try, you won't Much to his surprise, he saw the cleaver covered in black electricity flying towards him as if it had life on its own. He was fast enough to parry the attack once again, sending the sword away. However, while he was doing that, he didn't see the elemental tiger twisting its body and pouncing towards the undead ninja once, again, sinking its claws and fangs onto his body, piercing it. No blood was spilled, but dust and paper bits. Darui calmly walked towards the now immobilized Ginkaku as his cleaver returned to him, casually catching it by the handle. I'm sorry I had to be so rough, but I hope at least I made you change your opinion on Kumo, Darui began. That sword, how did you? Ginkaku asked, as he uselessly struggled against the white tiger. Electricity coursed through his undead body, keeping it paralyzed. Black lightning. You already died long before the man who invented this variant of lightning release rose to prominence, Darui explained. More powerful than normal lightning, as well as more malleable and easy to direct. The trade-off is its heavier chakra cost and not being as fast. But once you master it, it's invaluable. Now, I'm sorry to tell you this, but your time in this world is over. You will be sealed, and then permanently destroyed. Ginkaku was going to open his mouth, when something caught his attention. A huge smirk spread across his mouth, something Darui noticed, which caused the young Kumo Jonin to tense up. You say you're sorry? Ginkaku asked, sounding almost excited. Yes, I am. People say that I apologize a lot, but I can't help it, Darui continued. Because yes, I'm truly sorry to see Dash. Capture him, Crimson Gourd. Suddenly, the crimson gourd tied to Ginkaku's waist began to suck Darui in, much to the Kumo ninja's shock. What? But I didn't say Dash. Darui wasn't able to finish what he was saying, and was sealed inside the gourd. With him out of the picture, the elemental tiger keeping Ginkaku down quickly broke down into 1,000 shatters of glittering sparkles, releasing him. Ginkaku got back on his feet, and looked at the 7-star sword. Heh, who would have guessed, Ginkaku chuckled. Where there was once written the word dull, now it was replaced with sorry. Meanwhile, as those fights took place, the Sand siblings were still inside the sandstorm Gaara had created in order to shield them from Danzo's attack. Despite Danzo had stopped attacking them, the Kazekij's youngest son had kept the storm active. Unperturbed, the 3 siblings were sitting cross-legged, with their eyes closed, completely immobile and silent. Or they were, until Temeri got back on her feet. "Okay, I think I'm done," Temeri replied. "I hope you guys don't take long. I can sense Dad's in trouble." "I'm done too," Kankuro replied, getting up as well. Gaara didn't say anything. He merely opened his eyes, which were now golden instead of teal. Dark blue marks that resembled Shukaku's body marks were around them. He then got up, and looked at his elder siblings. Their eyes were also golden, with Temeri having oval-shaped teal marks around theirs, while Kankuro's marks were angular and crimson. "Yes. I have entered Sage mode as well," Gaara replied. With a wave of his hand, he commanded the sandstorm to stop. "Let our enemies cower in fear at the sight of our new powers." Chapter 118. Children of the Sand. Or Sibling Quarrel. Land of Lighting. "Hey Ginkaku, are you dealing with these worthless worm?" Ginkaku said, as he landed beside his brother. "I am." "He's more resilient than I thought," Ginkaku replied, as his black eyes looked on the angry Raza mockingly. "Say, did you kill your guy or?" "Sealed him," Ginkaku said, as he patted the gourd tied to his belt. He let out a loud chuckle. "Hee hee hee, you're not going to believe what happened, brother. But I assure you, you're going to laugh so hard." Raza's eyes looked at the gourd. "So, Darui is inside that thing. Is he still alive? Anyway, I better try to snatch it out of him. Even if I can't save Darui, at least I'll stop that guy from sealing me in as well. Hey, Kazekage. Think fast." Ginkaku shouted, as he waved his banana fan. Coil of fire. The banana fan produced a huge wave of flames. Raza leaped backwards as he motioned both his arms in an arc. A tide of golden sand burst from underground, quickly flowing forward in order to meet the advancing wall of fire. While the golden barrier managed to hold the fire for a few seconds, the gold quickly melded into a large amount of liquidified metal, allowing the fire to continue unimpeded. And if that wasn't bad enough, Ginkaku was running parallel to the fire at a breaknecking speed, ready to sink the 7-star sword into Raza's soft flesh. Sage Art, Magnificent Sickle Weasel Jutsu. Raza felt something latch onto several parts of his body. They felt like chakra threads before he was pulled backwards by a colossal force. As this happened, somebody blew an extremely powerful gale. The gale clashed against the wall of fire, the 2 elemental forces struggling. However, the wall of fire was unable to overcome the blast of wind, and soon Ginkaku saw the fires he had summoned pushed back against him. "What?" the golden-haired brother asked in shock. "Coil of water." White Ginkaku summoned a torrent of water to nullify his own attack. Ginkaku suddenly found himself about to be buried by a tsunami of sand, normal sand, not the golden kind that Raza was using, forcing the silver-haired sibling to fall back and regroup with his older brother. "Father, are you okay?" Raza looked back, and found himself staring into his oldest son's eyes, which were golden for some reason. Gaara and Temeri soon joined him, their eyes also golden as well. "I'll live," he replied. "The color of your eyes and the scale of your attacks, is that Sage mode?" Temeri smirked. It was rare the occasion where their father praised them, so she was going to savor the moment. "Yeah, this is it. That trip to Konoha was quite productive for us, huh? Did you find any intel on the enemy, father?" Gaara asked, his face stoic as ever. "We only saw a part of your battle, but I can tell the opponents are formidable ones. Their chakra is really potent," Kankuro added. "And it feels oddly familiar." "You're right, these enemies are like nothing you ever faced before," Raza began. "The guy with the golden hair, Ginkaku, has a fan that allows him to cast barrages of any of the 5 elements. And don't touch the glowing rope wrapped on his other arm. If you do, Ginkaku, the other brother, we'll use that sword to take a piece of your soul and store it inside that gourd. You will be cursed, and if you say your most used word, he'll absorb you into that gourd, Raza continued explaining. Darui got himself caught. I don't know if he's still alive, but you should try to get that gourd back to see if we can release him. Understood, father, Gaara said with a nod. Leave them to us. Kinkaku and Ginkaku watched how Raza fell back while his children took a step forward. Ginkaku snarled in anger. What the hell? You think you can escape from us and let a trio of snot-nosed brats do your job? The silver-haired ninja roared. Come back here and fight us like a man. Pipe down, Ginkaku, the older brother said. There's something off about that trio of brats. Don't drop your guard. Whatever. Let's make mincemeat out of them. Kinkaku, make an opening with the banana fan. Ginkaku asked. Temari quickly prepared her war fan, while sand burst around Gaara. Kankuro readied Tamatsu and Sasori, while unsealing from a scroll a third puppet, one that was covered entirely by a long dark brown cloak with a hood. If these guys are as strong as father say, I'll use Sannin as well, Kankuro said, shooting multiple threads from a single finger to bind and control the newest puppet. Kinkaku prepared to attack. Let's see your little fan stop mine this time. Coil of Earth. The golden-haired brother waved the banana fan once again, unleashing a row of huge rising rocks towards the sand siblings. Kankuro and Temari leaped into opposite directions, but Gaara remained immobile. He then thrust his hand forward, and torrents of sand started to merge into an orb in front of him. Sage Art, Magnet Release, Sand Bullet Storm. The orb fired hundreds of sand bullets at huge speed, each bullet carrying destructive power inversely proportional to their size. The minuscule sand projectiles shattered the row of rising rocks as if they were soft sandstone, forcing Kinkaku to jump back. Well done, Gaara. Kankuro said, as he moved Sasori towards the leaping brother. Sasori will take care of him. Sasori's gut compartment opened, revealing a thick metal cable ended in an harpoon-like head wrapped around a pole. The cable fired, its harpoon stabbing itself into Kinkaku's chest. Before Kinkaku had any time to react, Sasori rocketed after him, displaying two poles at the back of its hips, with blades that started to rotate as chainsaw blades. Each of the blades cleanly cut each of Kinkaku's arms. Lastly, Kankuro fired two chakra threads from his index finger, pulling the arms back, letting them fall behind him. The arms quickly dissolved into a pile of dust and paper bits, which returned to Kinkaku in order to regenerate, but the weapons remained there. Kinkaku! Kinkaku cried, upon seeing his older brother deprived of his weapons. He turned at his closest opponent, who happened to be Temari, and snarled at her. You will pay for that, Suna trash. Temari merely smirked, basking herself in her enemy's anger. Somehow, I find that unlikely. Wind Scythe Jutsu. Temari swung her fang, releasing a single, yet massive crescent-shaped blade of wind towards the silver-haired brother. Kinkaku parried the wind blade, which exploded into a burst of wind that expanded in every direction, pushing him backwards with such force, his fingers lost its grip around the seven-star sword. Great. Now, I'll use Sannin to get the last tool. Kankuro said, moving his third puppet. Sannin pulled out a large bow from under its cloak. Seals around it started to glow with a blue light, as a string of chakra formed between the ends of the bow. Sannin then pulled the string in quick Suicide, firing large arrows made of chakra at Ginkaku. The silver-haired zombie tried to dodge them, but some of them found their mark. And one of them in particular managed to break the rope that tied the crimson gourd to Ginkaku's belt. More chakra threads shot towards Ginkaku, some snatching the flying sword, and the other pulling the crimson gourd from him. And that's all. Kankuro said, as he caught the crimson gourd, while letting the seven-star sword fall behind him with a clang. Let's see what they do without their weapons. Kankuro then opened the crimson gourd, which quickly spat Darui out. The Kumo Jonin stumbled for a bit, before he fell on one knee. Whoa, there. Kankuro quickly went to help Darui, helping him back on his feet. You okay, man? Why yeah, Darui said, as his sense of balance slowly came back. Thanks for rescuing me. And sorry for allowing myself to get caught. Don't sweat it, Kankuro said with a shrug. Listen, We just disarmed those assholes. Take their fancy weapons away while we seal them. You might have disarmed them, but they're far from harmless, Darui warned Kankuro. In fact, they now will dash. Darui was interrupted when the Sand siblings suddenly sensed a very familiar chakra. A kind of chakra they knew belonged to Naruto. But the source of said chakra wasn't Naruto, but the Gold and Silver brothers. And much to their shock, they saw how an aura of red burning chakra started to spread around their bodies. Hey Kinkaku growled. I don't know about you, but I'm really pissed at these brats. I'm with you, Kinkaku Ginaka replied, sounding just as furious. Let's paint the sand with their blood and guts. Wood release, wood clone jutsu. Wood growths started to form around Danzo's body. Said growths took a humanoid shape as they grew in size, turning into perfect replicas of Danzo, jumping around him and forming a circle. Yakumo's demonic illusion, Hellscape, was still active. Still, the wooden clones moved without difficulty through the burning battlefield. Yakumo and Haku both took a step back, as they adopted defensive stances. Such cruel irony, that when I have all the chakra to bring the potential of my body modifications to the surface, I have to do it to destroy the village I helped to build and defend, Danzo lamented. Consider it your personal hell. Yakumo shouted, not offering any sympathy to the former root leader, as she started to make several hand seals. Demonic illusion, army of one. Multiple Yakumos suddenly appeared around the original and Haku. Outnumbering the Danzo clones 2-1, they quickly engaged the wooden doppelgangers. Haku took the opportunity to launch an attack, as his hands blurred through hand seals. Ice release, crushing glacier. Haku slammed his foot down, creating a row of rising large chunks of ice with very sharp edges in Danzo's direction. Danzo replied with a jutsu of his own. Wind release, greater vacuum wave. Danzo took a deep breath, exhaling a blast of super compressed air that crashed into the coming ice, shattering it into hundreds of shards, though without the power to completely plow through the jutsu and reach Haku. However, much to Danzo's initial surprise, the ice shards stayed still midair, before they flew towards Danzo as if they had life of their own. It shouldn't be surprising, given who your Jonin sensei is, Danzo calmly said, as the tomo of his Sharingan started to spin. But such weak tricks will be useless against me. The shards all vanished into nothingness, the illusion unable to continue under the mighty watch of Danzo's stolen Sharingan. The illusion did its job, Haku's voice replied. Ice release, demonic crystal ice mirrors. Suddenly, multiple floating mirrors made of ice formed around the original Danzo. The mirrors were placed in a way that it looked like a dome, leaving the undead ninja no room to escape. Every dome reflected Haku's image. An impressive jutsu, Danzo praised. Not only you have a rare bloodline limit, but the talent to use it. It's a pity Jiraiya watched you so closely, or else I would have made you into a root agent. With my guidance, I could have brought all your potential to the surface. I already have 2 teachers. And I doubt that either you or one of your associates could have done half the job they did with me, Haku replied. Normally I try to purge myself of negative emotions such as anger and hatred in order to fight properly. But in your case, given how much damage you caused to Konoha, the village you were supposed to protect, I think I'm going to indulge into some anger. Then that will be your doom, Danzo replied. Haku didn't say anything, and started to jump from one mirror to another, moving at such a speed the naked eye is unable to follow, throwing senbons at Danzo the extremely brief instance he was outside of the mirrors. Danzo managed to parry many of the senbons with a kunao, but despite his Sharingan, he was unable to stop all of them and many others found their mark. Not that it mattered, as the moment the regeneration kicked in, they were pushed out of his body. An impressive jutsu. But your little needles won't damage this body in the slightest, Danzo replied. I know. I was just testing you, Haku said from within the mirrors, as a pair of ice swords appeared on his hands. Let's see how well you do against this. Haku attacked again, delivering slashes with speed and precision. Once again, despite his Sharingan, Danzo was able to parry only half of his strikes. Every time Haku slashed Danzo, even if it was a superficial scratch, ice would start to grow over the wound. After several strikes, half of Danzo's body was covered in frost. With all that frost, It should be nearly impossible for him to move, Haku thought, as he prepared for the final strike. Now all that's left is to encase him into a block of ice and add some chakra-suppressing seals. However, as Haku prepared to attack, he noticed something odd. Danzo had lost all his color, his skin, hair, and clothes taking a very dull shade of brown, almost as if he was made of a wood clone. Haku asked aloud, as he stepped out of the mirror. It's Naruto-kun's tactic. How can I have been fooled by a move that I've seen hundreds of times? However, Haku's self-directed anger was forced to take a backseat when the Land of Water native realized that, if Danzo left a decoy, Haku wasn't the target, but Yakumo. Worried, he stopped channeling chakra into the mirrors, allowing them to dissolve into nothingness, as he rushed towards where he last remembered seeing Yakumo. Yakumo-san, watch out. Danzo escaped my mirror prison. One of those clones is accurately him. Haku warned her. Got it. Yakumo replied with a nod. Don't worry, he won't catch me off guard. I'm almost done with his clones. One of them has to be the real one. Fools, Danzo's voice said, albeit it didn't come from any of the clones. Wood release, wood binding jutsu. Multiple wooden vines burst around Haku, wrapping themselves around the Konoha ninja's body before he had time to react, pinning his arms to his body, and leaving him immobilized. You thought I was going after the girl, Danzo said. Yet you never thought that I could be using her as a bait to make you drop your guard. You and the other ninjas in your generation have power and skill unlike any other, but lack discipline and a cool mind. Haku-san. Yakumo shouted, as he formed a hand seal. Danzo's head turned around, his Sharingan glinting red. Don't even try to put me under a genjutsu. It won't work. Yakumo took a step back, and adopted a defensive stance. Danzo made a hand seal, summoning more vines around Haku that would stop other ninjas from help him from the outside. Ignoring the now secured Haku, the former leader of Root took a step forward. Given that you're the last members of two clans with powerful bloodline limits, Orochimaru prefers if I catch you alive, Danzo told her. Consider yourselves lucky. Then, Danzo dashed towards Yakumo before she could cast another genjutsu or ninjutsu attack, and engaged her in close combat. Even in his old age, Danzo never neglected training and was a force to be reckoned with. And now that Orochimaru had returned him his youth, his physical capabilities were at his peak. Very few ninja could match Danzo in sheer hand-to-hand combat. And Yakumo wasn't a ninja made for direct combat. Thanks to Tsunade's treatments, her body became strong enough to endure the physical hardships of being a ninja, but taijutsu was still by far her biggest weak point. While she was fast and nimble, Danzo would only need one good hit in order to crack her bones and leave her completely hopeless. Ice release, crushing glacier. Danzo turned around too late to see a row of huge sharp-edged chunks of ice rising in his direction, before one of them slammed into his gut, and sent him flying backwards, landing on his back. Ice release, crits all bird. Haku breathed out a massive gust of cold, frigid air. The air condensed into solid matter, taking the shape of a large bird. The ice bird then flew towards the still-downed Danzo, crashing into his body. The resulting explosion of frost and cold air encased Danzo's body inside a block of solid ice, leaving only his head and shoulders exposed. What? How? Danzo asked, unable to repress his shock. I had pinned you down. And I made sure nobody could release you from the outside. From the outside, being the key words, Haku replied, unable to repress a smug smirk. I managed to break out from the inside. How? Even if you can make seals with one hand, I immobilized both your arms. Danzo replied. Easy. Yakumo-san helped me, Haku said. See, she used a genjutsu on me to make me think that my arms were free, allowing me to make hand seals. In reality I was unable to, but my brain believed I did and my chakra network reacted accordingly, allowing me to use my ninjutsu without hand seals. That genjutsu from before. I wasn't the target. No wonder I didn't feel anything, Danzo said in realization. Good job, Yakumo-san. Now, let's seal him for good, Haku replied. Yakumo nodded, as the two of them walked towards the frozen man. Unfortunately for them, Danzo still had one ace under the hole. His lone Sharinon changed shape into a more complex pattern. Okuninushi. Suddenly, two negative-colored translucent Danzo copies jumped from his body, lunging at Haku and Yakumo, startling them and forcing them to jump back as they attempted to parry the sudden attacks. Other two replicas appeared besides Danzo, and shattered the ice, keeping him prisoner, releasing him once again. It just doesn't end with this man, does it? Yakumo irritably grumbled, as she parried a blow from a Danzo after image with a kunao. So it seems. Come on, we have to keep fighting. We've been close to beating him before, I know we can do it, Haku reassured her. Yakumo nodded, and the two of them resumed the battle against the former leader of Root. Meanwhile, in the air, Kurane and Hotaru continued their fight against Deidara. The blonde Akatsuki looked at the Genjutsu mistress floating in front of him, and the Kiri Kunoichi standing on a floating bubble near her. He fed the mouths inside his palms explosive clay, which they began to chew. Once again, you show that you're unable to beat me on your own, you Genjutsu bitch. Deidara said, before his mouth hands spat more clay figurines shaped like birds. Your shitty illusions have nothing on my wonderful art. Deidara threw the bird clay figure forward, which started to flap its wings as it flew towards Kurane. The Akatsuki member made a hand seal, and a dozen more clay birds appeared around the first one. Hotaru, however, was ready to act. Don't worry, Kurane-san, I got this. Hotaru said, as she made several hand seals. Water release, bubble prison. Placing her lips around the mouth of Yotakata's pipe, Hotaru blew a flurry of small bubbles, which slowly flew to intercept the clay birds. However, as if they had a brain of their own, the birds easily flew around the bubbles, dodging them. What? The Kiri Kunoichi asked in shock. Those things can move autonomously. Don't try to intercept them with slow-moving projectiles. Kurane warned her, as she flew away from the incoming clay birds, while making several hand seals. Wind release, wind wall. Kurane exhaled a wide cone of wind that pushed the incoming bird backwards, some of them detonating. However, many others managed to avoid exploding prematurely, and continued their flight towards the Genjutsu mistress. The raven-haired woman, sensing how her chakra levels dropped to half her full reserves, decided that she couldn't continue relying on riding the hurricane, and cancelled it while landing on one of Hotaru's bubble platforms. Hotaru-san, see if you can create more of those bubbles to move around. Kurane said, as she pulled several kunao from her ninja tool pouch. I'm afraid I won't be able to fly on my own anymore. Got it. Hotaru replied, as she started blowing more of said bubbles. As more bubbles formed around them, Kurane jumped from one to another, infusing the kunao with her chakra for added power, and tossing the chakra-charged weapons at any of the birds that flew towards her, making them to explode prematurely, engulfing the area into a huge cloud of smoke. Kurane jumped out of the cloud of smoke, landing on a bubble platform. Hotaru-san, this Akatsuki is a ranged specialist. We need to get close to him in order to have any hopes of victory. Kurane told her. Understood. I'll make sure all the bubble platforms stay close to him. Hotaru replied. Good luck with that. My clay dragon is not only a devastating weapon, but also serves as an excellent aerial mount. Deidara boasted, and to prove his point, he made his dragon dive, before flying up again, while doing several spins. Hotaru's bubbles tried to keep up with the clay creature's speed, but had a hard time doing so. What do you think about that, HN? Your pretty aerial tricks won't help you defeat us, Kurane defiantly replied. Oh really? In that case, how about this trick, HN? I remember it gave you quite the trouble the last time. Deidara said, as he started making hand seals. Explosion release, explosive clay hive queen. The clay dragon spat a blob of clay, which burst into a cloud of smoke. And from said cloud of smoke, the familiar view of a large giant insect with a disproportionately large abdomen emerged. Hotaru-san, watch out. That thing can create explosive insects of its own. Kurane warned. And to prove Kurane right, the clay hive queen spat several balls of clay that quickly took the shape of small insects, which quickly buzzed off towards the two kunoichi. Hotaru prepared her pipe. Don't worry, Kurane-san, I've got this. Hotaru confidently said, as she started to make hand seals. Water release, water bubble prison. Hotaru blew another flurry of bubbles towards the incoming insects, but once again, the insects easily dodged the slow-moving bubbles, and continued their flight towards Kurenai and Hotaru. When they reached them, they latched onto their bodies, and detonated before they could remove them from their skin. High-pitched screams filled the air as the two women were engulfed by a chain of explosions. Ha! Yes, take that, you bitches. Heh, that was so easy. Deidara said, basking in his victory. That's it, until a thought dawned upon him. Too easy, now that I think about it. The Akatsuki then made a hand seal, and sent a burst of chakra through the rest of his body. And much to his frustration but none to his surprise, he saw the cloud of smoke slowly vanishing into nothingness, replaced by his hive queen and explosive insects being trapped inside of bubbles. And while Hotaru was there, Kurenai was nowhere to be seen. That's it, until he noticed a shadow being cast over him. Deidara looked up, and saw Kurenai leaping at him from a bubble platform, kunao in hand. Shit! He yelled, as he tried to make his dragon fly away. But too late. Kurenai landed just behind him, and as Deidara turned around to face her, she tried to plunge her kunao into the Akatsuki's chest. Deidara managed to catch Kurenai's wrist with one hand, and when the Genjutsu mistress tried to punch him with the other, he also grabbed her other wrist with his free hand. The two of them struggled against the other for a bit, until there was a crunching noise. Kurenai screamed, as blood started to pour from her wrists. Ha! Did you forget how I create my art? Deidara mocked, grinning savagely. Having mouths in the palms of my hands can be quite useful, don't you think? Kurenai changed strategy, and started to kick Deidara instead, aiming for the groin. But much to her surprise, she didn't get the reaction she was expecting. Hell, it almost appeared as if he wasn't even feeling any pain at all. Don't tell me you're actually a woman, Kurenai grimaced, as an inopportune flashback of her mistakenly believing that Haku was a girl when she first met him played in his mind. Deidara's grin widened. Oh, it's even better than that. Then, Deidara lost all color, both his hair, skin, and clothes turning grayish-white, the same kind of shade as the clay dragon they were standing on. Kurenai's lost all color on her face when she realized that she was immobilized by an explosive clone. Said clone started to glow as it began to gather and accumulate chakra. The Genjutsu mistress tried even harder to break its grip, but to no avail. Kurenai-san. Hotaru's voice called from besides her. Water release, water severing wave. Hotaru expelled a thread of super compressed water, severing the arms of the clone, and releasing the raven-haired woman. Kurenai jumped with a few seconds to spare before the clone exploded. Hotaru then blew into her pipe as if it was a blowgun, firing a single water blob at Kurenai. When the water bullet was just below her, it suddenly turned into another platform bubble, breaking her fall. Ow! She whined, as she rubbed her pained, blood-covered wrists. Thanks for the save, Hotaru-san. Thank me later, we still have to beat that guy. Hotaru replied. That moment, Deidara, presumably the real one, emerged from the cloud of smoke produced by the explosive clone, riding on his dragon, who apparently was undamaged from the blast. I'd like to see you try. Deidara hollered. I saw you fight, and now that you need to weave seals in order to cast your thrice-damned genjutsu. Try to make hand seals with your wrist like that. Rather than being intimidated, Kurenai merely smirked confidently. Perhaps I don't need to make hand seals to make my illusions, Akatsuki, Kurenai replied. Take a look behind you. Despite knowing it was a trick, Deidara turned around, and much to his shock and anger, he saw a small army of allied ninja, all riding flying animals, mostly insects such as bees and beetles, but there were some birds and even a bat as well. He wasn't that surprised. He had heard the allied shinobi force had an air force, but didn't believe that they managed to arrive to the battle in such a convenient timing. His first instinct, naturally, was to try to dispel the genjutsu Kurenai put him under, even if he couldn't recall when that happened. Release. A burst of chakra waved through his body, disrupting his chakra network. But the aerial army remained there, in place. The next confirmation that it wasn't a genjutsu came in the form of the flying zetsu. A second ago, they were busy harassing the Allied ground forces. They already learned through the hard way not to get close to Deodara, as the med bomber wasn't one to care about collateral damage, and immediately took off and went to meet the new enemy in battle. What the? Deodara said, as he narrowed his eyes at something that caught his eye. Because among the ninjas riding giant flying animals, there was one who appeared to be flying on their own. A blue-haired individual carried by large wings that appeared to be made of hundreds of sheets of paper. No way, no fucking way. Deodara yelled. What's wrong? What did you see that caused you so much distress? Kurane asked in a mocking tone. Hotaru was with her, helping wrap her wrists with some bandage she carried. However, Deodara was no longer paying attention to the genjutsu mistress nor Yotakata's former apprentice. Because the winged ninja, ignoring the flying white Zetsu fighting the rest of the Allied air forces, split from the group and flew towards him. And as the winged ninja flew closer, Deodara could identify her. Konan! Deodara screamed. The fuck are you doing fighting with the enemy? Greetings, Deodara, Konan said in her usual stoic tone, seemingly ignoring his rage and indignation. After so much time, we see each other again. Don't try to win me with pointless politeness. Deodara roared. You fucking traitor. I'm no traitor. I was always loyal to Nagato and his vision of a better future, Konan replied, now sounding indignant herself. And such vision can't hope to happen with Akatsuki under Obito's rule. Only Naruto Uzumaki and his friends and allies can take us to a better tomorrow. Spare me your bullshit. Do you think that you can just quit Akatsuki like that? Deodara roared, his nostrils flaring with anger. Yes, was her answer, delivered in a tone that made her intentions and convictions clear. And given that my former enemies show me mercy and the chance to redeem myself for my sins, I shall show you the same courtesy. Leave this corrupted version of Akatsuki, Deodara. There's still time to do the right thing. Ha! You think that, after you and your boyfriend strong-armed me into joining your little club, I'm going to let you betray us and walk away unscathed? Well, think again. A regrettable answer. But not an unexpected one, Konan said, as her wings expanded. She then looked at Kurane and Hotaru, both standing on a platform bubble a few meters below Deodara. You no longer have to deal with this man. Leave him to me. Wordlessly, Hotaru nodded and commanded the bubble platform to float down back to the ground. You think you and your little origami figures can take on my art, HN? Ha! Deodara yelled, as his clay dragon shot a clay projectile at Konan. The former Akatsuki member quickly evaded the explosive missile, which detonated a few meters behind her. Deodara's dragon continued firing explosive projectiles at Konan, but the Blunet dodged them expertly. Soon the air was filled with the loud thunderclaps of explosions and the black clouds of smoke they left behind, but Konan was never harmed. That's it, until one of the explosions caught her too close, and burned a little of her left wing, making her to tumble down. Haha, yes. Deodara said, as she threw more clay figurines at her. Now disappear already. Several birds made of explosive clay left Deodara's hand and dived at the falling Konan. Upon seeing them, Konan wrapped her wings around herself, forming a barrier of paper. The moment the birds hit her improvised shield, it was engulfed by a chain of explosions. And boom! Traitor gone. The blonde Akatsuki cheered, as he looked down at the clouds of smoke below him. Though being part of my art was too good of an end to dash. Deodara was then alerted of a weird noise coming from below. Tiny wings, like those of a bird, flapping. But not just one or two, but actually hundreds. Then, much to his shock, a swarm of hundreds upon hundreds of origami butterflies emerged from the cloud of smoke, gathering in front of him. The paper swarm split in two, revealing Konan, completely unharmed. I already experienced your art before, and it's just as disappointing as it is now, Konan said, narrowing her eyes at the blonde. Now, let me show you a taste of what my little origami figures can do. Konan motioned her arm forward, and the swarm of origami butterflies launches itself at Deodara. After letting out a curse, the former Iwanin quickly turned his dragon around and made it fly as fast as it could, with the paper swarm trailing after him. Deodara sent more explosive clay figurines towards the paper menace. Burn already! Multiple explosions burned many of Conan's paper butterflies, but many more emerged from the resulting cloud of smoke, almost if Deodara's attack didn't have any effect on it. He continued flying around, but the butterflies were restless. Paper Chakram. Deodara saw how a large ring made of razor-sharp papers flew towards his dragon at a breaknecking speed. He tried to maneuver it in order to dodge it. However, he was too slow, and the paper weapon sliced a piece of the clay dragon's wing. With its wing damaged, the dragon could no longer fly in a stable manner, and it spiraled down, until it crashed against the ground. The impact threw Deodara from the dragon's back, and landed painfully on his back. Shit! He cursed, as he pushed the pain away and tried to get back to his feet. However, as he did, the butterflies finally reached him, and started to latch onto his body. Soon, he was completely encased inside a cocoon made of paper, completely immobile. Looking up, he saw Conan looming over him, staring at him with eyes full of contempt. I wanted to offer you the same opportunity it was offered to me, but I should have known that you would reject it, Conan began. You're nothing but a sadist with a twisted and sick fascination with destruction. The world will be a better place without you. Fuck you, you bitch. Deodara said, as he tried to spat a glob of blood at her. I'm an artist. Conan merely frowned. And now, you're going to die. So tragic, the end of an artist. Conan made a single hand seal as she narrowed her ember eyes at Deodara. But rest assured, Deodara, at the very least, I'll make your demise into a work of art. Conan's statement was followed by yet another chain of explosions, resulting in loud bangs and bright flashes of fire, followed by a cloud of smoke. And when the smoke dispelled, there was nothing left of Deodara. Akatsuki had lost another of its members. The Sand siblings watched in awe the sight before them. A few moments ago, the Gold and Silver brothers looked like any other human, but with the cracked skin and black eyes of the reanimations. Now, they were larger, covered in a deep dark red thick chakra cloak, with 5 tails of chakra forming behind them, the tail in the middle being much larger than the other 2. That's the 9 tails chakra. Tamari said, trying to make sense of what she was feeling. How do these 2 guys have the 9 tails power? That's an irrelevant question, Gaara interjected. What we should ask ourselves is what are we going to do to beat them now that they revealed such a power? Okay, maybe these 2 guys aren't going to be as easy as we thought, Kankuro nervously mentioned. Tamari shot her brother an annoyed look. You think so? It wasn't just the physical appearance that had changed. While the Sand siblings could feel the hidden power behind the chakra of the Kumo missing Nin thanks to their sage mode, now that power wasn't hidden anymore. It was the difference between seeing a lake of still magma inside a crater, and watch it erupt from a volcano. Enough. I don't want a discussion at such an inopportune time, Gaara told his older siblings in a firm tone. The enemy is a formidable one, but we can beat them. A pale copy of the 9 tails powers won't be enough to bring us down. Is that a challenge, little ginger? Kinkaku or Ginkaku, it was hard to tell them apart in their transformed state, asked, his claws digging into the ground. It's a statement, Gaara replied, unfazed. Suddenly, the ground around Kinkaku exploded as he dashed towards Gaara, leaving a trail of dust behind, ready to smash Gaara's head between his enlarged, clawed arms. However, Gaara's sand proved to be just as fast, getting in the way between the two, forming a thick barrier. Said barrier also grew multiple spikes of compressed sand, but they were unable to pierce the chakra cloak. Tamari chose that moment to attack, and leaped in front of Gaara. Sage Art, Wind Release, Hands of the Wind God. Tamari swung her war fan, producing a powerful tornado that, even if it blew the sand away, it also elevated Kinkaku into the air. The pseudo-Jinchuriki Ki trashed wildly trying to remain on the ground, but without nothing to anchor himself to, his efforts were useless. Fortunately for him, an anchor was going to be available. Kinkaku! Ginkaku shouted, as he shot his largest tail towards his airborne brother. It seemed that Ginkaku could elongate that tail at will. Grab onto me! Kinkaku was snapped of his fury, and mimicking his brother's movement, also elongated his largest chakra tail towards the ground. Both tails wrapped around each other. Ginkaku then dug his hands into the ground in order to anchor himself to it, successfully stopping his brother from being carried away from the wind. "Great job, Ginkaku," his older brother praised. "And that's not all, runts. Now watch this," Gaikaku said, as he heaved the tail holding his brother down. "Everybody, move," Gaara warned, as he and his siblings jumped back in opposite directions, while watching in horror how the airborne Ginkaku was brought down like a giant hammer. Crimson Meteor. Ginkaku slammed Ginkaku into the ground, making the earth shake with a booming thunderclap. The ground exploded when the elder brother hit it, the resulting shockwave opening a large crater into the ground, with many cracks appearing around it and slowly spreading around, and sending waves of dirt, dust, and mud into every direction. "Shit, the force behind that hit," Kankuro said, trying to keep his balance from the still shaking earth. "If we were hit by that, not even Sage Mode would have allowed us to survive," Gaara coldly stated. "So we better keep our guard at all times. We might have the power to beat them, but the reverse is also true," Temeri warned her little brothers. "Plus they have much more battle experience than us." When the clouds of smoke and dirt vanished, Ginkaku was standing in the middle of the newfound hole in the ground, looking unscathed despite the powerful impact. "Heh, that was fun, Ginkaku. We never went all out since that chump Tobirama," Ginkaku laughed. "Hey, Ginkaku, don't you think it's my time to have some fun?" Ginkaku said, echoing his brother's laugh. "I do think that, Ginkaku said, his demonic grin widening, as his white glowing eyes fixed on the Sand siblings. "You brats are going to enjoy this." Then, while the two brothers were still bound together by their tails, Ginkaku curled himself into a ball, with his tails wrapped around his body, while Ginkaku started to spin on the spot, dragging Ginkaku in a circle. He continued spinning at an increased essayingly high velocity, to the point that Ginkaku was no longer dragged through the ground but carried through the air. The spinning speed continued to increase, and a tornado started to form around them, with powerful gusts of wind reaching the Sand siblings. Spinning Crimson Morning Star. Then, much to their shock, Ginkaku started to move towards them as he continued spinning. "Temeri, Kankuro, attack at once," Gaara ordered, as he moved his arms forward, commanding it to attack. Wind release, multiple sand bullets. Red secret move, puppet triad. Wind release, great sickle weasel jutsu. Gaara's sand gathered above him into a single, massive blob, before it fired a barrage of sand missiles. Kankuro made the Sasori puppet to fire a barrage of kunao, while Sannin fired a multitude of chakra arrows from its chakra bows. Temeri swung her fan, releasing a powerful wind current. The three attacks merged together into a single, destructive force, aimed for the incoming brothers, and were unceremoniously deflected away by the powerful spinning force Ginkaku was generating. "What the hell? They shrugged off some of our best moves like they were nothing," an angry Kankuro protested. "That's like that Hyaga defensive jutsu they have. The heavenly spin, I believe it was called," Temeri noticed. "Does that jutsu has a weak spot, or a way to break it? Something that we can use?" Kankuro asked. "The uppermost part of the spinning dome is the most vulnerable spot. However, with the protective winds they're generating, an attack from above would be impossible," Gaara said, as his eyes studied the incoming brothers. Then, he dropped to one knee, and slammed his hand onto the ground. "They're also vulnerable from an attack coming from below." As the Kumo brothers moved towards them, they didn't notice that the ground started to shake. Then, a stream of sand shot from underground as if it were a geyser, sending Ginkaku, and by extension, Ginkaku, into the air, hollering and screaming profanities. Gaara waved his arms, and the sand surrounded the flying brothers, ready to encase them in a gigantic sand prison. He then clenched his hands into fists. Sand cough dash. However, both Ginkaku and Ginkaku roared in unison, letting out a powerful chakra pulse that repelled the sand away as if it was the shockwave of an explosion. "Quickly, while they're still midair, aim for their tails," Gaara told his siblings. "We have to stop them from using those combo attacks against us." Kankuro and Temeri nodded. Wind release, wind scythe. Mechanical light arrow shot. Temeri swung her fan again, this time generating several crescent-shaped blades of pressurized wind, while Kankuro's hooded puppet fired a large, thick chakra arrow. Both attacks hit on the pseudo Jinchuriki's tails in the part where they were wrapped around each other, breaking their physical connection, a few seconds before they landed on the ground. Now, to separate them, Gaara said, as he slammed both hands into the ground. Great Sand Barrier. From the middle point between Gaara's hands, the former Jinchuriki of the One Tail unleashed a row of rising sand pillars, bifurcating the field, and forcing the two brothers. Kinkaku! Ginkaku shouted. Forget about me. Let's tear these brats apart. We don't need the other to do such a thing. Kinkaku replied, as he started to run on his force towards the sand siblings, leaving a trail of dust behind. Sensing what his brother was doing, Ginkaku also rushed forward. Here they come. Temari said. I know. Temari, prepare to block Kinkaku. Kankuro, you take on the other one, Gaara commanded. Understood, Kankuro replied, as he put himself to Gaara's right, while Temari took the left flank. What are you going to do? Do you have a plan? Yes, I do have a plan, Gaara replied. Albeit it hinges on them not being allowed to work in tandem against us again, so try your best to keep them separated. Leave it to us. Kankuro said, making several hand motions to move his puppets. They won't see what hit them. Kankuro's three puppets moved towards the incoming Ginkaku, with Tomatsu in the middle, its shield already prepared to block, and Sasori and Sannin a little behind it to its sides. Ginkaku, however, wasn't going to take the obvious bait. You think you're the first puppeteer I fight? Ginkaku roared, as he continued running on all fours. If you think I'm going waste any time with your little toys, you must not have a brain inside that ugly head of yours. So cute. He thinks he has a chance, Kankuro chuckled, as he made a hand seal. Sage Art, Maelstrom Shield. Tomatsu's shield opened up in 4 sections, revealing a multitude of sealing patterns under its primary shell. The seals started to glow with a blue light, and the air in front of it started to twist and swirl, as if reality itself was being teared apart. Despite Ginkaku was trying to steer away from Tomatsu, but no matter what he did, it felt like he was being railroaded into running straight towards the shield-bearing puppet. He stopped on his tracks, snarling angrily. I don't know what trickery is this, but it won't work. Ginkaku said, as he raised his face while opening his jaws. Energy particles started to gather above it, forming a dark red sphere of Tailed Beast Chakra. Tailed Beast Ball Barrage. Ginkaku caught the energy ball inside his mouth, before spitting it in the form of multiple chakra blasts, sailing in arcs above the puppets towards Kankuro. However, much to Ginkaku's surprise and anger, the chakra bolts all altered their course so they would fly into Tomatsu's shield instead. The attack landed, resulting in a chain of explosions. However, when the smoke from the blasts dispelled, Tomatsu was there, its shield unscratched. Oh yeah, ranged attacks aren't going to work either, Kankuro replied. That's why the jutsu is called Maelstrom Shield. It will draw everything to it. Avoiding it is impossible. If I can't avoid it, then I shall smash through it. Ginkaku roared, the Berserker pseudo Jinchurikin no longer caring that he might be playing into the puppeteer's hands, as his growing rage clouded his mind. He quickly reached Tomatsu and raised a clawed hand to tear it to shreds. Kankuro smirked. Mechanical Light Shield Counterblast. All the energy from Ginkaku's claw swipe was absorbed and gathered into an orb of energy at the middle of the shield. The energy of that orb was released in the form of a conical chakra blast, hurling the pseudo Jinchuriki backwards, skidding against the ground. And that's not all. Kankuro said, as he started to make move hand and finger movements. Sasori opened several compartments around its body, revealing various weapons. Sannin removed its cloak, revealing its full appearance, a puppet with streamlined humanoid appearance. It then pulled a second chakra bow, and combined it with the first, forming an X-shaped bow with 2 chakra strings that crossed in the middle. It pulled the 2 strings, generating 4 chakra arrows. Sage Art, Black Secret Technique, Performance of the Warring Puppets. Sasori fired a multitude of kunao, senbon and shuriken from its body-mounted weapons, some of them on fire, others coated in poison, others with explosive tags attached to them. Sannin let loose, firing its 4 chakra arrows at once, flying in an arc towards Ginkaku. When they reached their highest point, they split into dozens of smaller chakra arrows, and they arced down towards the undead ninja. The barrage of steel and chakra projectiles, engulfing him inside a chain of explosions. While Kankuro dealt with Kinkaku, at the other side of the sand barrier, fought Temari. Like his brother, he let the animalistic feelings overwhelm his body and mind, and start running on all fours towards the Sunaku no Ichi. So far, the only thing inside the older brother's mind was pure, unadulterated anger and hatred. Wind release, Great Wind Protective Wall. Temari swung her war fan, creating an extremely powerful gust of wind in order to push the incoming Kinkaku back. The pseudo Jinchuriki, however, avoided it by quickly digging underground. He can use earth jutsu as well? Gaara asked. So it seems, Temari said, as her eyes darted to the ground. Normally I'd be worried, but thanks to Sage Mode, I can sense exactly where he is. Temari then folded her war fan, and raised it above her head while running forward. A blue aura started to form around the fan as Temari channeled chakra through it. There. Temari slammed her folded fan into the ground as if it was a club. Between Temari's senjutsu enhanced strength and all the chakra she had been channeling into the weapon, the impact managed to crack the earth, opening a hole, blowing chunks of ground and dirt away, and more importantly, forcing Kinkaku out into the open. Shit. Gaara, try to catch him while he's airborne. Temari yelled. Understood, Gaara said, as he waved a hand. Part of the sand forming the barrier shot towards Kinkaku in the form of a powerful stream. However, the eldest of the gold and silver brothers wasn't going to go down so easily. Kinkaku opened his jaws, and energy particles started to gather in front of them, taking the form of a dark red sphere of chakra. After a couple seconds, Kinkaku's jaws closed around this sphere. Tailed Beast Lightning Cluster. When Kinkaku opened his jaws again, a torrent of red lightning bolts came from it, blasting the wave of sand, which allowed him to hit the ground safely and continued forward. The attack didn't run out of fuel just yet, as he continued to breathe more bolts of destructive chakra from his mouth. Wind release, wind wall. Temari blew her fan, this time downwards in a vertical motion, creating another wave of wind in order to stop the incoming beast-shaped man. However, despite the powerful wind, Kinkaku was able to remain anchored to the ground thanks to the claws at the end of his fingers, and continued his advance even if it was at a slower pace. Then, they all heard a series of explosions from the other side of the sand barrier. The three of them could feel how Kinkaku's chakra weakened considerably. Kinkaku stopped on his tracks, looked between shocked and outraged. Kinkaku. No. The golden-haired brother shouted. Kinkaku lowered his body, and after a couple seconds, leaped into the air, easily going over the sand barrier. Spikes of sand grew over the barrier in an effort to catch him, but he was too high. Okay, I wasn't expecting he could do that, Temari said, admitting how amazed she was. But I guess that we should have seen it coming. It is of no consequence, Gaara calmly said. Kankuro has been able to incapacitate the other brother, and this one has already fallen into my trap. He has? Temari asked, confused. Yes. Now let's hurry, we need to help our brother. Back to Kankuro and Ginkaku, the younger brother had now reverted to his human form, the senjutsu-enhanced bombardment being too much for him to handle. Aside from his chakra cloak, he had lost both legs and an arm. He could feel them slowly regenerating, as well as his chakra, but not fast enough before stopping Kankuro from sealing him. Ginkaku. With a loud boom, Kinkaku, still in his chakra cloak, landed near the fallen Ginkaku. Perhaps his older brother could buy the silver-haired man enough time to regenerate. Ginkaku. Who did this to you? His brother roared. Looking around, he saw Kankuro, as well as his three puppets he was controlling through many chakra threads. You. It was you. Kankuro smirked. I always love when somebody recognizes a work well done. Kinkaku didn't take jest kindly. As his rage reached new heights, his chakra cloak burned brighter, his body grew in size, and moving his head back, he let out an extremely loud roar. He then started to rush towards Kankuro on all fours, his footsteps leaving smoking holes in the ground, and a trail of fire behind him. The sage puppeteer gulped, and hoped that Tomatsu would be able to withstand this onslaught as it did with the younger brother. To marry, now. Gaara's voice said. Sage art, all-encompassing vortex. Tamari landed in front of Kankuro, and blew her fan a single time, producing an extremely powerful hurricane. In his feral state, Kinkaku didn't even think in attaching himself to the ground like he did before, and was elevated into the air. As the hurricane kept growing, it also managed to suck the fallen Ginkaku in. Time to end this, Gaara said, as he held out an open hand towards the hurricane. The sand barrier broke apart into a shapeless mass of sand, and Gaara directed it towards the hurricane, wind, and sand merging into an intense sandstorm. Kankuro, Tamari, prepare the sealing tags. You got it. Kankuro said, as he and his sister got ready. Gaara then closed his open hand into a fist. Imperial Sand Burial. Suddenly, the raging sandstorm stopped, and all the sand condensed into a solid structure shaped like a pyramid, falling to the ground with a loud thud. As soon as it did, Tamari and Kankuro rushed towards it, and slapped many chakra-suppressing sealing tags around it. Chains of sealing symbols spread from the paper tags, covering the pyramid entirely. The three sages could sense how the chakra of the two brothers receded, until they could no longer sense it. This fight belonged to the Sand siblings. And soon, the rest of the battle going around them would follow. Chapter 119. The sandstorm subsides. Or. The tutorial is over. Turtle Island. As it was usual for Naruto after he befriended the Nine Tails, the blonde Jinchuriki was at the edge of the shore of the island, trying to master the tailed beast ball. Turns out, his hypothesis was correct, and spinning the ball like with the Raisnon helped stabilize the volatile chakra of the Nine Tails. However, while it made it easier, it didn't mean that it solved the problem, since Naruto still had trouble to master the jutsu completely. The blonde had lost count on how many times he had tried just today, but he had a feeling that he was close to it. He was using his two arms to hold the sphere, as well as 4 additional arms made of golden chakra to keep the sphere stable and the rotation going. It seemed that this time he was going to do it. Come on, come on. Naruto said, as beads of sweat trickled down his neck, his golden red eyes fixed on the sphere of chakra, expecting to destabilize and blow up at any moment. But the moment never came. The sphere was stable. The fast rotation held the chakra in place. Heh, guess you finally did it, brat, Kurama praised his host. Not a true tailed beast ball of course, but an acceptable facsimile you can rely on until you master the real thing. Thanks. I guess, Naruto replied. Even then, he still was unsure about when the grumpy fox's compliments were genuine or mocking. Now throw it, and see the effect, Kurama told the blonde. Naruto nodded, and careful not to stop the rotation, he brought his arms back, before tossing the tailed beast ball into the ocean. The sphere traveled in a wide arc for a couple hundred meters, until it crashed into the water, producing a decent-sized dome-shaped explosion. Not bad, brat. For the first time, definitely not bad, Kurama said. Hey yo, Naruto, that was a pretty neat tailed beast ball. It seems that you finally surpassed that wall. A voice said behind him. Naruto turned around, and saw Killer Bee standing there, arms crossed, with his lips curved into a small smirk. Heh, thanks, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. Though, Kurama said I still have a long way to go until I can master his chakra completely. Hey, no worries, getting used to tailed beast chakra takes some time. Just keep training like you've been doing, and you'll be fine. Killer Bee rapped. I myself had to do a lot of wait until I was able to turn into number 8. So don't worry, you'll get there, and in the meantime, prepare. Though, now that you mention it, it's been a while since the last time I tried the tailed beast form. Hey Kurama, you think that with all the progress I've made I can do it now? Naruto asked. I find it unlikely, but there's no hurt in trying, Kurama said, with a shrug. No hurt for me, of course. It will probably hurt a lot for you. Naruto felt like saying something, but decided not to dignify that with a response. Instead, he clapped his hands together and focused his chakra. Thinking in the form of the Nine Tails, the chakra cloak started to grow, first in the form of a shapeless glob, then, little by little, it started to take the form of the fox, first growing arms and legs, then the head, then 9 stubs that would grow into the 9 tails. Or that was the plan, because the chakra construct fell apart halfway transformation. Damn it! The blonde yelled, as he punched the sand. I thought I was going to do it this time. Like I said, you're still not ready, the 9 tails chakra ain't steady. But worry not, the chakra of number 9 will be fine in no time. Killer Bee said. Though, I must ask, is there anything that makes you worry? You're pushing yourself hard, there's no need to hurry. There is, though, there's a war out there, and the sooner we finish our training, the sooner we'll be able to help them, Naruto said, as he looked into the horizon. People from our villages are dying every second, fighting a war to protect us. I don't want more people to die than those who did already. Killer Bee sighed, but nodded, understanding where the blonde came from. Listen, Naruto, I know what you mean. Wars are ugly, they are never clean. It's a sad reality we have to face, sometimes ninjas die so others don't have to take their place. If we just go out now we'll play into Akatsuki's hands, by staying here we protect our homelands. Heh, wish you were this responsible when I asked you not to fake your own death to go on a vacation. B. Jayaki evened, making his host frown, and getting a chuckle out of Naruto. Shut up, number 8, I didn't ask for your opinion. B needed that vacation, he ain't nobody's minion. Killer Bee protested. Naruto shook his head. I don't think that's the problem. I think I'm already used enough to Kurama's chakra, especially after all this training, Naruto explained. But when I try the tailed beast form, I don't know, it feels like I'm missing something. How did you manage to achieve the tailed beast form? B seemingly grew pensive, as he placed his hand under his chin. Jinchuriki are two beings sharing a single body, the two need to agree, or the result will be shoddy. If you want to get the job done, the key to that is to work as one. Killer Bee explained. Work as one, Naruto replied, trying to make sense of B's explanation. But Kurama and I are already working as one. We became friends, and he allows me to use his chakra freely, it is because we aren't close enough. His heart was starting to hurt. Naruto decided to leave that for later. By the way, where is Fu? I don't see her, he asked. She finished her training, she said she was tired. Headed into the jungle, playing with the animals there gets her all fired, Killer Bee explained. And I believe you should take a rest too, you won't make any progress if you're exhausted, get it, fool? Naruto let out a sigh of defeat. Okay. I'll cut my losses and celebrate that I sorta managed to master the tailed beast ball. Killer Bee nodded, and the two Jinchuriki walked out of the beach. Still, Naruto wasn't going to take any days off. He had a feeling in his gut that he needed to master the power of the 9 tails as soon as possible. He would need it to face the war's final challenge. And he wasn't wrong. 4th Division's camp base, nighttime. Soon after Kinkaku and Ginkaku's defeat, the Sand siblings quickly moved to incapacitate other Impure World Resurrection zombies, who proved to be far less challenging than the Gold and Silver brothers. This caused the tide of the battle to quickly shift in the Alliance's favor, and the Akatsuki, realizing this, ordered the White Zetsu to retreat and their reanimations to be recalled. Unfortunately, one of the reanimations that was successfully recalled before it could be sealed away was that of Danzo's, meaning that they'll have to deal with the crafty old man again. After their resounding victory, Raza ordered his troops to move back to the coast and build their base there, with better defenses this time in order to better avoid a future possible attack by the enemy by sea. By the time they were done, night fell over them, and the allied ninjas sat around bonfires in order to enjoy a well-deserved meal. Raza, as the commander, had the duty to report the result of the battle to the Ninja Alliance HQ, thanks to a Yamanaka clan member linking their mind via telepathic jutsu. Good job protecting the land of lightning, Kaze Cage, Onaki congratulated the brown-haired man. Especially given the caliber of the reanimations you and your men had to face against. Thanks. It wasn't an easy task, I can assure you, Raza replied. Those guys were tough. And that was before they revealed their hidden power. The Gold and Silver brothers were pretty high in our list of potential future reanimations. I find a bit odd that Orochimaru waited until now to send them, Onaki chimed in. If Orochimaru is sending his heavyweights now, That can only mean two things, Joe intervened. Either Akatsuki is nearing their endgame and is preparing for one final push, or they're getting desperate. Neither of them foresee good things for us, but I wish it was the latter's case. By the way, how were you able to subdue those two monsters, Raza? Onaki inquired. I fought them in my prime, and they gave me one of the hardest fights in my life. Thankfully, my children picked up quite the useful skill from the Supreme Commander's son when I sent them as part of the relief group to help Konoha reconstruct after it was attacked by the Akatsuki, Raza explained. Sage mode. I'd say that right now, all three of them are far stronger than I am. A father should always feel proud when a child surpasses him, Kaze Kage, Onaki replied. These recent developments are surely making me rethink my stance on alliances with other villages, Cho mused. Given the results. Continue with your report, Kaze Kage, Onaki told him. Razen nodded, as he continued. Other notable reanimations we had to deal with was Danzo Shimura, Raza continued. Unfortunately, he escaped. Danzo was also in the list among the most likely candidates to be brought back, Ao intervened. The Supreme Commander added him to the list himself. By the way, when you requested the help of the Air Force, it was mentioned that Deidara was leading them, Onaki intervened. What about him? Did he escape again? Or was he killed or captured? Ah, the man who kidnapped my son, Raza replied, sounding sour. Yes, he was taken down. By that ex-Akatsuki woman. Nothing would have made me happier than killing that bastard myself, but I do appreciate the irony of his demise coming at the hands of one of his fellow Akatsuki. This seemed to please Onaki. Good, good. The world is a better place now that that traitor is no longer among the living. Still, I wouldn't put past Orochimaru to revive him as well, Cho said. We haven't had any signs of Kisame being revived after his death. Then again, he might have been keeping them as a reserve force for an emergency, Ao stated. It's a possibility. Though something that troubles my mind is that I feel Orochimaru hasn't revealed his best assets yet, Raza said. According to what the Supreme Commander told me, when Orochimaru first attacked Konoha, he brought back its past 3 Hokages. Given that he's now proficient in the jutsu enough to resurrect hundreds of ninjas of great power, it seems suspicious that he hasn't deployed any previous Kage against us. The quality of the reanimations increases with each battle. I assume we will see former Kages very soon, Cho said. Let's hope we're ready for when such moment arrives, Onaki noted. Anything else to say, Kaze Kage? Nothing at all, Raza replied. Very well. In that case, let's conclude this report here. Expect a convoy with supplies in the next hours, the acting Supreme Commander said. Razen nodded, and the mental link was broken. Kurane, her 2 students Haku and Yakumo, as well as Hotaru, were sitting on benches across a bonfire, enjoying their meals after a rather harsh day of battles. Despite the victory, though, the mood was a little somber, because among other things, none of the 4 ninjas present had managed to beat the enemies they faced, either because they managed to flee, or because they needed additional help to deal with them. The mood didn't go unnoticed by Kurane, who decided to try to cheer them up a little. Well, another day, another victory for the Ninja Alliance. We're a little closer to the definitive end of the war now. I guess so, Yakumo said. It would have been nice if we got to capture and seal Danzo, though. That old bastard will show up again, and cause more misery. Don't be too hard on yourself, Yakumo, Kurane said, placing a hand on her shoulder. Even in his old age, Danzo Shimura was one of the strongest ninjas Konoha ever produced, being close in power and skill to our very own 3rd Hokage. Not to mention all the body modifications he had, such as Hashirama's cells or Fugaku Uchiha's main Jikyoshiri Nan. The fact that you and Haku managed to hold your own against him was really impressive. Not to mention that he was familiar with your bloodline limit and devised a way to counter it, Haku added. The deck was stacked against us, yet we prevailed. Wait, Danzo knew how to counter your jutsu? Kurane asked in shock, leaning forward. I thought Yakumo's genjutsu could only be countered with more genjutsu. Yakumo looked a little upset, not happy with having to talk about Danzo's accomplishments, especially since they were about neutralizing her. Well, since my bloodline limit affects the victim's minds even more than normal genjutsu, so he thought about using Yamanaka mental jutsu to create shields inside his mind in order to repel or undo my illusions. Kurane never felt so dumb in her life. It was so simple, yet so brilliant. How is that nobody thought about that before? Had she asked a Yamanaka for help to deal with Yakumo when she was struggling to keep her powers under control, perhaps a lot of lives could have been saved, and Yakumo wouldn't have to go through several years of hell under root as one of Danzo's human puppets. Yakumo, I'm so sorry. Kurane said, shaken by guilt. Had I thought of that, a lot of tragedies could have been averted. Yakumo grabbed Kurane's hand, and smiled at her. It's okay, sensei. It's in the past. But, your parents could be alive. And you could have a normal life. Kurane continued. Had I been a better sensei and ninja, none of this dash. Kurane-sensei, stop, Yakumo told her, shaking her head. Like I said, it's in the past. I might hate Danzo, he might be many things, but stupid isn't one of them. Quite the opposite, in fact. Plus, Danzo was always compiling information on how to neutralize enemies, both already existing, and potential ones like me at the time. He was very good at that. Okay, I'll stop, for now, Kurane agreed, though Yakumo frowned a little at the last part. We have a war to win, and I can't afford to let anything distract me. None of us can. That's a good mindset to have. The next batch of enemies we'll have to fight against will be even stronger than these ones, Haku pointed out. Yeah, the reanimations are getting tougher and tougher. The one reanimation I fought against, a Kiri ninja named Haru-same, also kicked my ass, Hotaru said a little bashfully. Then again, he was Yotakata-sensei's Jonin-sensei, so I had no business fighting him at all. Then I went to help Kurane-san with that Akatsuki and, the results were the same. It's very hard to fight an airborne enemy when your means to flight are rudimentary at best, Kurane replied with a nod. Had I have Haku's assistance, like the last time we fought him, we would have brought him down for good. The important part is that Deidara did meet his end today. The fact that it wasn't at your hands wasn't important, Haku stated. A job done is a job done, no matter how or who did it. Guess that's something Zabuza would say, Kurane mentioned. Yes. Pragmatism is a must in the life of a ninja. Even without Zabuza-sama's guidance, it's a lesson I could have learned over time myself, Haku said. Unlike your battle, our job wasn't finished, meaning that Danzo will eventually come back. Though, it's not that what happened today was anything new, Hotaru pointed out. I did hear that Mei-sama's division was only able to nail about half of the reanimated swordsmen. You may be right. But Orochimaru won't have the element of surprise if he uses the same reanimation more than once, Kurane mentioned. Reanimations can't get any stronger than they were when they died, can they? I'm not really sure, but I'd say they aren't, Hotaru guessed. Not that they weren't strong as hell to begin with. What I mean is, we fought them, we know what jutsu they have. Perhaps not all of them, but many of them, Kurane began. Meaning that we can come up with a counter-strategy in order to fight back against them the next time they show up. It's an advantage they have that we should capitalize. The ones who fought against Danzo the most were Shisui-san and Shizun-san. Shisui-san isn't here, but Shizun-san is. Perhaps we could ask her about what abilities Danzo used against her and Shisui-san when they fought him in the Valley of the End, Haku began. And I guess Mizukage-sama must know something about Haru-same, given that he was the Jonin-sensei of one of Kiri's Jinchuriki, Hotaru said, resting her chin under a finger. Plus dash. Suddenly, Hotaru grew very quiet, and her eyes became wide as plates. The Kiri Kunoichi looked as if she just saw a ghost. Or something worse. Hotaru-san. Haku asked, a little worried. Are you feeling well? Hotaru didn't reply, at least at first. The blonde girl needed a few seconds to snap back to reality and process Haku's words. Huh? Oh, yes, I'm fine. Very fine. Are you sure? Kurane asked, raising an eyebrow. Because the way you're acting, that does not suggest that you're fine at all. I may be a little shaken from the battle. This is my first battle after all, she quickly said, as she stood up. I think I may need to take a walk in order to clear my mind out. Okay. Yakumo said. Just do what you think is best for you, Hotaru-san. The Kiri Kunoichi then left the bonfire, leaving the 3 Konoha ninjas alone. All of them shared looks of worry. Meanwhile, in another bonfire, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro were also having dinner, and talking among each other. Naturally, their mood was much brighter, given their victory over the Gold and Silver Brothers. We just defeated 2 of Kyumo's most infamously strong ninjas, Kankuro began, overflowing with excitement. Who actually killed Konoha's second Hokage? Who were immortal and had infinite chakra? And we beat them. Without breaking a sweat. I wouldn't dare to say, without breaking a sweat, Kankuro, Gaara told his older brother. Even if we beat them, the Gold and Silver Brothers proved to be formidable adversaries. Had not be for Sage Mode, I doubt we would have beaten them, even before they used the power of the 9 tails they had within them. Come on Gaara, try to enjoy the victory we had today, Kankuro said. This is going to look great on our record sheet. Strange as it sounds, I'm with Kankuro here, Temari interjected, much to the puppeteer's surprise. Those 2 psychos had to be among Orochimaru's strongest reanimations. The fact that we beat them not only means that we deprived the enemy from 2 of its strongest assets, but that we can take almost anything Akatsuki throws at us. That sounds awfully a lot like tempting fate, sister, Gaara replied. There is always a stronger opponent waiting to cross path with you. As long as this war lasts, we should remain vigilant. Well said, son, a new voice said. The 3 siblings looked up, and saw their father, the Kazekage, walking towards them. Though when he arrived, he didn't sit with them. Father, Gaara said. Did you finish your briefing with the HQ? Yes, thank goodness. I preferred to have to deal with Jiraiya. The way that old midget questions me gets on my nerves, Raza said in a low voice, gritting his teeth. Let's hope Jiraiya comes back from his trip soon. While the news of the attack on the HQ, as well as Jiraiya and Tsunade going on a mission to kill Orochimaru was a strict secret for obvious reasons, with only the division commanders and other high-ranking members of the alliance being aware of it. Though, given their status, the Sand siblings were among those few privy of the secret. Did you get any update on how their mission is going? Temari asked, in a similar low voice. Not at all. Then again, I doubt they're sending messages telling us how close they are to the target, Raza said. If there's a target to begin with. Bummer, Kankuro said. Let's hope they can end this soon enough. Depriving the enemy of all the reanimations at once would make this war end in a jiffy. We can't put all our hopes on something that comes from such an unreliable source, Raza said. I'm afraid we'll have to win the war the old-fashioned way. Still, given the display of power you 3 did today, it gives me hope that we can end this with less casualties than I initially feared. I hope you are not upset because we defeated an enemy you weren't able to beat, Father, Gaara said, cautiously eyed his progenitor and military leader. In another time, I would have been. Now, not in the slightest, Raza said, letting out a sigh. Then, he walked towards the bench they were sitting at, and sat beside them. That Sage Mode is sure something. I know, right? I wish we had that when Deidara and Sasori ambushed us that time. We would have kicked their asses so hard. Kankuro said, grinning maniacally, making punching motions. Speaking of which, I did heard that the Akatsuki, Deidara, had been killed. By that other Akatsuki, no less, Temari said. I still wish I was the one to put an end to that man's life, but I'll be content with the thought that he got his just punishment and won't be able to hurt more people again, Gaara said, nodding a little. Temari started to mentally count, as her mouth moved without making any sound. So, with Deidara out of Komi's Zion, and Kisame also killed by the Mizukage, and given that the moon puppets stopped working a few days ago, Tonari must have bitten the dust. The only Akatsuki members still alive right now are Obito and Orochimaru. The 2 most dangerous members, Gaara said, nodding. Taking them down will be much harder than the others. Fortunately, Orochimaru is already living on borrowed time, if what we know is true. No matter how powerful he became, there's no way he can stand to the Supreme Commander and Tsunade-sama as they are now, Kankuro confidently said. Yes, I'm sure their sage powers will bring them a swift victory, Raza agreed, before letting out another sigh. If I knew the true power behind Senjutsu, I would have sent you three to Konoha long before I did. What about you, father? Wouldn't you want to learn how to use this power as well? Gaara asked. I would. But my position as Kazekage leaves me little time to do much training. And from what you guys told me, it took a lot of days of intensive training until you got down the basics, Raza replied. You can always take a few days off, Kankuro suggested, before his face scrunched into a frown. Now that I think about it, I don't remember seeing you taking any days off. That's because I didn't, Raza said. Others might do it, but I can't stand the thought of leaving the village in somebody else's hands when I can do the job. I couldn't wait for the Cage Summit to end for that very reason. Well, maybe you should. At least when this war is over, Temeri said. Raza turned at Temeri as if she had grown a second head. Have you lost your mind? That's when the village is going to need me the most. Okay, I give up, Temeri said, throwing her hands into the air. Kankuro groaned, while Gaara stayed silent. We only wanted you to unwind and maybe spend some time with the children you barely raised, but whatever. This seemed to have some effect on Raza, who was taken aback, and started to rethink of what he just said. I'm sorry, he began, sounding like saying that word strained him. I know I've been far from the best father. But once this is over, I'll try to make it up to you. I remember when I almost lost all three of you, and one of the things I regretted the most was not being there for you while you were growing up. You mean it? Temeri asked, narrowing an eye at him. Yes, Raza said, looking at them with genuine pride. I know I don't say this very often, but I'm very proud of the persons and ninjas you've grown into. And you did it without my help. I'm sure you three will lead our village to a great future once I'm no longer here. Surprisingly, Gaara smiled. Thank you, father. We will continue making both you and our village proud. Konan, as per usual, was alone. Often deliberately avoiding the rest of the ninjas she fought alongside with. She knew trying to confraternize with them was an exercise in pointlessness who would only lead to strife and conflict, the last things the Ninja Alliance needed right now. Fortunately for her, despite being widely known as a former Akatsuki member, nobody seeked her out. Nobody tried to attack her, kill her, or even verbally berate her. They probably understood that doing so wouldn't end well for any of the parties involved. Or didn't understood that, but knew they could get into trouble with the high command, given that Konan was a very valuable asset. Until now, that's it. A small square of paper appeared between the Blunet's fingers, and turning around at an impossible speed, she tossed it at the feet of her stalker, who yelped in shock, while jumping in the air. I don't know what are your intentions, Konan said, amber eyes narrowing at the other ninja, a girl with blue eyes, blonde hair, and a prominent forehead, wearing a Kirigakuer uniform. But approaching me was a mistake. Perhaps, the Kiri Kunoichi said, fear disappearing from her eyes as her blue gaze met Konan's amber. But I felt it's something I had to do. Though, first, answer me this, do you know who I am? Konan scanned the Kiri Kunoichi from head to toe, her face remained frozen in a neutral expression. The Blunet finally spoke. You are the partner of the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails. Nagato and I battled you, as well as Naruto and two of his companions, on Nagi Island a few months ago, Konan said. The Kiri Kunoichi appeared to be surprised that Konan remembered her. I don't think I ever learned your name. My name is Hotaru, Hotaru said, her voice quivered a little in an attempt to sound firm. And the Jinchuriki you and your partner kidnapped and murdered was Yotakata. He was a person, not just some container for a tailed beast. And let me guess, you are planning to avenge his death at our hands, Konan replied, as she turned her back at Hotaru. Her tone was factual, and there wasn't a hint of mockery or regret. If you feel you must do that, wait at least until the war is over. Then again, you might have to fight other people over the right of ending my life. My stay in Akatsuki created quite a few enemies, not without reason. I don't plan to kill you, Hotaru replied, as her hands clenched into fists. I know of your power, and I know you could kill me without putting any real effort. Then why are you here? Do you want me to apologize to you? To tell you how much I regret having a hand in Yotakata's death, as well in the deaths of all the people Akatsuki killed, either directly or indirectly? Konan asked again. I have no problem doing that, but it won't bring Yotakata back. It won't even relieve your grief in the slightest either. I know that already. I'm here, because I wanted to ask you something, Hotaru said, fighting back the tears that formed at the corner of her eyes, as the memory of her beloved sensei's last moments played in her mind. Why? Why did you do it? What were you expected to gain? I thought every ninja was briefed about Akatsuki's plans and motives. Or don't you even know why are so many villages fighting for the Jinchuriki of 2 villages? Konan asked. I know Akatsuki's motives, Hotaru said. But I want to hear them from your mouth. A member, who was directly involved in Yotakata-sensei's demise. A member who used me as a bait to force him to sacrifice himself for my own sake. I want you to tell me what were you thinking exactly when you and your partner were fighting us. Konan turned around and started to walk away. This is a waste of our time. It's not for me. Hotaru yelled, as she walked towards Konan, grabbed her by the arm, and forced her to turn back at Hotaru. The former Akatsuki member didn't resist. It's not for me? Why? Konan asked. Shouldn't it be easier if you simply saw me as some kind of irredeemable demon? Because I know you aren't a demon, Hotaru replied. Today, you saved my life and Kurane-san's life. That Iwa Akatsuki was on the verge of defeating us, but you fought and killed him before he could finish the job. You even offered him a chance to leave Akatsuki. I was offered the chance to atone for my sins, and my sins aren't smaller than Deidara's. He deserved just as much, Konan said. But I know what awaits me once the war ends and I'm no longer useful. I'll spend the rest of my days inside a cell. Perhaps that's why Deidara didn't want to leave Akatsuki. He knew that he would only have a life if Akatsuki won. Though I find that just as unlikely. Obito would probably dispose of him once he was no longer useful. Yet you're here. Fighting to undo your wrongs, even if you know that you won't evade the punishment for your crimes, Hotaru pointed out. A truly evil person, a person like that wouldn't do that. So I want to know what drove a person like you to commit the crimes you did, to bring misery to so many people. Konan looked at the younger woman with skeptical eyes. Still, she decided that there was no harm in humoring her. In that case, you better sit down. The story is not a short one. Konan started to tell her tale, how she and Yahiko found Nagato. How all 3 of them were found and trained by Jiraiya, after the latter found about Nagato's Rinnegan. The foundation of Yahiko's Akatsuki. The Third Ninja War. Hanzo and Danzo. Yahiko's death. Finding Obito. Nagato's transformation into Pain, the birth of Pain's Akatsuki. The Jinchuriki hunt. The invasion of Konoha. And lastly, the confrontation with Naruto, followed by Nagato's death. From the day we were born, Nagato, Yahiko and I were surrounded by death. We lost most of our loved ones at an early age. Then the 2 of us lost Yahiko. And we wanted that to end. We wanted to create a world where no kids would lost their parents before they knew how to talk and walk, because ninjas were forced to fight and die in wars started by other people. Have you ever been so consumed by despair, that you'd do anything for it to end? For somebody to reassure you that things would get better? That there was more to this world than pain, loss, and suffering? Konan asked. I would have killed myself a long time ago, if not because Nagato told me that the best way to honor Yahiko's death is to live and create a world that would make him proud. Would Yahiko be proud of all the people you killed? Of all the suffering you brought into this world? Hotaru asked. I know he wouldn't, Konan said, her voice being firm. If Hotaru was expecting her question to shake Konan, she failed. It took Naruto fighting us again to make us realize the error of our ways. However, my convictions hasn't changed. I still want to create, or help to create, at least a world better than the one I had to live in. That's what keeps me going. That's my reward, so to speak. Well, you asked me about why I do the things I do, both in the past and in the present, and I answered it in the most honest way possible, Konan said. Is that all, or is there something else you also want to ask me? No, that's all, Hotaru said, letting out a sigh she didn't know she was holding. I don't think I'll ever forgive you for what you did. I don't expect you to, Konan said. I killed somebody who was precious to you, and you hate me for it. The cycle of hatred isn't something everybody can break. I know that better than most people. However, listening to you made me understand quite a few things. About you, about the world, about the ninja system currently in place. Hotaru said, as she sat up. All my life, I wanted to be a ninja. But I never had a solid reason for me to want such a thing. If I am to stop more people to lose their loved ones like I lost Yotakata-sensei, then I need to stop people like your younger self from becoming people like your present self. Yes, it would have been nice if there were more people like you and Naruto when I was your age, Konan said sadly. Deciding the conversation was over, Konan started to break down into a multitude of paper sheets, which folded themselves in the form of origami butterflies, all flying away, leaving Hotaru alone. Well, that didn't went as bad as feared. Or, at least, she thought she was alone. Startled by the sudden voice coming from behind, Hotaru yelped and turned around in shock, seeing Haku appearing out of nowhere, as he dispelled the genjutsu that kept him hidden. Haku? You've been there the whole time? Hotaru asked. I had to. When we saw you going after Konan, somebody had to make sure you didn't do something stupid, Haku explained. Kurane-sensei wanted to go herself, but she thought that I was the better choice, given that we knew each other for longer. Wait, you realized that the reason I reacted that way was Konan? Hotaru asked, incredulous. Haku stared at the blonde kunoichi flatly. We're ninjas, Hotaru-san. Kurane's a full jonin, and I'm a special jonin despite my young age. We both noticed Konan walking past our bonfire, and the way you reacted to it. Then why didn't you guys say anything, and acted like nothing happened? Hotaru asked. Do I need to repeat myself? Haku asked, sighing a little. Besides, we wanted to give you a chance and see if you were able to restrain yourself. And I'm glad to see that our faith in you wasn't misplaced. Sorry for spying on you like that, I can imagine some of the things you said weren't mean for privy ears. Hotaru visibly deflated. No, it's okay, it doesn't matter anymore. Sorry if I worried you guys. I felt I needed some closure on Yotakata-sensei's death, and thought that facing his killer would bring it to me. Did it bring the closure you seeked? Haku asked. A little, Hotaru said. You know, the saddest part is, Konan isn't a bad person. Under different circumstances, I think we could have gotten along. In a way, I understand what she went through, Haku said. I also grew up in a country torn by war and hatred, and that hatred deprived me of my parents. However, I was found by Zabuza-sama, and then I met Naruto, Hinata, and Kurane-sensei. While Konan was found by Obito. Then let's make sure such thing won't happen again, Hotaru said with renewed determination. First, let's end this war. And then, we will make sure to create a new world. One where the circumstances that led to Akatsuki's creation will never happen. Yeah, let's, Haku said with an approving nod. You know, I'm sure that if Yotakata-san could see you now, he'll be proud of the ninja you've grown into. Hotaru smiled in return. Yes. I will create a world that will make my sensei proud. Mountain Graveyard. Well, another defeat. And on top of that, we just lost Deidara, Obito grumbled, as he walked back and forth through the cave both he and Orochimaru were using as a base of sorts. Your reanimations are proving to be such a huge help, he snarled. This time, Orochimaru didn't keep his friendly facade, and met Obito's glare with one of his own. The Ninja Alliance is proving to be more resilient than either of us predicted. Though, if the course of the war is going so badly on our end, imagine how little you would have accomplished with your army of Zetsu clones and the few Akatsuki members left. And that fool Deidara got himself killed. By Konan no less, Obito said, clenching his fists as rage filled his body at the thought of that traitor. I'm going to make sure that bitch's death is slow and painful. Nobody crosses me and lives to tell the tale. Orochimaru felt tempted to say something, but decided that riling Obito up even more would be counterproductive. Instead, he decided to try to calm him down. Things aren't as bad as you think, Obito-kun. You can still grow more Zetsu clones. And I can summon again the reanimations that have been destroyed, Orochimaru suggested. As long as I round up a few hundreds of people to use as sacrifices, that is. We can recover from our losses much faster than the Ninja Alliance can. If this become a war of attrition, they will inevitably lose. We can't afford to reach that point, Orochimaru. This is a race against the clock. We need to catch those 3 Jinchuriki and feed their tailed beasts to the statue as soon as possible, Obito insisted. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. I wasn't aware that we were working under a timetable. Obito-kun, is there something you are hiding from me? As if you didn't hide secrets from me either, Obito said. You're older than me, didn't you hear the saying that the life of a ninja is measured in secrets, and that the moment they have none, their life ends? Yes, I probably heard it before you were even born. I'm very old, after you so sagely noted, Orochimaru replied. But I'm asking because this secret may affect me as well. I'm sure you'll understand my concerns, Obito-kun. Fortunately, before the argument could escalate any further, Zetsu the original one emerged from the ground. Strangely enough, he was smiling. Hey boss, good news. The white half happily said. The only news I would consider good is that the flying Zetsu have finally located that moving island the Jinchuriki are hiding at, Obito humorlessly said. Well, you're lucky then, because that's exactly what we were coming to tell you. The black half said. One of the flyers has already latched onto the turtle, and is releasing spores that can only be tracked by other Zetsu. We can find them, and they have no way of realizing that their position has been compromised, the white half added with glee. Well, it seems that this farce of a war can finally reach its end. Let's cancel all our offensives, and move all our forces to intercept the island, Obito said, now sounding more content. Make sure none of the Jinchuriki escape. If we do that, the Alliance will find about us and they'll move to intercept us, like they've done every time we tried to get behind the enemy lines, Orochimaru suggested. I thought that would be obvious. No wonder we're losing the war if our leader is such a poor tactician. Obito's good mood evaporated. His glare pierced Orochimaru. What do you suggest we do then, O mighty strategic genius? Your record when it comes to war against Konoha is far from spotless. This is what we'll do, we'll continue waging war against the Alliance in order to make them think that nothing has changed, and while their attention is focused elsewhere we'll send a small team of reanimations to infiltrate the island and kidnap the Jinchuriki, Orochimaru said. I have several reanimations in reserve who are both powerful fighters and have the right skill set to shut down a Jinchuriki. Obito wasn't convinced. A small team might not be enough. What if the ninjas stationed there just keep them busy while the Jinchuriki escape? We'll lost all the advantage we have now. I already planned for that, and devised a contingency plan, Orochimaru assured confidently. Obito let out an exasperated sigh. Very well then. If this is our best chance, proceed. Orochimaru grinned widely. Next morning, Turtle Island. A boat slowly sailed through a sea covered in a very dense fog. It was manned by several white Zetsu clones, since they were the ones who knew where to go. There were also several cloaked people on board as well, but they didn't appear to be part of the ship's crew. Soon, a large silhouette could be seen in the distance. What appeared to be a large being covered in spikes. The white Zetsu at the helm smirked wickedly. Land ho, the helmsman said. Naturally, this drew everybody's attention, who quickly moved to the prow of the ship in order to see their target. One of the cloaked figures clicked their tongue. We took too long. The sun is already rising, he complained. I think it would have been better if we managed to catch them at night. It's more fun that way. I want to get my hands dirty, another cloaked figure said. I think that, from this point onwards, you guys can go on foot, another white Zetsu said. I'm sensing a very powerful barrier surrounding the island, one of the cloaked figures, who had feminine voice, said. They'll know we're there the moment we set a foot there. Another cloaked figure took a step forward. He pushed his cloak back, revealing to be the last member of the Kagaya clan. It doesn't matter. Even if we lose the element of surprise, they can't send reinforcements nor ask for help of any kind. They're doomed to perish against us. Kimimaro then jumped out of the ship, and the 7 other cloaked figures quickly followed him, using chakra control to walk on water. 2 of them were lagging behind the main group, though. One of those cloaked figures glared at the other one through his glasses. To think that Orochimaru-sama would make me work alongside you. One of the cloaked figures said, gritting his teeth, clenching his fists. I'm not happy with my lot in undeath either, the second figure said in a raspy male voice. Complaining about it won't solve anything. Though, this is nothing new to you, Kabuto. You were a servant of Orochimaru in life, and continue being so in death. Shut up, Danzo. Kabuto snapped. You ruined my life. You made me kill the only parent I ever knew and loved. My only consolation is that somebody also put you in your place. Hey, the shitheads on the back, pipe down, you morons. Another cloaked figure shouted, a flash of red hair visible under the hood. We don't need to draw even more attention than what are going to. While I may be bound to serve Orochimaru, I do not wish for his plans to succeed, so I don't have to follow your orders, Danzo calmly replied back. Enough, Teiwa, Kimimaro said. We're close. Jirobo, Kidomaro, Seikon, and Yukon, go ahead and scout the area for us. We will follow you then. The reanimated members of the Sound 5 nodded and quickly went forward, leaving the other 5 figures behind. You know they're going to get annihilated, right? Teiwa asked. Those morons are too weak to deal with whatever ninjas are escorting the Jinchuriki, much less the Jinchuriki themselves. I know. Like I said, they are merely scouts. Though if they can annoy the enemy, the better. I'm not expecting them to win this battle for us, Kimimaro said, as he turned his head back and looked at another of the cloaked figures behind him, a woman. Orochimaru-sama provided us with an specialist for such a task. Chapter 120. Attack on Genbu Island. Or. Teenage ninjas on a turtle escape from mutants. Genbu, the Turtle Island, early in the morning. As it was usual for them, Naruto and Fu woke up as early as the sun started to rise in the horizon, bathing the giant turtle pretending to be an island in light, slowly driving the shadows away. With a loud yawn, Naruto woke up, stretching his muscles as he started to climb out of his sleeping bag, placed at the base of a large tree. The rustling noises he was making, coupled with the increasing sunlight, woke up Fu as well, who was sleeping at the other side of the tree. Hey, Fu, you awake? Naruto asked, as he started to change into his usual clothes. Morning, Naruto, Fu's voice came from the other side of the tree, still sounding a little drowsy. Naruto imagined she was changing as well. And yep. A few minutes later, the 2 Jinchuriki were now fully changed, and after placing their sleeping bags on their respective backpacks, they started to walk towards Killer Bee's house. The Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails liked to wake up early as well, since watching the sunrise filled him with inspiration to write songs. Or so he said. So, ready for another day of training? Naruto asked. Yeah. But I'm more ready for breakfast, Fu said, laughing a little. I feel way hungrier since I started working on mastering Kome's chakra. Really? Naruto asked, raised an eyebrow. Because I feel like eating the same as normal. Your bodies are getting used to our chakra, which is way more potent than your puny human chakra, the 9 Tails chimed in. Hence it makes you consume more energy than usual, which translates into a greater appetite. But I don't feel any more hungry than I usually do, Naruto pointed out. There were a large flock of birds who flew into the sky, cawing loudly, as if flying away from a predator. Fu found it a bit odd, but Naruto paid them no mind. Because I don't think it's physically possible to eat more than you usually do, Kurama snarked. Honestly, I'm surprised you don't look like an Akimichi, given that you eat like one. Hey, I'm still in a growing dash. Naruto was suddenly silenced by a golden arrow piercing him with such force, it hurled him backwards. The suddenness of the moment was so great, the green-haired girl needed several seconds to process what just happened. Naruto dash. Earth release, Earth Mausoleum Dumpling. Suddenly, a huge shadow was cast over Fu, and much to her horror, the Takikunoichi saw an absurdly large boulder flying at her. She barely had any time to mutter a curse before said boulder buried her into the ground, producing a loud booming noise. Two ninjas landed on the area, one of them on top of the giant rock that had crushed Fu. They were wearing the same uniform consisting on a beige tunic with an all-white yin-yang crest on it, a large purple rope serving as a makeshift belt, and black pants. But the most eye-catching element about them was their inhuman appearance. They both had dark red skin with cracks running through it, black eyes with yellow irises, and one had multiple warts on his body, and the other had 6 arms and 3 eyes. They were Jirobo and Kidomaru, 2 members of the Otagaku elite squad known as the Sound Five. They had died alongside Seikon and Yukon more than 3 years prior, but walked among the living again thanks to impure world resurrection. And done. Jirobo laughed. This was such an easy job. And Orochimaru-sama made it appear as if we were going to struggle. I hope you didn't kill her, Kidomaru said, looking at the giant rock with a bit of worry. I know Jinchuriki are tougher than usual, but you went a bit overboard. We might be dead already, but Orochimaru-sama will torture us into insanity if we fumble this mission. Nah, she's still alive. I can feel her chakra, Jirobo said. What about you, huh? That arrow was pretty brutal. I deliberately avoided any vital spots. He should be wounded but fine, Kidomaru assured. Anyway, I better go fecht him before dash. What the dash? Jirobo said, as he was almost thrown off balance. He could sense how Fu's chakra was skyrocketing, while an incredible force pushed the giant boulder upwards from above. Jirobo was forced to jump down, and much to his astonishment, he saw Fu climbing out of the hole she had been pushed into, while carrying the giant boulder above her head as if it weighed nothing. She then tossed the boulder into the air, when it disappeared among the clouds, while she pierced Jirobo with an anger-filled glare. I don't know who the hell you are. Or what the hell you are, Fu seethed, taking notice of Jirobo's monstrous appearance. But that was a mistake. You're going to need something more than a little pebble to crush me. Jirobo was intimidated at first, and took a step back, but upon reminding himself that he was immortal, he held his ground and adopted a fighting stance. So, you're strong, and have a bit of muscle, so what? You can't beat us no matter how hard you try. Jirobo fired back. And I can crush you with a force much greater than that boulder. I'm going to smash you so badly, you're going to wish for me to grant you the mercy of a quick death. Oh really? Well then, I'm going to punch you so hard that, Fu began, as she tried to come up with a good one-liner. Meanwhile, in the distance, Jirobo's boulder fell into the sea, making a huge splash. I'm going to punch you so hard, that you'd wish I didn't punch you so hard. Fu replied, proud of her awful comeback. Ha, I'd like to see dash. However, before Jirobo could finish his line, Fu crossed the distance separating them in an instant, and delivered an uppercut with all her strength, raising a gust of wind in every direction. The uppercut sent Jirobo flying into the sky, disappearing into the clouds as well, but unlike the boulder that Fu had thrown either, he wouldn't fall back into the planet, but go into orbit. Kidomaru watched the whole exchange in horror, as he realized just how outclassed he was against this enemy. Shit, I'm out of here. Kidomaru said, as he started to run away. This game's difficulty level is way above my pay grade. However, Kidomaru didn't go too far, as a hand of golden chakra caught him, and pulled him back again. The 6-armed zombie saw Naruto, enveloped in a bright golden shroud of chakra, the chakra making one of his arms disproportionately large. Naruto was holding the arrow Kidomaru shot at him on the other hand. I knew this was familiar, Naruto said, as he shattered the hardened wax arrow on his hand. So Orochimaru decided to bring you losers back to life? Innocent dying is always a tragedy, but the fact that people have to die to bring scumbags like you back. You know him, Naruto? Fu asked. Unfortunately, yes. This guy and some of his friends who worked for Orochimaru tried to kidnap my little siblings 3 years ago, Naruto said. He and 3 more wedded, but other 2 survived, and then went to help Orochimaru with Rashi's kidnapping. Still, these guys were an okay challenge for us when we were genin and newly minted chunin, but compared with the power we have now, I almost feel insulted. What are we going to do with him? Fu asked. We can't kill him. As in, we literally can't, these reanimations are immortal, they regenerate endlessly, Naruto explained. The best solution would be to immobilize and seal him. Though given that you sent the other guy into outer space, you think you can do the same to this one? Maybe, but if immobilizing is an option, I do have a simpler solution, Fu said, before pointing all of her 10 fingers at the restrained Kidomaru, and shoot chakra threads at him. The chakra threads quickly covered his body, encasing him inside a cocoon that completely restricted his movement. And done. Can you make some chakra-suppressing seal? In my sleep, Naruto said, as he placed the cocoon on the ground, while placing a hand on top of it. A seal was formed, followed by chains of sealing symbols that wrapped themselves around the cocoon, securing it completely. This guy won't go anywhere. Good, Fu said with a nod. Though, how did this guy got here? Wasn't this place supposed to be super safe so Akatsuki wouldn't find us? That's a rather troubling thought, Naruto said, as he directed his gaze towards a cluster of trees. Perhaps those guys over there can provide us with some answers. Naruto wasn't looking at some random cluster of trees. That's where Seikon and Yukon, also in their second cursed seal forms, were hiding, overseeing Jirobo and Kidomaru, ready to strike in case they needed the twins' help. But upon seeing how easily the Jinchuriki had taken the 2 Oto reanimations down, the remaining 2 turned around and ran away. The thought that Orochimaru was allowing them to abandon their mission didn't even cross their minds. Shit, this is too much for us. Why the hell Kimimaro thought in sending us against such powerful targets? Yukon asked. Who cares? Just shut up and run. Seikon chided. Double lariat. Suddenly, the twin reanimations felt their necks being slammed by a pair of dark-skinned muscular arms, sending them tumbling backwards, where 2 other people quickly restrained them. Sorry, but this place is for my vacation, no one can enter here without my invitation. A dark-skinned man wearing sunglasses in a Kumigakuer uniform said. They realized he was Killer Bee, the 3rd Jinchuriki on the island. The ones restraining them were clones of him as well. Hey, Bee-sensei. Naruto said, as he and Fu landed beside him. You found the other 2. You knew we were there? Yukon asked. How? You are not a censor. Funny thing about this mode, Naruto said, as he closed and opened his hand. But something I noticed that I can do when I'm using the Kurama Chakra cloak is that I can sense people's negative emotions. At least when they aren't too far away from me. So yeah, trying to use stealth against me is useless unless you can hide your killing intent. There's a more important question. How did you find this place? The Turtle Island leaves no trace, Killer Bee interrogated. I don't think that's important right now. It seems these guys aren't the only ones who came here. Akatsuki knows about this place, and we're under attack right now, Naruto said. Come on, we need to seal them and find the rest. Seal, you say? Leave it to me, then lead the way, Killer Bee made a hand seal. Sealing art, octopus hold. The Killer Bee clones restraining Seikon and Yukon turned into blots of ink that completely covered the Oto reanimations, before hardening into pitch-black cocoons. Naruto was about to put chakra-suppressing seals on them, but it wasn't necessary as seals appeared on their own. You know Fuinjutsu too? Neat, Naruto asked, clearly surprised, but if his smile was anything to go by, pleased by said surprise. His smile dispaired, as he reminded his fellow Jinchuriki of the situation at hand. Though, I'm sure there are more people in the island, and much stronger than these guys. As if on cue, all 3 of them could hear the sound of several people running towards them. Fu and Killer Bee tensed up, but Naruto was oddly relaxed. Calm down, they aren't enemies. Didn't you just hear what I said? Naruto asked. And indeed, soon they saw a group of Konoha and Kyumo ninjas in front of them, including the likes of Yojeo, Hei, Tenzo, Choza, and Motoi, with the 3rd Hokage leading the group. All of them looked ready to battle. I've sensed some intruders. I can't believe that they got past me and got so far into the island. Yojeo said, sounding panicked. Are you guys okay? Yep. Nothing we couldn't deal with. Fu replied, flexing a bicep for added emphasis. I believe the enemies you just beat were a mere scouting force. Orochimaru wouldn't risk his strongest reanimations like that, Hiruzen pondered. However, that brings us to the troubling conclusion that Akatsuki has found the location of this island. Motoi looked as if he had been struck by lightning. But, that's impossible. No one has ever been able to track this place. They could if they had a mole among us, Choza suggested. Naruto, however, shook his head. If there was a mole, I would have sensed their ill intent. In all the days I've been here training in the Kurama Chakra Cloak, I didn't sense such thing. Maybe they did, if they had aerial scouts, Hayate interceded, before coughing a couple times. Still, wondering how the island was found was irrelevant. This place is no longer safe. We need to evacuate Naruto-san, Fu-san and B-san to somewhere else before dash. Naruto, Yojao, and Hiruzen tensed up, quickly adopting fighting stances, followed by everybody. Yojao-san? Hokage-sama? Naruto-san? Tenzo asked. Did you sense more enemies? Yes, Hiruzen said, frowning. In greater numbers, and much stronger than the ones Naruto-kun and Fu just beat. And some of them have chakra that feels oddly familiar. Hey. Fu said, as she was trying to listen to something. Do you guys hear that? Hear what? Naruto asked. That's it, until he started to hear the sound as well. It was a familiar sound, one that, for some reason, did not bring pleasant memories. A flute. Fu said. And then, Naruto finally realized why the sound was familiar, and why he didn't like it. Guys. Watch out. We're about to be put under a genjutsu. Dispel it before it takes hold. Naruto quickly brought his hand together, forming a hand seal, ready to send a burst of chakra through his body, but much to his frustration, he was too late. He watched in horror how his hands started to melt into a disgusting mass of liquid flesh, soon followed by the rest of his arms. He fell to the ground when his legs also turned into jelly. The blonde Jinchuriki saw in horror how the rest of the ninjas around him fell to the ground as well, unable to fight the dreadful genjutsu. Following that, he sensed more enemies landed around them in a circle. That's it? That's all it took to bring a former Hokage and 3 Jinchuriki down? A voice asked. It sounded distorted, but it felt familiar to Naruto. Don't underestimate them, Kabuto. The genjutsu won't last long, another voice said, this one sounding raspier. The intruders continued talking among themselves as they approached the fallen ninjas, probably to immobilize and restrain them. Meanwhile, Naruto was forced to see how his body continued to melt. Come on, come on. Sakura and Haku were able to break out of this genjutsu on their own, the blonde reminded himself. Yeah, they're genjutsu specialists and I'm not, but given the amount of power I have now, breaking out of a genjutsu should be a cakewalk. Naruto continued to try to break the illusion with nothing but his force of will, as he tried to disrupt his chakra the best way he could. Somebody watching would say that his efforts were doomed. Until the illusion broke. Naruto's body returned to normal. He was able to move freely once again. Hey, I did it. Naruto thought in joy. Like hell you did. Kurama scoffed. You have me to thank for saving your sorry ass. Again. Wait, were you who undid this genjutsu? Are you able to do that, Kurama? Naruto asked. Did you forget the best way to break a genjutsu? If you can't disturb your own chakra yourself, you need a partner to do it for you, Kurama explained. So you're welcome. And before you ask, yes, this means that as long as you have me covering your back, no genjutsu will affect you. Really? Whoa, thank you. Naruto excitedly said. Now take advantage of the fact that they still think you're harmless to sneak a sucker punch, Kurama suggested. Naruto didn't need to be told. Like a golden missile, he leaped to his feet and launched himself forward, slamming his first into the nearest cloaked figure. The force of the blow pulled the figure's hood back, revealing to be a middle-aged man with a cross scar on his chin, and, surprisingly enough, a Sharingan eye. That was a familiar face, but Naruto could swear that he had saw that man somewhere else. He broke the genjutsu. Another of the cloaked figures said, as he and the others quickly leaped back. He removed his cloak and tossed it away, revealing himself to be Kimimaro Kagaya, who quickly went into his Cursed Seal second stage. Naruto could see that Fu and Killer Bee had also broken out of the genjutsu, probably the same way Naruto did, and quickly freed the others as well. Soon, the entire group was back on their feet, ready to fight. I can't believe this is the second time such thing happens. The voice of a woman screamed, as Teiwa, already in her second stage cursed form as well, joined Kimimaro and the reanimations. What's with you fuckers resisting genjutsu like that? Don't act surprised, it had already happened before, Kimimaro said, before looking at Danzo, who was already back to his feet. Danzo. Despite not wanting to follow that order, the former leader of Root started to make hand seals. Or better said, his body did so without any input from his part. Wood release, nativity of a world of trees. Suddenly, the earth started to shake, and large green wooden roots emerged from underground, causing the Konoha and Kumo ninjas to disperse. Watch out for the wood release. Hiruzen said, his adamantine staff already smashing the nascent wooden vines into splinters. It can bind tailed beast chakra. It must be the reason as for why he was brought here, Tenzo said, using his own wood release techniques to counter Danzo's. He must be the one tasked with the mission to subdue and catch the Jinchuriki. Taking him out should be our main concern then. Motoi suggested. While what you say is technically true, my former subordinate, your assessment couldn't be more wrong, Danzo said, as his eyes darted towards the last cloaked figure, the one still hooded. I'm not the one who's supposed to catch the Jinchuriki. She is. That moment, the last hooded figure uncovered herself to reveal a woman wearing an elegant, almost regal white dress, with a passing resemblance to Tsunade. Her cracked skin and black eyes betrayed her nature as a reanimation. She had red hair, neatly combed and styled into two buns, with two sealing tags hanging from said buns. There was also a small, diamond-shaped purple mark on her forehead, similar to Tsunade's seal. Nobody seemed to recognize that woman, except one person, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who looked absolutely crestfallen. Mito-sama. He said, his eyes full of sadness. No, not you two. Saru? Is that you? Mito said, tilting her head and narrowing her eyes a little. You look so old. Indeed, I am old. Yet, due sad irony, you now look much younger than the last time I saw you, Hiruzen replied. It's good to see that at the very least, you're still alive. Unlike this idiot of my apprentice, Mito said, casting a glare at Danzo, who didn't even react. No need to explain, Danzo had already told me all I need to know regarding the situation we found ourselves in. In that case dash. Watch out. Mito suddenly said, her eyes open wide in shock. Adamantine sealing chains. Mito threw her hands forward, and 3 chakra chains shot from her, one from each of her palms, and another from her chest, phasing through her clothes without destroying them. The chains quickly wrapped themselves around the necks of Naruto, Killer Bee, and Fu. The moment the chains touched Naruto, his golden chakra cloak vanished. Fu and Killer Bee tried to call the power of their tailed beasts, but found they were unable to. What the hell? Fu said, as she tried to remove the chakra chain from her neck. I can't access number 8's chakra, this ain't cool. This red-headed lady is making me look like a fool. Killer Bee protested, as he tried to cut the chains with one of his blades. They're an Uzumaki secret jutsu. Naruto said, struggling to get free as well. He was able to break free from Karen's chains, but these ones were way sturdier. They can bind chakra just as good as Ak. Mito gave a mighty pull, dragging the 3 helpless Jinchuriki towards her. And it's done. Kimimaro said. Cover Mito while she takes the Jinchuriki away. And you think we're going to let you? Tenzo replied, as he started to make several hand seals. Wood release, laughing monk jutsu. 3 hands made of wood emerged from the ground below, and wrapped their fingers wound Mito's chains in an iron grip, stopping the Uzumaki reanimation from going any further, and allowing Naruto, Fu, and Bee a small respite. They were, however, still unable to access their powers. The chains. Destroy those chains. Tenzo called. The Kumo and Konoha ninjas quickly went to do what Tenzo had called, while the reanimations and 2 Oto ninja quickly prevented them from doing so, forcing the Jinchuriki's Isoker to engage them in combat. Kabuto then rushed towards Tenzo's wooden vines, his hands glowing as he readied his chakra scalpel to cut them down. However, before he could get any closer, he was stopped by Hayate, whose own chakra blade parried Kabuto's scalpel. As long as we're here and we can fight, you won't take Naruto, Fu, or Bee away from this island, Hayate said, locking eyes with the undead silver-haired ninja. You don't get it, do you? You already lost. Kabuto said, as he delivered a strike with his other hand, forcing Hayate to step back. Akatsuki knows the existence of this island and how to locate it, no matter how much it moves. There's no safe place for the Jinchuriki to go. It doesn't matter. Yojeo said, as she joined the fight with a katana thrust, relieving some pressure from Hayate, forcing Kabuto to deal with her as well. We will protect them no matter what. You can't even protect yourselves. Kabuto replied, as he was slowly driven away from the main battle by Yojeo and Hayate. Meanwhile, Choza decided it was his time to intervene. He brought his hands together as he began to mold chakra. Butterfly mode. A pair of chakra wings that looked like those of a butterfly appeared on the redhead's back, as he started to lose weight. It seems that for this fight, we can't afford to go for anything less than our very best. Butterfly bullet bomb. Choza clenched his hand into a fist, which was quickly surrounded by a fiery shroud of blue chakra, while dashing forward towards Mito Uzumaki, still trying to pull her chains from Yamato's wooden bindings. Danzo, however, wasn't going to let him. He made several hand seals. Earth release, earth-style wall. Danzo slammed his hands on the ground, erecting a large wall of solid stone between Choza and Mito. However, the Akimichi was far from phased. A little wall isn't going to stop this. Choza brought his chakra-charged fist forward, completely obliterating the wall Danzo had erected, and producing a powerful gust of wind that blew away the chunks of rock and earth in pretty much all directions. The shockwave of the hit managed to hit Mito, but not with enough force to make her undo her chakra chains. However, Choza's attack did manage to open a clear path to Mito, a path that Hiruzen was able to use. Displaying an incredible speed for a man his age, Hiruzen rushed forward, unsealed a Fuma Shuriken, and threw it forward while making several hand seals. Shadow Clone Shuriken Jutsu. The lone Fuma Shuriken were now a dozen. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Hiruzen exhaled a massive stream of fire in the direction of the Shuriken, coating them in a cloak of flames, while also burning the wooden Danzo had created. Mito, however, refused to let go of the Jinchuriki, as she started to make hand seals of her own. Water Release, Wild Water Wave. Mito exhaled a truly massive cone of water towards the incoming shuriken, not only dousing the fires, but the power of the water stream pushed them aside. Give up, Hiruzen. No matter how strong you are not a match for Sensei, Danzo said, as he traded blows with Choza. Hiruzen, however, smirked, and made more hand seals. You always had an habit of underestimating me, Danzo. Earth Release, Earth Crushing Jaws. Hiruzen slammed a single palm into the ground, and under Mito's chains, a dragon made of solid rock emerged, its jaws closing around the chains, snapping them instantly, causing them to dissolve into nothingness. The moment that happened, the Jinchuriki could feel the block on their powers wasn't there anymore. Naruto and Fu activated their chakra cloak and armor, respectively, while Killer Bee generated several tentacles from his back, wrapping a tentacle around the waist of each of his fellow Jinchuriki, and using other three to spring himself back. The Jinchuriki are free. Protect them. Make sure the woman with the chains nor the man with the Sharingan and wood release get close to them. Motoi said. No. Let us fight. Naruto insisted. We're the strongest here. We have the best chances at beating them. Mito, make sure they don't escape. Kimimaro ordered. Mito had no choice but to obey. She made several hand seals. Sealing art, rift between heaven and earth. Mito slammed her hand into the ground, generating a circular sealing array that expanded outwards several hundred meters in a matter of seconds. Then, the sealing array started to glow, generating a chakra dome, leaving everybody trapped inside of it. Whoa! Naruto said in shock, as he gawked at the gigantic shield around them. Just, how powerful is that woman? That's Mito Uzumaki, brat, Kurama chimed in. The first Hokage's wife, and my first Jinchuriki. She might not be as strong as her husband, but she's not somebody to be underestimated. A master of both Fuinjutsu and elemental ninjutsu. A scowl developed on Naruto's face. Of course. I should have expected that she would be among those revived by Orochimaru. Wait. The fox said, sounding uneasy. Don't you feel? You, the kid named Naruto, Mito said, noticing Naruto in his Kurama chakra cloak. Given that you possess half the Nine Tails power, I'm going to assume that Kushina-chan is dead. Yes. She died the day I was born, Naruto told Mito. She was my mother. I see, Mito said, as she directed her gaze down, looking crestfallen. Makes sense. Only an Uzumaki can hold the power of the Nine Tails. I see you attained some degree of mastery over its power. I did. And his name is Kurama, by the way. He isn't in it, Naruto punctualized. What? The fox has a name. The Uzumaki woman asked, tilting her head in confusion. Anyway, that's not important. The important part is for you to defeat me. Only then you'll be able to undo my barrier jutsu and escape this place. However, it won't be easy. Orochimaru revived me because I have the right skill set to deal with you. Not to sound arrogant, lady, but between Fu, B, and me, there's no way you can whoa. Naruto was taken aback when he was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of power, and the next second, Mito burst into golden light, her body shrouded in a chakra cloak similar to Naruto, only with a more orange hue rather than a yellow one. I don't know how, but Akatsuki has bound my body with the half of the Nine Tails in their possession, Mito explained. There's a black nail made of a material I don't know jabbed in the back of my neck. I sense that's what binds the fox's power to this body. Remove it, and beating me will be much easier. B. I think you should go all out here. This woman was already serious trouble before she revealed her full power, Jayaki advised. I got it, number 8, I think it's time to throw around our weight. Killer B rapped, as he started to grow into his tailed beast form. As he transformed, he noticed the barrier Mito had erected, and an idea crossed the rapper's mind. That barrier looks rather steadfast. Wonder if it can survive one of my blasts. Once he transformed fully, Killer B opened his jaws and started to gather chakra inside a sphere for a tailed beast ball. Unfortunately, this wasn't unnoticed by the enemy. Danzo, who was fighting Choza, disengaged the Akimichi and moved to stop Killer B. I'm afraid I won't let you do that, Danzo said, as he started making hand seals. Wood release, wood dragon jutsu. Danzo summoned a huge wooden dragon that quickly wrapped itself around Killer B's huge form, its jaws clamping around his mouth, aborting the tailed beast ball, and leaving him completely immobilized. Don't worry, sensei. I'll save you. Fu said, as her 6 wings appeared on her back, and quickly flew towards the immobilized tailed beast. Her hands quickly morphed into giant blades shaped like the pincers of a stag beetle. Time to cut some bad weeds. Jinchuriki of the 7 tails, watch out. Mito warned her, as she cast a hand upwards. Multiple chains shot into Fu's direction, forcing the Takikuno-ichi to change the course of her flight in order to dodge them. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Fu yelled, as she tried to dodge the chains as best as she could, while deflecting those she couldn't with her organic blades, a situation that was already familiar for the young woman. Man, I'm getting flashbacks to the Chunin exams. I'll take care of her. Naruto said, as he pulled out his wind blade, generating a blade of white chakra as he channeled his own. He noticed the blade was longer and shone brighter than he usually did. Heh, I can't wait how strong this thing is when I use tailed beast chakra to fuel it. Unfortunately for Naruto, Mito still had another hand that she aimed at him, shooting more chains, forcing the blonde to parry the chains with his wind blade, while jumping back. He bit his thumb, and made several hand seals. Okay, I think we are going to need additional help, Naruto said, before slamming his palm into the ground. Summoning jutsu. There was a huge burst of smoke, and once the ensuing cloud dispelled, Naruto was sitting at the top of a green-skinned toad with a pair of huge swords at his back. Gamma Hero. See that woman over there with a glowing chakra aura similar to mine? Naruto asked, pointing at Mito. Help me take her down. You got it, Naruto. Gamma Hero said, as he unsheathed both of his katanas, and leaped towards Mito. He brought one of his katanas down, but the Uzumaki reanimation was able to dodge the blow. You're a toad summoner too? Mito asked. I guess you were trained by Jiraiya of the Sannin, weren't you? Right on the money, Naruto replied. He's my adoptive dad. Oh, I just realized. Since Tsunade is my adoptive mom, that makes you my adoptive great-grandma. I wish you didn't tell me that. Now you're making me feel even worse, knowing that not only I'm fighting a fellow clan member, but the son of my beloved granddaughter, Mito sorrowfully said. Oops. Sorry, Naruto sheepishly apologized, before his determined expression returned. Though it's any consolation, you won't be able to harm either me nor my friends. I'll make sure of that. As Naruto continued to fight Mito, Fu was finally free and started to cut the wooden roots keeping Killer Bee prisoner. Danzo tried to get in the way, but Tenzo and the third Hokage got him busy. Kimimaro, who was fighting Choza, noticed this, and realized that something needed to be done. That moment, Teiwa landed beside him. Hey, great leader, this shit ain't working. The redhead said. What are we going to do? Orochimaru-sama is going to skin us alive if we return empty-handed. That's why such thing won't happen, Kimimaro stated. Teiwa, let's use the level 3 cursed form. We'll need it to fight enemies of this caliber. Orochimaru had been able to improve his cursed seals to the point that their users could unlock another transformation. It increased the user's powers even further than the first 2 levels combined did, but it also put a huge strain on the body and had a moderate risk of causing a fatal organic failure. However, the 2 last original living members of the Sound 5 knew it was a gamble they needed to take. A dark purple aura surrounded their bodies as they started to mutate even further. Teiwa's body started to elongate in an unnatural manner, while her legs merged into a single limb, with the appearance of a tail that seemed to form part her lower body. Multiple legs started to grow to her sides, giving her the appearance of a giant centipede with the upper half of a human body instead of a head. Teiwa's arms also grew longer, splitting into 2, with the upper pair of arms ended in long bone blades, and the lower pair ended in long hands. Meanwhile, Kimimaro started to grow in size as well, his muscles swelling as spiked bone plates started to form around his body, forming a natural armor. His head lost its humanoid shape, and gained a reptilian appearance, with a pair of twisted horns growing from his temples, and 2 curved fangs coming from his lower jaw. Oh yes, this shit feels incredible. Teiwa said, basking in her newfound power. To think that I've been afraid of using this power. Let this be a lesson to never doubt Orochimaru-sama's power, Kimimaro said, as his eyes laid on Choza, Tenzo, and the third Hokage. Now, time to teach said lesson to our enemies. Dance of the Seedling Fern. Kimimaro slammed his hands onto the ground, and a field of bone blades burst from underground, in the direction of the 3 Konoha ninjas. Hiruzen and Tenzo jumped aside, but Choza instead decided to hold his ground. The moment several bone blades burst from underground ready to impale him, he reared his fist back, and delivered another devastating punch, shattering the bone blades before they could even reach him. Is this all you have, Ak? Dance of the Clematis, Flower. In less than a second, despite his hulking form, Kimimaro was able to cross the distance between him and the Akimichi clan head, and impale him with a giant drill made of bone. Choza opened his eyes wide in shock, before life left his body. Choza! Hiruzen yelled, as he quickly rushed towards Kimimaro, wielding the adamantine staff. Hiruzen engaged Kimimaro in a close combat duel, the last member of the Kagaya clan trying to impale the old Hokage with his bone blades, but Hiruzen was able to parry and dodge them expertly despite his advanced age. And while he did manage to land a few good hits, none of them managed to break Kimimaro's bone plates, no matter how much anger he used to power his strikes. Not even the adamantine staff is making a crack. The bones he generates outside of his body may be more fragile, but that armor is as sturdy as the hardest of steels. Hiruzen angrily thought, as the desire to make Chosa's killer pay ate him from the inside. No. I must fight with a calm mind. I can't fight just to avenge a fallen comrade. The Jinchuriki, we have to protect them. However, Hiruzen's concentration was disrupted by the sound of a flute. The same flute Teiwa used to put them under a genjutsu. And indeed, upon looking at the direction the music was coming from, he saw the redhead, now in the form of some sort of human/centipede hybrid with long arms ending in claws, playing the flute while she used her many blade legs to cut down the wooden vines Tenzo was using to attack her. Tenzo, fall back. Hiruzen said, as he jumped back while sending a pulse through his chakra network in order to disrupt it. Do not let her put you under that genjutsu. Too late. Hiruzen saw in horror how Tenzo fell to his knees, unable to do anything as the music trapped him inside a illusionary hellscape. Teiwa was ready to impale him with several of her blade limbs. No. Hiruzen said, as he tossed the adamantine staff at Teiwa, hoping to hit her in time. But much to his horror, Kimimaro jumped in, and kicked the staff away before it could reach the mutated Otoku no Ichi. Teiwa then stabbed Tenzo multiple times, putting an end to his life. Hey old man, get out of the way. Killer Bee is ready to slay. The voice of Killer Bee in his tailed beast form boomed. Hiruzen turned around, and saw that Fu had finally released the Kyumo Jinchuriki from its wooden bindings, who was charging forward. Do your worst, Bee-san, Hiruzen said, as he moved to the side, in order to leave the eight-tailed behemoth much-needed space. Killer Bee then sent all his tentacles to smash the two mutated Oto ninjas, who dodged them the best way they could. Kimimaro jumped from side to side, and while Teiwa couldn't jump in her new form, she was able to quickly crawl away from the giant limbs trying to crush her. You think you can evade me as long as you aren't still? Killer Bee rapped. You need something more than that to counter my skill. The two Oto ninjas seemed to forget that Killer Bee also had two arms on top of his 8 tentacles, and closing a hand into a fist, he slammed it into the ground. He missed, but the shockwave he created was so big, Kimimaro and Kagaya were sent into the air, where they were unable to avoid the tentacles from wrapping around their bodies, leaving them immobilized. Gotcha! He cheered. You got shit! Teiwa screamed back, as she sank some of her blade limbs onto the tentacle's flesh, while Kimimaro sprouted multiple bone spikes from his body. Despite the piercing pain, Killer Bee managed to keep a hold of them. You know how to cause pain, but not enough to make me strain. Killer Bee said, as he flung Kimimaro and Teiwa into the air. Now prepare to meet your end, your punishment for attacking my friends. Tailed Beast Ball. Killer Bee quickly charged a tailed beast ball inside his mouth, before swallowing it, and releasing it in the form of a destructive wave of chakra. The wave engulfed Kimimaro and Teiwa, who were reduced to ashes in a matter of seconds. The wave still had enough power and momentum to smash Ito the barrier Mito had created, albeit it was unable to crack a hole in it. The barrier, we need to destroy that barrier. Hiruzen thought, as he looked back. He could see that Naruto and Gamahiro were fighting against Danzo, who had summoned his Baku, while Fu and some of the Kyumo ninjas were dealing with Mito, who had created several shadow clones to assist her. B-san, I know how we can undo that barrier in order to let you, Naruto-kun and Fu-san to escape. But in order to do so, you have to distract Mito-sama. Distract the Golden Lady. Consider it done, Killer Bee said, as he shrank, turning back to his human form. Maybe if we focused on her first we would have won. Killer Bee unseated the 7 swords strapped to his back, tossed them into the air, and grabbed them with his arms, legs and mouth, much to Hiruzen's astonishment. Meanwhile, thanks to Naruto and Gamahiro's teamwork, the ninja and the giant toad managed to cause enough harm to Danzo's Baku in order to dispel it. Unfortunately, Gamahiro didn't notice how the real Mito had slipped out of the fight with Fu and the other ninjas, and was sneaking towards him. Sealing art, unsummoning jutsu. What? Was all Gamahiro could say, as a circular sealing pattern appeared around him, followed by the green toad disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Gamahiro! Naruto shouted. Before Mito could engage Naruto, Killer Bee intruded into the fight, then rushed towards Mito, leaped into the air, and let out a loud wee. Mito's attention was naturally drawn to the incoming attacker, and jumped back in order to avoid the swords that were raining upon her. Fu, having noticed Mito getting away from her, realized where the real one was, and locked onto her once again. She tried to capitalize on Mito's predicament, and tried to gore her with a mantis ball as she had turned one of her arms into, but Mito generated a blade of water in order to parry it. "Damn, this old lady is good," Fu said, as she pushed against Mito, but the Uzumaki woman held her ground. "Did nobody tell you that calling a lady old is extremely disrespectful?" Mito replied, sounding genuinely offended. I'm somebody who tells things like they are," Fu said with a shrug, before turning her other arm into a scorpion claw, and tried to slash her. Wind release, vacuum blade. Fu was reminded that Danzo was still part of the fight when several shuriken shrouded in wind chakra flew towards her. Fu was forced to jump back and fly into the air in order to dodge them. Meanwhile, B engaged Mito again, the two of them trading blows in close combat, though it was quite obvious that Killer B had the upper hand. Meanwhile, Naruto was preparing his next move. With the help of several chakra arms, Naruto was holding a large dark purple spinning sphere of chakra on his hands. "B-sensei, watch out," Naruto said, as he rushed towards Mito. Killer B saw his fellow Jinchuriki and nodded, before jumping away, leaving Naruto a clear way for his fellow Uzumaki. "I'm sorry, Mito-bachan." Tailed Beast Ball. Mito jumped back, and made a hand seal. More chakra chains shot from every part of her body, but rather than sending them towards her enemies, she wrapped them around her own body, forming a metallic protective cocoon, just in time before Naruto slammed his improvised attack against her. The ensuing explosion shattered the chains instantly, and Mito was hurled backwards, bouncing on her back several times. Her body was wounded, but not enough to stop her from continuing the fight, and said wounds were quickly healing. However, Naruto had already done what Hiruzen wanted. He landed besides Mito, while a pair of his shadow clones freed Fu from having to fight Danzo. Hiruzen pulled a paper tag and slammed it onto Mito's back. Sealing art, Void Touch Seal. The seal on Mito's back started to glow with a blue light, before it was consumed in a flash of blue fire. The next second, the chakra dome that kept them imprisoned started to flicker, before it broke down into chakra bits that disappeared into nothingness. "Yes. Good job, old man Hokage," Naruto praised. "Unfortunately, it won't be long until Mito-sama is able to cast another barrier, so you should take advantage of that and flee this island," the third Hokage said, as Mito quickly jumped to her feet, and prepared to attack. "I'll stay here and hold these zombies back as long as I can." "What? No way we can let you do that," Naruto protested. "If we fight together, we can win." "I know it. We have 3 Jinchuriki on our side. Naruto-kun, this battle right now is meaningless," Hiruzen said, as he parried with the adamantine staff a flurry of chains Mito shot at him. "Akatsuki knows of this place, meaning that keeping you 3 on this island is no longer a safe option. You need to go back to the continent and head to the Ninja Alliance HQ. Now it's the safest place for you 3. But you will die if we leave you here," Naruto protested. "Don't underestimate me, Naruto-kun. I have been the Hokage with the longest reign for a reason," Hiruzen said, smirking at the blonde. "Now go. Choza and Tenzo died protecting you. Don't make their sacrifices meaningless." "But dash. Brat, he's right," Kurama interrupted. Naruto clenched his fists in anger. "I know you don't like it, but deep down, you know what you have to do. What are you doing, standing there like an idiot? Go!" Hiruzen yelled. This seemed to snap Naruto from his trance, as he directed his eyes towards Fu. "Fu. We're leaving. Take me and B-sensei out of this place." "What about the others?" Fu shouted back. "We will be fine. The most important thing is to ensure that Akatsuki doesn't get their hands on you," Hiruzen shouted, as his hands flew through hand seals. "Fire release, Great Dragon Fire." Hiruzen exhaled a massive stream of fire towards Mito. The Uzumaki woman's answer came in the form of an equally impressive water jutsu. However, despite the elemental advantage, it was unable to push Hiruzen's fire jutsu back, ending in a tie. Fu nodded, and dived towards the ground, grabbing Naruto and Killer Bee's hands with her own, and flying into the sky, using the clouds as a cover. Hiruzen sighed in relief upon seeing that the Jinchuriki were safe for the time being. "We will be fine," Danzo repeated, as he finished destroying Hiruzen's shadow clones. "You shouldn't have lied to the Jinchuriki like that, Hiruzen." "I didn't lie to them. We will be fine as long as we manage to keep them safe," Hiruzen replied, as he started to make hand seals. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A large dragon head made of mud formed in front of Hiruzen, and fired a barrage of mud projectiles at Mito, while the third Hokage made more hand seals. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullets. Hiruzen exhaled a huge stream of fire, igniting the mud balls and turning them into fire blasts. Mito replied in the form of more hand seals. Sealing Art, Iron Curtain. Mito stomped her foot down, generating a line of sealing symbols in front of her. The seals started to glow, producing a purple wall of chakra that easily blocked Hiruzen's combo attack. Okuninushi. Hiruzen saw his former friend, now undead puppet, dashing towards him, wielding kunao shrouded in wind chakra, with 4 negative colored after images following after him. Danzo delivered a series of quick swipes that were replicated by his after images with the same amount of power. Hiruzen blocked each of them with the adamantine staff, but was unable to stop Danzo from putting him on the defensive. "You know you can't win, Hiruzen. Why aren't you trying to escape with your life?" Danzo asked, as he continued his assault. "Mito-sensei and I are reanimations. No matter how long we fight, we will never get tired. Not only are you a regular human, but you're long past your prime. This fight won't last long. I have my reasons to fight," Hiruzen replied, managing to smack one of Danzo's kunao out of his hand, and deliver a strike to his head. Unfortunately, one of the after images parried it. And while they fought, Mito's hands formed new hand seals for her next move. Wind Release, Wind Scythe. Mito released multiple crescent-shaped winds of blade, forcing Hiruzen to disengage Danzo in order to jump back and dodge them. A couple of them managed to graze his armor, drawing some blood. His feet skidded when they touched land again, threatening to make him lose balance. "Danzo is right, Saru," Mito added. "Don't waste your life fighting us." "It's not a waste," Hiruzen replied, breathing heavily. "Every second I fight you, is another second you aren't chasing after Naruto-kun and the others. Because I know my former pupil, and he won't pass this chance to kill me, especially if he can use the wife of one of my senseis and my former friend as tools of his will," Hiruzen boldly declared, before making several one-handed seals. Lightning Release, Lightning Staff. The adamantine staff started to crackle with electricity as it was covered in lightning. Hiruzen then dashed forward, ready to face Mito was again, who braced for the attack. Danzo, however, wasn't going to be left out and made several hand seals. Wood Release, Deep Forest Emergence. More wooden vines were summoned, getting in the way between the third Hokage and Mito. However, much to their surprise, Sarutobi stopped his dash, and threw the staff forward. The spinning staff shattered the wooden barrier thanks to its lightning coat, and when Mito was about to parry it, changed course and rotated around her, before smacking her in the back of her head. "Sorry, Mito-sama, but it needs to be done," Inma apologized from within the staff. Meanwhile, Hiruzen changed course and headed towards Danzo. He pulled out a sealing scroll, and unsealed a large broadsword while making several hand seals. Fire Release, Burning Edge. Mustering his remaining strength, Hiruzen delivered several swipes at Danzo with his flaming sword. Danzo used his wind-enhanced kunao to parry some while dodging others, but was reminded that wind was a poor choice to counter fire. "Tell me, Danzo, given how you trained your root ninjas to be mere puppets, how does it feel to be one?" Hiruzen asked, as he pressed his attack. "And I'm not just talking about now, but the knowledge that you have been an Akatsuki pawn all this time. Does my response matter? Does anything I say will help or change anything that happened before?" Danzo replied, as he pulled several shuriken and threw them at his former friend. Said shuriken were easily parried, with Hiruzen even grabbing a couple for himself. Yes it does. You ended up being an Akatsuki pawn because you stole Shisui Uchiha's eye, which was then stolen from you by Obito. Not only the Uchiha insurrection could have been averted, but it was thanks to you that Akatsuki got so many tailed beasts. I don't regret taking Shisui's eye. It was too dangerous. Who can assure us that Shisui won't use his mind control powers against Konoha? Danzo replied. Shisui has been an exemplary ninja, one whose loyalty to Konoha has never been questioned other than by you. Hiruzen replied, destroying one of Danzo's after-images with a fiery swipe. You always say that everything you do is for Konoha's sake, but all your actions have done nothing but weaken it. Perhaps that might be true, but I'm not the only one whose faults weakened Konoha, Danzo replied. If you didn't hesitate to kill Orochimaru when you had the chance, there wouldn't be reanimations laying waste through the elemental nations. Orochimaru is a long-time mistake I plan to recidify. Hiruzen replied. No, you won't, Danzo countered. Sealing art, unsummoning jutsu. That moment, Hiruzen felt Inma, who was keeping Mito busy, disappear, the jutsu that summoned to the island undone. Adamantine sealing chains. Danzo capitalized that second of distraction, and lunged forward, delivering an horizontal swipe at Hiruzen with his wind-enhanced kunao. Hiruzen managed to jump back, but he wasn't fast enough to dodge the attack completely, allowing Danzo to slash his chest, drawing even more blood. Hiruzen then felt his ankles being wrapped by a chain, making him lose his balance and fall face first into the ground. Mito then retracted the chain, pulling Hiruzen towards her, while more chains bound his body, leaving him completely immobile. Hiruzen looked upwards, and saw Mito ready to strike. However, her brown eyes were now pure white, and her mouth was curved into an extremely evil smirk. Sweet dreams, Sarutobi-sensei, Orochimaru's voice came from Mito's mouth, as Mito raised her fist, which shone with a golden light. Mito then brought the fist down, impaling Hiruzen's chest. Hiruzen's mouth opened, spitting mouthful of blood as he tried to say something, but all the sounds that came from it were unintelligible gargles. That moment, Mito's eyes returned to normal. She blinked a couple times, before realizing what had happened. Saru? Saru? No, no. Mito wailed, as she hugged the corpse of who once had been the star student of her husband and her brother-in-law. Danzo watched the scene with a solemn expression, as a torrent of emotions boiled inside his artificial body. Fighting to the very end. Such a dignified death. Even in that, you proved to be my better. Farewell, my old friend. In a nearby forest, Yojeo and Hayate had finished fighting Kabuto. The pair of swordsmen managed to pin Kabuto to the ground by stabbing several chakra-infused kunao on several parts of his body. Great. This guy won't go anywhere, Yojeo said, smiling at her victory. Indeed. Now let's go and help Hayate agreed, before covering a cough with his mouth. We should go back and help the others. Kabuto, however, rather than being angry, was smugly smiling. Your victory today means nothing. You have only seen a fraction of the power Orochimaru-sama commands. Kabuto said. Then, much to the couple's shock, the kunao pinning him to the ground were swatted away by an invisible force which also brought Kabuto to his feet. A coffin appeared behind him, and Kabuto was pushed inside it, before the lid slammed against the coffin, finally sinking into the ground. Mountain graveyard, that very moment. So, you failed again, Obito said, exasperated. I'm starting to regret making this deal more and more. I haven't failed, Obito-kun, Orochimaru said. The plan is going as I have foreseen it. The Jinchuriki escaped. All three of them. Obito snapped, piercing Orochimaru with an angry glare. What's good any foresight if in the end the result is failure? The result isn't failure. The Jinchuriki might have escaped, but right now, based on the position of the Turtle Island, they only have one place to go. A place away from all the battlegrounds, and thus a place where they won't be able to ask for help, Orochimaru explained. If we send forces to that zone, the Alliance will catch wind of what's going on. Obito replied. We won't have to send anybody, because I already have an agent in place, Orochimaru said, smirking confidently. One of my best reanimations, who happen to have no equal when it comes to Jinchuriki hunting. Very well then, Obito said. But keep in mind, this will be your last chance. No more screw-ups. No more screw-ups, Orochimaru echoed. Land of Fire. Among the forests near the northern coast of the Land of Fire, a figure stood still. He could be mistaken for a statue, but said figure was very much alive. Alive in a roundabout way, that's it. The time has come, a voice said inside the figure's head. He opened his eyes, which were full of anger and frustration at his current predicament. Now go, and capture the 3 Jinchuriki. Let nothing and no one stop you. The figure, unable to resist, obeyed the commands, broke his quietude, and leaped forward. Hashirama Senja was on the hunt. Cocoon Chamber, undisclosed location. During the past few days, the second cocoon the 8 white Zetsu clones have been feeding and taking care of began pulsating with increased frequency. They remembered that such thing happened when Rin's cocoon was ready to open, so despite their excitement, they kept their emotions in restraint and continued taking care of the cocoon as best as they could. This cocoon, however, started to do something Rin's cocoon didn't do. As the pulsations hastened their pace, it began to glow white with chakra. The faster the pulsations became, the more it glowed. And the last day, it glowed so brightly, it was almost like looking directly into the sun. And lastly, it opened. It wasn't like Rin's cocoon, though, which merely split into 4 parts almost like a flower blooming, spilling its green-colored, sap-like liquid contents in the body of the newly restored girl. This cocoon exploded with chakra, instantly vaporizing the Zetsu clones attached to it, flooding the galleries with a burning light, killing everybody unfortunate enough to be caught in the blast. And when the light finally faded, the chamber was completely empty, except for one man, standing alone in a puddle of green sap. The man had fair skin, a slim but muscular body, and long, wild black hair that fell down his back. For a few moments, the man didn't move. He then moved his hand towards his face, tentatively flexing his fingers, before curling them into a fist, and throwing a few punches into the air. Then, that moment, Zetsu, the original one, emerged from the ground. He looked at the newcomer, and smiled. I see that you're finally back, the white half said. You took a bit longer than we expected, the black half added. At first, the newcomer didn't seem to notice Zetsu. Then, without even turning at the plant creature, he asked, How long has it been? 16 years, boss, Black Zetsu replied. A lot of things happened, as you can imagine. We're close to reach our goal, but there's still much to be done. I can imagine that. First, bring me some clothes. And fill me in about what had happened since the last time we spoke, the man ordered. As you order. Madara-sama, the white half replied. Check the description for the links to the author.